Give me a sec. Just gotta get my stuff here. Get my camera in. Blah, 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 blah.
Oh, there we go.
Where is the camera? There it is. Other than the big crowdfunding items? Yeah, exactly. Or Pringles. Hey, Thunder. Also, welcome in MT, Taco, Scarth, Lanthier, Kippa, Cam Murray, Ancient Dragon, Mernko, and Sorin, and Chops on YouTube, Jagger on YouTube, Star Fury, King Ocean Omega, R Green Paradox, Infamous, Spark Boy. Also, happy birthday, Spark Boy! Get those happy birthdays in the chat for Spark Boy. Right heckin' meow. Welcome in Mernko, Fusion, Tim, X1011, Anna, Chops, Alia, Cad, Lady Shay, Jack, Cyber Chow, Thunder, Inuyasha, Juilliard. Welcome in. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Yeah, there we go. Happy birthdays. Oh, hey, I'm looking here too. Hey, thank you, Lanthier. Hey, Code. Welcome in. Ken Murray. We have, the bots are working, so that's a good thing. So welcome to my island paradise. Is it quiet?
I'm here.
No, I'm talking about in the game.
Oh. Yeah, I definitely hear like the music and stuff.
In my game?
No, in my game. Oh, you mean on stream?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
well.
the whole reason we're playing this. Yeah.
I don't know. There's an update. I thought maybe the sound was broken for you or something.
Hey, Margarita, welcome in. Thank you so much for everyone for this support. Look at, we have our spirit buff. Our dude is just chilling in the spirit bath, just right at the top. So like all the water is going in between their legs. I feel like that's unsanitary.
I feel like we have trees growing in our house too.
What?
That might be an issue. It's actually
what?
I kind of like it.
What? Why are there trees in here?
It really gives it a natural feel. Oh.
I'm going underneath the house. As soon as I figure out how to crouch. Okay, that's dodge. How do we crouch?
I don't think there was a crouch.
There's gotta be a crouch. Okay, well, alas, I guess. So welcome to our humble abode that took me about 10,000 years to build. Hyperstrike, thank you so much for the 60 consecutive watch streak. 60 streams, eh? Yep. We got 12 wood. Does anyone remember how to go on the water with the thingy?
Zed.
Okay, just learning my controls again. Ooh, fish. Humble build, Saku, I'm concerned what you would consider elaborate build. Oh, you don't even want to know. I had to build enough space for storage, for housing, for everything else all. So come over here, both of you. We have spirits. Okay, we're in the world of Nera, where there is, we have our spirit minions with us. Burnco has the fire lizard, the salamander. Infamous has the wind bird. And I have the water manta. And they each have different abilities that you can use. So we also have a spirit pact with a guardian that we've collected. So if we press our F button, we get our ability. Mine is healing, naturally, because it always is, no matter what game I play. But yeah, it's pretty cool. There's different elemental abilities, or elemental, not abilities, but I mean, there is elemental abilities too. But yeah, you can see when the buff is active, because But does anyone have the wind one? Wait, no, we don't have the wind one yet, right?
Yeah, I don't think we've gotten that far yet.
Okay, so our next mission is going to be to find and rescue the Wind Guardian. So on here, on our map, we've completed this section here. Okay. And then now we're working on this one. So we have to collect all the spirits. If we talk to this... Hello? We talk to this thing. Nope. How do I... So this is all the stuff we need in order to level up. We found 14 out of 12 spirit guides. We need Tide Metal. We need Deepling Ichor, which is an item we get from killing Deeplings. And we need a Wind Crystal. So...
We have that all here.
Well, yeah. We need to go rescue the Wind Guardian, though. So that's kind of the main thing right now. And in order to do that, in order to rescue the Elder Wind Spirit, we have to fight the big, like there should be like, what are they called? Not monolith? These guys.
Golem things?
Yeah, the golems, the runes. So we found 2 out of 3 runes. We have to go to the third one. I think it's the one in the top left. Oh, there's a fresh water. What? There's a fresh water spot marked on the map. Would that be the Wind Guardian Leviosa?
That's the Wind Guardian that was your old emote.
What? I know which one you're talking about. How dare you?
That was worth it.
Also, welcome in Hyperstrike, Jamal. I appreciate both of you. So we're gonna
It was
go
a short
to...
recently.
It was, yes. We're gonna go to the flats.
I guess food would be good.
We found a fire companion statue. We found a wind companion statue. We're also looking for a water companion statue and the earth companion statue we haven't found either. But yeah. The cool thing about this world is that everything is constantly refreshing. So if we go pick something up and then we come back later, it'll be back again. So it's really handy for if you want to play multiplayer, because that means that if you pick something up, it's not lost to everybody else, if that makes sense. The only thing that is like the guardians, I believe. Where are you, Infamous?
Looking for food. It's in this chest. I'd find it.
Yep. I think I crafted a whole lot of food last time, and then I just shoved it in the chest. Oh, yeah. Remember, you can only, like, have 2 different food items active at a time. So if you're gonna use food buffs, make sure that you... Yeah. Ooh, look at that. Above my head now when I sleep, it says resting. Rejuvenation +3, or rejuvenation 3. I get my stamina and my mana back.
Oh, and her food lasts longer, too.
Did you just... Why are you on fire?
You were like that, too. It's the resting buff.
Oh my god, what? It feels so quiet.
I'm so zoomy.
But I can't tell if that's me or not.
Not a lot happening right now. We could go get into a fight and see what happens.
I like that plan.
There's a fight right here. Oh no, not the trophies again.
Can I make a wall?
It's just prime decoration, that's all.
All right, let's go to the golem place. I don't know where Infamous went.
I'm right behind you.
Behind you.
Did anybody put a waymark down?
Nope.
Nope. Should we take the big boat, or?
Hey, get your face out of the paper bag, Ruby.
It's not gonna you're getting eaten.
I know, but I'm in the middle of dealing with Doggo. Hello?
How to descend. There we go.
See.
Yeah.
Hang on. One sec.
Oh, up top.
I feel like combat is a lot more responsive for some reason. Maybe I am misremembering.
No, they addressed that in the updates that they made it better.
Oh gosh, it's so much better.
I return. Goodness, what a dog.
What did she get into?
I had food. I got McDonald's delivered, and there was fries at the very bottom of the paper bag that I didn't grab out of there. So I hear this rustling beside me, and Ruby's diving her face down to the bottom of the paper bag trying to get the French fries.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So
The back fries are always the best.
I tried to get her face out of the bag, but she lifted her face up and her face was still in the bag. So now the bag is like on her head, and so I had to get up and get the bag off her head.
Gives a new meaning to doggy bag.
Okay, I put a way marker on the map, I think. It doesn't matter. Oh, there it is. Yep. All right, we're going this way. This
Is it
dog
far
of
away?
mine.
Should we take the big boat? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah,
We'll
we-
find out when we get there.
Well, maybe I'll take the boat and catch up with you.
Well, that one
There's
needs
a
2
shark
people.
chasing us.
I mean, debatable.
I mean, Mirko can fake it. Mirko drove that thing over here, I thought, didn't he?
Yeah. That's why there's 2
Murnko
boats.
drove Murnko's boat over here.
It's the same setup.
Yeah.
He's got to jump between the gas and the steering.
Dogs will get into anything if you let them. Oh, yeah. It's just like... She thinks that she can get away with it. Like, we're not gonna see it. Oh, this is an outpost we haven't found yet. Tide metal. Oh, that's right. Inventory. Weight limits and stuff. You shot me in the head. I've got an arrow sticking out of the side of my head that's like a beacon. Infamous, look at this. Look at me!
You know, the trick to that is don't get in my way.
Whoa! Starting out nice and hostile. I like it.
She got in the way of my arrow.
Rude. I'm taking damage because I got hit by an arrow.
Wasn't me. Wasn't me.
Uh-huh. Come back here, Infamous. Hey, Jean, thank you. I'm trying to see how to open my inventory, but instead I'm striking the ground with lightning. I keep forgetting it's I.
I am full inventory. Hooray.
Okay, I don't need a corruption cleansing tonic. Well, that's seafood stew. I got seafood stew, and that's it. Because I don't know why, but I didn't grab a second set of food. Night has begun. Nice. I think I have explosive arrows.
A very high possibility.
That does sound like something you would have.
To be fair, I don't use them because I try not to kill you because I know you're going to get in my way.
Chat, I need an honest answer. Can you hear anything from the game? Because I don't think I've gotten an answer about whether or not you can hear the game. No? Okay, that's what I thought. Is that better? Ah, gosh. Much better? Okay. I can't see, it's dark. Where's
Just
Marco?
stand on these pedestals.
I'm coming.
I'm gonna go fight this thing in the dark. Because it at least glows. I killed it. Oh, my eyes!
That is a
Did you just
thing.
come over here and loot the thing that I killed?
No, the loot's right here.
Just the noise of surf. Okay, at least you can hear the water now. Marco,
Yeah.
how's it going over
Getting
there?
close.
Where's Infamous?
Okay.
I can't climb the walls. What's going on? Marco, you're passing me.
So I gotta get the other thing to stop. Hang on.
There's a shark falling behind me. Oh, there's a shark falling behind Infamous. Infamous is just gonna abandon it, so I'm gonna kill it.
My big thing is bow, not melee. And I can't shoot bow in water, so I'm shooting bow from boat.
What do you got on you? You got a stone.
That's my shield.
How do I zoom out? Oh, figured it out.
Oh,
See?
my shield.
Well. Oh, that's your salamander. Ah. I was learning my controls again. You know the boat's half dead, right?
I don't want to. There's a mine that got in the way. I had to take care of.
Ah, you ran through a vine? Infamous. Thought you were on bow duty. Oh, there we go. That's acceptable.
Damn. I shot him and he turned.
That's a big, big island. Do you think that there's poison?
I thought the map showed us poison.
Oh, you know, I think last time we did this, we were, we cleared out all the poison in this area.
Yeah, I remember we did like 2 or 3 spires.
Your lack of concern is clearly mine over mattering. There's things in front of us, Infamous. I keep seeing the minions. What happens if we crash into the wall? Does a boat
Take
break?
damage. Boat will break. Think we'll have to use a revival thing.
Oh, yeah. So I can't... It looks like there might be a hole there. Maybe not. Okay, I can't see because it's dark.
It is dark.
We don't have beds on the boat anymore.
It does.
There's stuff in front of us.
Oh, ow.
Oh my
It's okay.
god, our boat is so close to death.
Are any repair things in the hold, maybe?
I don't think so.
Uh-oh. I don't know how we get up on this island.
I don't even think we're coming back on this boat. The minions, yeah, they're we have our little guys are hanging around behind us.
Do you left or left?
Yeah, there's enemies in the water that are more concerning right now because they're gonna destroy the boat. In front of us, beside us, all around us, there's 4 of them. There's 4 enemies. They're coming to the boat. They're biting the boat. Okay, I'm gonna slow down because we're passing an entrance and I'm turning us around. Okay, I'll open the things a little bit. We can move slowly.
Forget the cannons are there too.
Yeah, remember I killed you last time with that?
Well, I'm on the boat right now.
Yeah, I don't trust it.
We taking this
Okay.
in there?
Yikes!
I guess we are.
Well, yeah, just a little slowly. It's hard to see because it's dark and there's a glaring light in my face, so There's a rock directly in front of us, just so you know. I don't know if you can see it. I'm stopping. That's it. No.
Hey, level 17.
Why are we spinning?
We'll go backwards.
No, we're not going backwards. We're because then we go out in the water. No. How do we stop the boat? Is there a anchor or something? Something is killing the boat. Please, somebody. I swear to God.
There, it stopped. Oh, no.
I actually didn't even see that one, to be fair.
Yeah, I can
buoy
tell
stuff
because our
goes.
boat is at like 20 health.
It's at 46. It's fine.
Yeah, but they take 20 damage
Almost.
each hit.
There's like resurface. There's 2 resurfacing glyphs in there. We've got so much leeway.
Yeah, we got so much. We'll just revive the boat. It's not like we actually need
I'll
to,
hold on to that one.
keep it alive. It's fine.
Crafting is a thing. Let's see. How do we do
Yeah.
that?
Excuse me.
There it is.
What are you doing?
Figuring out how to fly.
Right click.
Yep. We got there.
These two. I swear to God. Someone save me.
I heard that.
No, you didn't.
One of us stay with the boat.
I'm trying to figure out how to get up there.
Those like green jets of wind. We can right click and float over them.
Escape. How do I guys? Menu. Whee! No, it was perfect. It was perfect and then it wasn't. Okay, now it's okay. Okay, where are you guys?
I killed the thing trying to kill me, and I'm just chilling here now.
All right. It looks like, is this the puzzle one? It doesn't look like the fight one.
Unless the fight starts when we hit that thing or something.
Are you guys ready?
Sure. Oh, there's a thing up top there.
Oh, wait.
We should go fight that.
Who's the captain? Murko's the captain because Murko took the ship. All right, it's dark. I hope you enjoy fighting in the dark.
Oh, it's much brighter for me. Activate the
Activate
3
3
crystals.
crystals.
Reach the construct.
Okay, quick. Activate the 3 crystals. How do we get to the 3 crystals?
I don't know, man. You've done this as many times as I have. Run.
Oh,
Thank you.
God. No!
I see one.
Is this one? Oh, well, nope. But I found a knowledge point. The voices of the ancients fill your mind. This sanctuary was but one of many. It was a bastion where spirits of all kind might gather and thrive. It was meant to be a place where the wind could carry flight, where the water could cradle life, and beneath the stars all could find peace. We dreamed this haven as a home for spirits. A harmony of sea, sky, and earth. But what about fire? But that dream has
Come on,
withered.
Salamander.
The tides had turned against us. This sanctuary lies broken and shadows roam free. Echo, look to this place, not with anger for what has passed, but with hope for what can yet come. Or what can yet become. Let the spirits soar again, swim once more and dance beneath the stars as they were meant to be. What happened to the fire spirit? Earth, wind, and water. Get hecked fire. Unless I just like completely blacked it out of my brain.
No, I can tell when I'm not wanted.
Also, welcome back, Scarth. I hear something.
I found one of them Nera crystals.
I'm coming. Ah! I can't see.
How do you activate it, or does this activate being near it?
Smash it.
What is this? Why can't I get up there? I no likey. Well, now I'm glad that we didn't come over here on our boat, because I just seen a bunch of mines in the water.
Yeah, that could have been bad for a boat that's already half dead.
We could res it.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, no problems then.
Wait, what happened?
We have one more crystal to activate.
If you, is it this?
Is it something glowing on like a pedestal at the claw thing? Oh no, it's over here.
Wait, but this
Oh, did
one
you find
wasn't
it?
glowing. Did somebody take this crystal that I was working on?
I hit it
Which one
earlier.
was it? At the top?
The one
Yeah.
on its own area.
The one that
No, the
I'm
one's at
standing
the very
on?
top one.
Oh, that was Mirko hit that a while ago.
I hit that one a while ago. Yeah, sorry.
Rude. I don't...
I'm near the other one. If you want to head towards me, you should be able to get to it. Probably be easier if you jump from there.
Yikes. Hey, Rashkavar! Welcome in. Also welcome in Skash and Hikari, Hyperlink, McFruit, Cybertyke, Vita, Jean, Shinikami. Oh my god.
You missed.
Yeah.
I saw who.
That's... what? Well, bam. Trial has been completed. A door within the ruins has unlocked. Do we know where the ruins or the door is? Has anybody
There's
seen
not-
the door?
It's probably this door with all the glowing symbols on it.
Oh.
I saw him glowing earlier after we hit the first couple crystals, so I'm assuming it's this door.
Okay. After you, Infamous.
Alright, I'll go die now.
Nah, the guy in the inside I think is dead, so we're fine. If it's anything like last time.
Oh, hey, dude.
He does
Oh,
not
no,
look
he's-
very dead.
Okay.
Okay, no. Alright,
He's not
we've
attacking us,
got
though.
a free... We got a glyph of the Elder. I'm gonna collect it.
That's good.
This fragment of the Elder Spirit has been returned to the Elder Spirit Shrine.
There's also a chest over here too.
There's a door
Yes,
here.
nothing in it. I think Socket already took all that.
Yeah, I did. Where's this door lead?
I was about to say.
Oh,
it
hey,
leads
does somebody
to
want to
you feel
collect
hungry.
that patch kit?
Oh, we need
Oh
that.
my god! Yes! Oh my god! We'll
don't
be
need
able to
that.
finally... No, don't you... No.
Not with my boating skills. We don't need it.
Oh my god. Let me in. Let me in. Hang on. Oh, look at that. I was just watching the health go up. Fantastic. It's broken.
The boat or the repair?
The repair kit's gone now.
Oh.
And the thing's not even full health. But it doesn't matter because it's close enough that it's... Yeah. Okay, so we've done this now, but that means that the spirit should be able to be saved. Do we know where that is? I don't see.
Bottom right. Windswept Ruins on the lower part, on the right-hand side, there's the little question mark spirit.
Oh, okay, sure. That wasn't the one I was talking about, but sure, that would work too.
Well, that was the one I knew about. I didn't know about any others.
No, I'm not talking about a babby spirit. I'm talking about the big spirit.
Oh, that I don't know.
I feel
I
like
don't know
it
if we
has
found
to
that
be.
yet.
I feel like it has to be either at Ancient's Grasp or the Spines, right? Because, like, but also we haven't really explored this island properly, so I feel like we should still look around because, like, we've only really touched the surface, right? Like the not the surface, but like.
I don't know if we can get to the like ring around the outside.
Why are we
We're
moving?
going backwards.
Why are we moving?
I didn't move
can't-
it.
How do we
It
get it
needs to be like
stop?
a full stop button.
Just put we need an anchor or something. David, thank you so much for the 5 consecutive watch streak.
Also, I'm pretty sure we can build a bigger boat, too.
Probably. I just accidentally ate my food. There's mines here. Can we shoot from... No. Darn. How do I get off the... How do I get off this? I can't figure out how to get off this.
Z again?
Oh, okay. Alright, I need to punch some fish.
Oh, there's like a way over here.
Oh, good. Fish chunks. I need a ton of fish chunks, so I'm just gonna... Hey!
Oh my god.
Trying to blow me up, I see.
No, trying to get rid of the mines. You just were collateral.
Also, hey, Mr. Bing. Ooh, big fish. Come here, fishy.
There's a path up here.
Oh, I wonder where you went. And I looked over like, where did you go?
Path up somewhere.
Wind gust.
I know.
Where the mines were. Yeah.
Oh, and there's a thing to interact. I
Yeah,
think
that's
these things
the
have like
the knowledge one that I was talking about that I accidentally read
Oh.
a few minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, also, we should put in our knowledge tree. Let's see where we're at. What level are you guys for knowledge
if
tree?
you go-
17.
If you go back, there might be some new stuff there as well.
Yeah, I've got stuff on here. A shield that I'm never gonna use. Ooh, blaze coal and blaze oil. A mounting plaque. Oh
What's
god,
a
yeah.
desalinator?
Tidal resonator.
Takes the hot water out of makes fresh water.
Yeah. There's if you'll notice on the actual map, there's a freshwater icon now. So there's something like it's important, I guess. So we can't get to 18. Mana coal and mana oil. Great.
Oh, there's a farming kit?
Yep. Improve sailing tools. Glass crafting. For bottles.
Dude, boat building.
I saw that too. I have 30 knowledge points. I'm so smart. I
I have
have
6.
Look, 30 knowledge points. Just
Hang on,
I'm
is it-
stacked to the brim with knowledge. Just
Is it
big
smart
brain.
to have a lot of knowledge points and not put them into actually learning anything?
Yes. That way, you know, you never know what you need to learn.
I like that there's rugs. That'll be nice.
I unlocked the bird plushie. Because that is extremely important.
Yeah, that was the first thing I unlocked too. Decorative bottles, ceramic cups, stacked scrolls, mortar and pestles, leather-bound journals, fruit bowls, and birds. Bird plushie. Flame cannon. A spirit can unlock this node for you. Okay, we got rugs, glass crafting. I'm gonna unlock improved boat building. We can get a gnarly bow.
A gnarly.
Oh, dude. Wicked
Hey,
cool.
Cree. Welcome in, Cree. How are you doing? Wicked cool. I'm gonna also get spirit amenities too. And a desalinator. Because we're gonna need desalinator for farming, I'm assuming.
That's what the fresh water's for.
Ancient gates! Yes. Unlock. Carry travelers between gates. We can make portals.
That's kind of big.
Yeah? Charcoal. Apparently I've never unlocked charcoal before.
Same.
Because it wasn't in the game before.
Ah, there's the farming kit. Nice. Look, see, look at all my knowledge just being dumped into everything. Saku, do you put any of your TCG cards in sleeves? Because I found Godzilla sleeve on Etsy. What? A Godzilla sleeve? I should probably unlock stone arrows because we probably need stone arrows to craft the other thing. To craft the other arrows. Maybe. I'm trying to find the explosive arrows. Okay. Ceramic watering can. Got that one. This looks like a dragon scales. I'll DM the listing on Discord because it does show my zip code. Wait, like the Etsy one?
Did we have stone spirit focus before?
I didn't have it. Like, you mean in the link? On the, like, in the Etsy, like, in the www.etsy.com/whatever? Hey, Fogs, welcome in! Welcome in, Goku, Kree, David, Dig, Mr. Bing, Brashkavar, Shinikami, Jean, Vita, Cybertyke, McFruit, thank you so much for being here. Oh, the page shows your zip. I'm confused.
Maybe because it's like showing things that are like local to this zip code.
Oh,
link somehow or
maybe,
something.
yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm ready. He's throwing things. I have an arrow in my head again.
Not mine.
I have
There, it is hitting them.
arrows in my head now.
High metal.
Here, I'll light it up for you with my face.
Wow,
My
I get so much
pockets are
ore when I
heavy.
hit this. Do you always get that much ore?
Yeah.
I don't know how many ore we got.
I get like
Usually it's
12 every
4.
hit.
It's like, oh, for me it's like 4 swing.
Yeah, but I think Mernko got the last of like the one.
Oh.
Oh, like a maybe.
Thing. Ooh. Raw mana. That's fair. I do tend to have like no memories of anything, so I feel slightly
I guess this is how
slow.
I think this was the entrance.
Yeah, I guess. We
Your
should look
pockets are
around,
probably
though.
too heavy.
There's a lot of stuff up there. My pockets are heavy. Who wants stuff?
I mean, you can throw stuff down. I dumped my stuff in the boat earlier. The ore is probably your heaviest thing, I think.
Oh, by far.
Oh, I almost... Oh, I tabbed out. I don't like that.
Banned. Who's getting banned?
Hang on, I gotta minimize OBS before I accidentally disconnect stream because I tab out. Yo, have a good night, Hyperlink. I feel so slow. Even without, like, even with the emptying my pockets. Is there a way up the, Ooh, there's gotta be at the top. There's a lift there, so I'm wondering if we can get... Like, how high up on this hill we can get. I feel like we have to go higher than this. Okay. Whee! It's getting dark again. Oh, this was not the way.
Do you know the way?
Nope. Don't worry, I've got a torch.
I can give you a torch.
Why would I need another torch?
So you don't have to have that one out.
Oh, you mean by sticking an arrow in my face again?
Exactly! See,
I
I'm
see.
useful.
Look at all these minions! Night has begun. These are all the little spirits. So in this world, there was a bunch of spirits, and people abandoned them and forgot about them, and so they got mad. And then they became not good, nice. Not nice. There's something up there. Okay, I've got a plan. Don't worry. I've got a plan.
Should I be concerned?
Have no fear. Don't worry, I got this.
Jack, get ready to clip something.
No, no, no. No, no, no. You watch. You watch.
Oh, you're doing that.
All right, I need somebody to fill in the wood while I put the stuff down.
My lack of lumber does not allow me to.
Okay, fine. Here, have some. Ah, no. Oh wait, hang on. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna place some wood on the ground. I can't see anything. Can you shoot me in the face, please? Thank you. Well, that's close enough. Okay, let me. This is standard Saku way. I'm gonna.
Meanwhile, me thinking I can push you off.
I've tried already.
I knew it.
I don't think we can get there.
Well,
We don't have enough wood, do we?
I'm out.
I don't have
Murko,
any
you got some wood?
Sorry.
All right. Okay, is there any trees around here? I can't see. It's too dark.
Maybe down by the beach where we came in.
Is this a tree? I can't see.
You're on a wall.
I'm not on the wall. I'm going over here. This is not a tree. I'm hiding. No one can see me. I'm sneaky.
Thank God nameplates exist.
I can't see. It's dark. I'm going to the ship where it's not dark.
I mean, I'm good to hit the ship and bail just because I think we need to find the spear more than anything.
Okay, let's go get the spirit. Okay, you guys sail. I'm gonna be in charge now of dealing with the fish.
Should I
Where's
wait for
Infamous?
Infamous or just take off?
No, we have to wait for Infamous because Infamous
Work
has
my
to
way
do the
around.
sail. Odd request? No, it's not an odd request.
Just jump the boat. Oh, smart. All right. Ready, Marco?
You gotta go forward. Oh, you're steering? Okay. Wait, which one?
Oh, I'm on the sail.
Steered. Okay. I'm trying to grab the steering thing, but it won't let me,
Oh
so I
my
can't grab the
God.
steering thing. It literally won't let me pick up the steering thing. We have no steering. Oh, Saka's got it. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, now go.
Nope.
We are go.
What is it not? Just
It says E steer, and I press E and nothing happens.
okay.
I can open up inventory things. Can't use the cannon, though. I also can't jump.
Can you press escape?
I can press escape.
Okay, can you
Did not
unpress
do it.
escape and then do anything else? What are you doing? What are you
It looks like you're eating.
eating?
I'm just standing here.
You're eating.
You're
Like,
eating on my screen.
non-stop eating.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, not my screen.
Okay, we need to go this way.
Oh. Switching weapons let me jump. Okay. All right.
We're
fixed.
about to run into a bunch of mines and other things because
Oh, right into one.
Yep.
Ah. And now the
I'm-
wall.
Yep, because I'm trying to get us to stop.
That's Infamous. This is his job.
Yes, it is.
And I already stopped well before that.
I also don't have a bow, by the way, so
You do or do not?
do not.
That's unfortunate.
Okay, well, I guess we're getting off here. Because we have a lot of things to fight. And this is the island that we're exploring next.
All right. Yeah, I can. I seem to be switching weapons fixed whatever glitch state I was in.
It's dark, so I'll be the torch lady. Ow, what did I get thrown by?
Enemies?
I pressed F by accident. So now I'm glowing. If anybody needs help, come here. Looking at you, Murko.
I got half health. Oh, okay. Well,
Half health is unacceptable. Has to be
Oh,
full
okay.
health. Just beat something up with a torch. Aleve. What is going on with these arrows? What is happening?
I think they're sticking in the enemies, but then not falling when the enemy dies.
Yeah.
I think
They light stuff up, which is great, and they do more damage than basic arrows, and they're easy to craft, so I kind of use them. The better arrows take, I think, Tide Metal, and I just don't want to waste that, because we've only just started getting it.
what was glowing over here? Somebody shoot the wall?
I did for a minute.
Ah, okay. My feet are glowing.
Because you got the super zoom water thing activated.
Yep, I sure do. What? Is this a chest? It is a chest. Take it
Nice.
all. Take it all. Yo, have a good night, Anna.
Uh-oh.
Stuck, buddy?
Yeah, don't come this way.
What,
There should be an unstuck button on the escape menu, but I don't know what it does.
I'm coming. Where? How are you on the other side of the wall?
Wait. Unstuck. You will respawn on a respawn point. Cannot be undone and limited to a single use per session. Wow.
I mean,
No
yeah,
cheating.
so you're not warping around cheating. I found a wind. Wait, is this? No, wait, what? Wind strand, yeah.
This is not the boat I expected to be at.
Well, when's the last time you slept on?
Well, I'm at home now.
Like all the way at home?
Yeah,
home?
it
Or
put me
we-
on this small boat.
I'm on the phone with a parent setting up their computer remotely for the 3rd time this year. Oh no.
Hey, level 18.
I actually need Ruby's below me. I just need to take some Advil because I've got a bit of a headache. Not supposed to have Advil unless it's like necessary, and my brain no thinky because I got a headache. So
Well, if it gets too bad, let us know.
yeah, I'm hoping it'll be fine once I take some Advil.
I'm doing Big Zoomy across the water. I will be there momentarily.
Fish! Fish! Oh, thank you. We need fish
Thank-
chunks.
Thankfully, Water Spirit gives me a Zoomy, and I'm okay with that.
Gosh, I love the spear, though.
It feels better now. Like Marco said, they changed combat. It feels so much more responsive now.
I don't have space in my inventory. Is it, are you like setting up windows or? We still gotta find the water spirit.
I would say Ancient's Grasp. It's got like a hand.
That's what I was
The
thinking
other island
too.
thing, there was like a guy near there too, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ancient's Rest was what was called in the other world, and Ancient's Grasp, so it's got to be there. We go pick him up.
I'm almost there, I think. Question mark.
You got a
kinda.
Pretty big
Yeah.
section of ocean to cross.
Yeah, but it's just ocean.
Yeah, I still got a little bit of time on my Zoomy. Not much, but enough that I should get close enough that I can just glider the rest.
I should be able to pick up fish chunks. The 6 should not be the maximum that you can hold. So, I'm trying
I've
to
got 8
figure
in my
out.
inventory right now. Is your bar at the bottom full?
Yeah.
Like the weight bar at the bottom of your inventory?
No. Wait, what? Not even close. It's like halfway. New Windows install, remove Microsoft garbage, install desired programs. Oh yeah, I did the same thing. That's what I did. I installed Windows and then like removed, like debloated Windows, which uninstalled like it was like almost half of the things that Windows put on there. Also, Frank, thank you so much for the 7 consecutive watch streak. I don't even have Microsoft Paint. Can somebody pick this up from under the water? I can't figure out what it is. It can't be fish chunks.
It is fish chunks.
What? Then why is this not letting me stack it? I have no idea what's going on.
I don't think you can stack into your hotbar, bless you.
What? You can't stack into your hotbar?
No, if you move it to your not hotbar, I'm pretty sure it'll let you pick this up. Hang on.
I got food.
Here, try that now that it's... If you pulled it out of your hotbar, see if you'll pick it up then.
Well, I can manually pick it up, yeah. But it didn't even give me the option before. There's a cave here, I think, or there's something here. We should get as much exploring that we can done now while it's daytime. Oh, is this normal wood? My inventory's full. Does somebody have mana that I can drop on the ground for somebody else to pick up?
You can drop anything.
Where is the... Okay, thank you. I can drop anything?
Yeah, I'm good on inventory right now. I unloaded before I came back.
I basically need all the things, so... don't get rid of any of this.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Well, there's stuff up here. Oh, I should eat something. Oh, no, I could eat something.
All right, let's come up here. Yeah, this is why I said we should go this way. Ooh, tidal wood, or not tidal wood, tidal thing.
Yeah, I got 12 with just one sling.
I got 8.
I stole this chest.
I got 2 swings, and pockets are heavy already.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that's why I'm not picking up the metal right now. Unless you want to put it in a boat.
Chest. I got it. I'm just gonna put it in the chest so we can come back.
You can't jump now.
Marco, help!
What?
I gotta send you some.
Just jump up the thing. What's wrong?
Marco, I can't jump. I'm too heavy. Hang on. That's not enough. Oh, nope, still not enough. It's fine. It's fine.
To this, maybe. Come on.
You got this.
Oh, wait. Can I dodge? No. Oh, there we go.
Wait, you can dodge?
No. Wait, I mean, you could just throw it on the ground and then...
Oh, wait, that's so smart!
Who picked it up?
Oh my
I have
god!
tons of space.
Put
Here,
the
now I'm
metal... Oh wow, look, I'm so weightless!
Oh, this is cool.
Infamous, where are you?
Here.
Marco, where are you going?
I was going to put this in the boat so I can pick up some more and put a boat on a boat.
Oh my goodness.
Load up the boat.
Yeah, I'm not picking up all that.
I don't even know how much. We might have like chests full of this stuff at home. I don't even remember.
We do, but we don't even have tidal wood like tools or tidal whatever. Yeah, we don't have tools. Tidal metal. We need oh wait, we have tide metal axes and.
Pretty sure that's what we're using, isn't it?
Is it? I thought tide metal is blue. I mean, I guess it's kind of bluish.
Yeah, no, I have a tide metal blade and a tide metal shield.
I'm coming. I brought the rest of it. Hang on, I'm just slow. I'm not that slow because I only brought 6. How do I zoom?
Oh, there's nothing left in the
Open
chest?
an inventory slot, so you should have enough to put in there.
Is it? Sorry, did you say the chest was empty?
Chest is
there might
currently
be.
empty.
Okay.
If
I
you
grabbed
guys go on
most
without
of
me,
it.
I'll be upset. So don't you dare.
I'll just wait the chest.
I think this pink stuff hurts us.
Yeah, it does. I sat in it, and it threw me into the air.
Thank you for sciencing for me.
Well,
Yeah, of course. Anytime. Not that stuff. Sorry. I thought you were talking about the spiky pink stuff.
I thought this stuff hurt too, but
No,
no,
that
I
one
guess
doesn't.
it doesn't.
Yeah,
No, it
no.
doesn't. Okay.
I was actually hiding in there from Infamous.
I see how it is.
I get up there. There we go.
All right, what's over here? Ooh, this would be a really cool place to build a base.
Yeah.
Secluded Cove. Lemons. Oh, they're melons. Same thing. Sunburst melons. And not only sunburst melons, but sunburst melon seeds.
Found starburst blossoms.
What? Oh, God.
Or, excuse me, starfall blossoms.
I got scared by my minion. Hang on, I want to see these. Where are they?
I'm over here.
Yeah. It's like I picked up the one that I found.
Oh my God, they're so pretty. I need these. No. I don't want plant fiber. Give me these blossoms.
Our boat is literally right here. That's nice.
We got. I'm looking for like foodstuffs.
There's a
Oh,
gourd
this is
over
the
here.
freshwater. This is the freshwater. Yeah, this is the special water.
It looks so dirty.
Well, it's just not salted. It's dark, not dirty.
It looks like the splashing water looks really dirty to me. Could be my graphic settings though.
I don't
There's a little
even see
cave over
splash.
here.
Oh, there's like a waterfall that's like pouring down.
Yeah, that's fog.
There's a cave over here, and it goes deep back. I'm not sure what's in it. I think I see metal? Question mark? Yeah, there's definitely tide metal.
See, this
Two
would be
things
a
of it.
great place for a base. I'm so grumpy. Because look, there's the cave. It goes right out to the sea. There's respawning tide metal. I'm really debating on moving our stuff here.
I mean, we're gonna have
I
to
won't stop you.
when we get to like the next area. We'll have to set up another base anyway. So
Because we could have farming here. There's trees for wood. There's food. There's a beach. There's a big beach.
There's sour cords over here.
it is
Yeah.
close to like the other island too. Ooh, gourds.
It's got fresh water. Like this is like the best place. Okay, I'm gonna build a base here. I'm gonna try to figure out how to build a teleporty thingy. Actually, the first thing I'm building is a plushie.
Priorities.
We need pigment. Okay, that's fine.
We can do a boat run. Take both boats, load them up, and come back here.
Okay.
A bird plushie. I guess I might as well. Do we have a chest or something? We build the chest. I don't know what it takes.
I need mana crystals. Anyone's got mana crystals?
I do have
singular.
1 mana crystal.
Do you want to put it in this?
There you go.
We do need 2 more.
Might be some in the boat.
Do you want to
I
bring
think
the
there's
boat over
ancient
here?
fragments on the boat as well. Yeah, sure. Go find it. This way.
I'm excited. Also, why does my armor look like it's... Oh, durability's low.
It's
That's
broken?
why.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might be just low, not broken, but it definitely looks like it's gonna get sat on and die.
It'll unequip itself if it breaks fully.
Okay, we're at 3 of 4. So we just need 1 more.
Yeah, I just grabbed the stone from nearby, so stone's there too. I know we've got the little book thingy because we
There's
have
the
that.
boat like right next to a mine.
I don't want to
Because the mine respawned.
Yeah. Everything respawns, unfortunately, including mines.
Well, now we know not to park on them.
Yeah.
Here.
That's okay, Infamous. I got it. You didn't have to.
There's a nice pathway here even. Look at this little path. It's so literally perfect for this. The problem is the trees are going to respawn if I build a house here. So, like...
So we'll be in a treehouse. Again.
Oh my god.
I guess again, because it happened the first time.
You remember the one place that I built that was like frame and then, yeah.
And then we're up
frame?
on the balcony.
Gosh, I just remember struggling so hard with crafting things for housing in here.
Is it just enemies that drop mana crystals? Because I can go on a farming run to try and kill something.
No, you'd have to go back to the base.
Oh, was that the entrance right there, by the way, that we passed?
That
that
is one
tiny
of the
little
entrances. Yeah.
I thought it
Oh,
was
do we
gonna be
want the
cove
beachfront?
I was gonna go, yeah, all the way around.
Yeah. I would say
Whoa.
go to the beachfront.
More sharks. More sharks. Oof.
I can't see. I'm kind of like... Yeah, we need stuff.
Oh, there's enemies over here.
Yeah.
The things gamers will do to avoid dropping the loot. The bird plushie. What's this? I got the bird plushie, and I also, I think, have the mana plushie.
Oh, mine's... This is gonna be a problem for us if we...
Where are you going?
I'm avoiding mines.
What mines?
The ones that are blowing up.
I see. There's some here too.
I need to stop the boat. Thank you.
Why are you going 10,000 miles an hour? No wonder you're running into mines.
I'm not the one in charge of the stop start.
Oh my god, what is wrong with... How is it that we are already... It's already mostly broken. We just fixed it.
To be fair, I killed a lot of fish on the way.
Okay.
There's no mana crystals in the boat.
So, what I'm hearing is we gotta run back. And,
we should unload everything, though.
yeah, okay, we'll put chests here. Did somebody... How do we build chests? Storage. B. Menu. Storage. Maybe? Question mark? Shelving? No. Storage? Decoration?
There's some chests behind you.
Well... I can put... I don't have any bones. So... I hope somebody can craft some bone nails.
What would we need to make a bone? Workbench?
That's what I'm looking. Oh, I thought I saw somebody had an icon or something crafting. Stone. There's stones on the beach.
How many
Go
bones?
on.
We need bones on stone. Oh, stones for the...
That's a repair station.
Yeah, my stuff's kind of broken.
Oh, well, here I was putting it thinking that it's a workbench.
Yeah, repair stuff, we could break it down and get the materials back.
Okay, well, good. Nothing to repair? Good. What do you mean nothing to repair? Oh, my arm. Okay, how do I take this apart? Oh, never mind, it's working. Okay, well, I got... Oh, here we go. Bone nails. We need
some...
deepling bones.
There's some of those on the boat. I'll grab it.
Okay. I need... How do I take this apart? This repair station. Where'd the items go from it?
In my inventory.
I'm gonna lose my mind.
I thought we had the advanced storage chesty things. Do we not anymore?
Well, we have to make them. We'd have to build them up from scratch.
Yeah, we have to grab the loot in order to do that. I need wood and plant
There's 20 wood in the
fiber.
chest I'm standing on. I don't know if you can get in there while I'm in there. Sorry, it's not the one I'm standing on. It's the one that I'm standing on now.
Oh my god. I can't see anything. Somebody put a torch down, please. Do I not have space in my inventory? No. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm cold. It's cold.
Anybody have resin?
No. Well, you can get them from trees. Just go chop down some trees.
I think Saku has the wood.
Oh, thank God. I need stone. Anyone got stone?
There should be some in this chest.
Which chest?
The one you just sorted.
No, there was none in that chest. Oh, wait. Now there's some in this chest. What happened? Oh,
I
that's...
put stone in the chest.
Wait, what? Oh, I'm so confused. There's stone in this chest.
Oh, okay.
I have 50-something stone now. Well, I just harvested a bunch.
Seed paste. My favorite dinner. Sounds not appetizing. Okay. This is sorted in a way that's gonna drive me nuts.
Sorted. We're just
Yeah.
fogging these chests up.
We're just foxing these chests up. Okay, I'm gonna fix the chests. Because I can't. Why do I keep getting these stupid fish trophies? Actually, what we need is a bed.
We can hang those on the wall.
No, we can throw them in the garbage. Honestly, I really don't understand why, first of all, why we have them constantly in the chest here. Taking up space. Oh my god. And it's so dark.
I'm coming.
Rock salt and this. Sort this. Cloth. Leather. Can go in there. Bones. Nails. Sure, why not? I don't even think mana should be in there, but whatever.
Almost there.
What? Oh my god, Marco. You guys put your actual food in the storage. Like your healing items.
Need to make room.
Okay.
I didn't. Whoa! What? Something just hit the boat. There's a thing in the water. A big
guy?
big old shark.
Oh, well.
I'm taking care of it. He's dead.
Okay, good. Would you like to patch the ship?
If we can make a patch.
There is a patch already in the storage. How there's a patch, I have no idea, because I thought we didn't have any.
Oh, there's some trophies over here. I'll just pick those up for you.
I swear to God. All right. You both need to take your corrupted stuff, your food, before it gets mixed in with mine. I have it in my inventory now, but I have them separate. So let me know when I can drop them.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Yo, have a good night,
You can mix
Soren.
mine.
I don't know who put the okay, somebody had 6 and somebody had 10.
I don't know how many I had.
I honestly don't remember. I just threw everything down so I could clear space while I was doing this.
And then somebody had the purple corruption resistant salve and somebody didn't.
I had the regular purple.
Okay, so not the salve.
Correct.
What's
Okay,
the
so you
regular
had
purple?
the tonic. That's the
Oh.
one that heals rather than the one that prevents. Whereas
I'll take these
Infamous,
then.
yes, those are yours.
Cool.
Infamous,
Yes,
get over here.
I am fixing the problem here.
Is the problem that stuff is broken? Where are you? Okay, so Infamous ran off to go
Might
back
make
to the
some more of
base.
these basic kits. Repair kits.
So we might...
Okay.
Oh, actually, hang on.
Once I figure out how to actually use it.
I think I can craft what we need.
There we go.
Do, 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 do. I can't see because it's dark again. I can lose my mind.
I will return momentarily.
Ah! I need stone. Stone will be in this one.
I'm solving all the problems at once, don't mind me.
Yeah.
You will
I
understand
noticed.
when I return.
Trust me, I've been watching.
Ooh,
I've
water.
seen you on the map.
Yeah, so you already know what I'm doing here to come
Yeah.
bringing stuff back here. Well, while you're organizing chest, I'm over here just like, let's go bring what we need back and fix this portal problem.
You're bringing a mana crystal?
I am, and I've already dropped the mana gate back at the main base.
Oh, nice.
I am solving all of the problems at once because then we don't need to worry about like figuring out storage now because we can just move a chest at a time that way. It'll also give us access to all that stuff.
I'm very confused as to why the wood frame I can't seem to like what's it called? Like I can't get it to automatically
Snap to a
tether.
grid or something?
Yeah, snap to the item. I'm assuming it's here.
Is there a setting for it now, maybe?
I think control is free place, but you have to hold it.
Yeah. But free place means that there is no like
No snapping at all.
Yeah, and see, like, I can snap it to individual spots, but I can't figure out. How do
Maybe
I
you have to build off the first one and it'll let you snap 2 ?
I don't think so.
Just an idea.
You're way too, yeah. Okay, that is good on the front and side, it looks like now. So now you gotta build it up a little bit. One more. Yeah, there. Ah.
don't know where you do. You want more down?
Yeah, but not yet.
Okay.
Can you tell me if this is connected properly?
Yep. It is looking good. There. Yep.
Is that the right height?
Hard to tell because it's not the same thickness. Go up one more. No, probably down where you had it. Oh no.
I think
It's just hard to tell.
Yeah. Oh wait, because it's a different frame. Hang
Cut
on.
off.
Oh,
well,
I see.
Maybe.
You just tried to electrocute it.
You know, honestly, yes. That is, yeah.
We have fast
There we
travel
go.
now.
Oh yeah, that looks better. Okay.
Is that
Yeah, that lines up.
we have to build this as a group? Is this the right height?
Yep.
Yep.
All right. We have portal, fast portal. Let's go. You have bad news and also worse news. I know we lost to Vegas, which is the worst news.
Not to anybody.
No, that was not the bad. The bad news was that we won't make it to the playoffs. The worst news was that that we lost against Vegas. You have your priorities backwards, Kanzion.
And yeah.
See, I built this fancy house here, all to use it for 10 minutes.
I mean, technically, couldn't we still?
Yeah,
use it?
we can still use it.
With the portal there, we just have to get to a portal and we're good. We could use this as like our storage house.
You know, we could probably use this as a farming base more than anything.
Or
I like the fact that we have fast travel. This is so good. Like, having a portal here is amazing.
Kind of undermines the use of the boats, though.
Well, not really. We still have to
yeah.
go and
Yeah, I suppose so.
and not only that, but remember, we have the ability to have people in the world, like multiple people in the world. I think like up to, is it what, 10 players in the world?
8 or 10, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's quite a high number. So
Okay.
having portals around for different people's bases would be cool. You know.
If you had like 2 per island, like 1 on each side of the islands kind of thing, I think is kind of nice. Like the one we have here is at the far northeast. The other one's at the far southwest. So, I mean, we can cross pretty much anywhere we need to go in a short time.
And we have 2 boats, so we'll be able to take, like, when we do cross the next barrier, so like this void section here, when we do cross that, it will be nice that we'll be able to just go in there and place down another portal, and we can, because remember the mess that was us having to go back and forth between the other thing
Oh god, yes.
to try to get
Oh,
items
yeah.
from the first section because we couldn't reach it, and now we just place a warp portal down there. We don't have one yet, but like it would be really
just-
cool.
The boat over and
Yeah,
how
we've
do we
already-
have the limit on how many we have per like world or something?
I don't see anything
don't
that
know.
says that we have a limit, but
I assume there is because I remember it had a thing on the little at the main base here. Because it has like the anchor limit, so I'm assuming it's
well-
that.
it's a, well, no, and there's an anchor power that it requires in order to run. So you can't just put them anywhere, right? We have one spirit power, like I have a spirit anchor here, which is literally the reason why it's working. If I didn't have a spirit
Oh.
anchor, it would not work at all.
Gotcha.
Oh, so we can only have 4 anchors, which means 4 portals.
Probably.
Well, it says
So-
anchor limit 4 here, so leveling up your anchor, your spirit anchor,
It'll
looks
go
like
to
it
6.
increases that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it does kind of limit things.
Yeah. I just didn't want to be like, would have 20 portals and every time we wanted to go somewhere, just like immediately portal everywhere. It seemed like
Yeah.
No.
in a game about sailing and stuff, it really feels like it would diminish things, but it's probably fine the way it is.
So we want to use that as like a farming base then is the plan.
Yeah, it's just like farming, and also we have like there's the tide metal that we can just pick up in the cave when it respawns.
Oh, that's true.
Fresh water. There's fresh water here that we can get, which apparently seems to be like just in the range of the spirit anchor.
Nice.
Like barely.
What do we need for farming plots? Because I haven't looked that far yet.
I've got it. I'm building it actually right now.
Oh, okay.
Wood. Lots
Lots
and
of
lots
lumber.
and lots and lots of wood.
I mean, I can bring over a bunch of wood. There's just when you're in the spirit anchor, you don't have the weight problem too. That's nice.
I'm coming with lumber. It'll take me a minute though.
Actually, oops. Well, I just electrocuted the stuff.
Oh, are you up? Oh, you're up there. I see where you're at.
Yep.
I'm working my way there. I'll be there. I'm gonna get there. I'm doing it. I'll get there.
Wait, but there should be, you're in a, do you not have the buff that allows you to not have weight limits?
It still counts if you go over like the top high end weight limit.
Okay.
Almost there. I'm doing it.
You have wood?
Yes.
Funny if you brought no. Didn't bring the. He's just really slow.
Perfect. So I have a watering can. So I'm gonna dip it in the water here.
I think that's one of the Twitch drops. Is a new watering can.
Yeah. I didn't is there Twitch drops going on right now?
I think there was. I don't know if they still are, but I know there was.
All right. We should have seeds.
I've got a seed maker.
Oh?
When I hit level 18.
I didn't realize you hit level 18.
Yeah, I just killed a guy and popped up.
I'm squeaked into 18.
I'm not even close. I got like 4,000 experience I gotta go get.
I don't know where it is though.
Okay. So we're at...
Oh, here we go. Seed converter. Do you want that around the garden thing? It
Yes.
takes plants and makes them into seeds. Where would you like it?
Give me a sec. Not here because this is the cave that we're gonna be going in and out of all the time to, yeah, like right there, right, on right here actually is probably best. on here so that it's not on the grass, but not in the middle of the floor, like off to the side, so that it looks nice.
That good?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So
Just
you
so I
should
had
have
that
access to all the storages we dropped down here on the beach, the storage chests, but it doesn't give you access to the chests at the other spirit anchors. So it's only chests that you have access of in range, I think.
Yeah, in the circle.
Yeah.
I think
So-
they fixed that. That's probably why they added the portal. Because we had last time, right? We were able to access the whole other.
Oh, yeah.
Where did that go?
Oh,
Anyone else got seeds?
I put a couple in the seed, a couple of things in the seed maker, but I think it takes like 5 minutes.
That's fine. I'm just like, aw, yeah. Wait, come here.
Mm-hmm.
Check this out. Ah.
Oh, hey, don't get me all wet.
Oh
Infamous.
my. Right, I'm already taller than you.
I've got, yep. All right, so do we have any seeds back at the base? Because I don't think we had seeds last time as an option. So
I don't think seeds existed before.
Yeah, I was gonna say seeds weren't a thing that I know of. So
there was a bunch of food, stuff. Does anyone want to get shaped coral wood from the old base?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go hunting for food around here. Did we already collect everything?
I'm pretty sure that I collected everything
Oh, okay.
because that was my priority.
Fair. Also, I like the little Spirit of the Sea converters doing its thing.
Wow.
We have 13 shaped coral wood.
Nice.
I don't know how much we need, but I think it's more than that.
Yeah, definitely way more than that.
remember
a
there's
bunch of
some-
logs.
Remember,
Not
there's
very
some
many.
near the main base. I'll go start farming those out.
Yeah, they're up on the
60
top.
logs.
But I took down that terrible staircase.
That's
led
fine.
to them.
We have gliders now. Because I remember gliders was the sticking point.
Yeah.
Some kind of a sawmill thing here, isn't there? There we go. Woodworking station. Shaped coral wood. Oh, I see. Cancel.
See, the problem with being the builder is that everybody else gets the experience from, like, actually going and getting resources. And you don't. Give me these blossoms. I don't want the plant fiber. Fine. You know what? I didn't want those blossoms anyways. I wonder if there's like any way that I wonder if there's any way that we can build what's it called? Like, I wonder if we can build Lifts?
Like
Like a
elevators?
forklift?
Not a forklift.
I'm thinking like elevator, but maybe not.
Well, yeah, not an elevator, but I mean like airlifts.
Hey, Mernco?
Yeah,
You're at the main, or the original base, right?
that's correct.
Can you come here a sec? I'm curious of something.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have this, then I think Sakura needs to come back too.
We got, wow, ow.
Ooh,
It's just
mushrooms.
literally across the way where this big
Yeah,
fish
yeah, I
is
see, yeah.
staring at me.
Ow.
Oh!
You having fun with this guy?
He hurt. Didn't see him. Anyway,
Guy behind you.
I wonder.
take this all the way up. See if you have this knowledge point.
Nope.
Hey, Saku.
Wonder what they're talking about. What?
Would you like another knowledge point that I just found?
Maybe?
If you head back to the main base, there's a knowledge point. There's also a handprint a little further up from it, too.
Ooh, and a chest.
Yeah, I already
too
snagged. Oh, I didn't snag this one. Oops.
Who wants to go all the way back to the first base and put a portal down?
Sure.
I thought we destroyed the first base.
I don't know. I mean, we could go back to the first area and find
Fair.
a new place to put a first base.
That's fair.
Because we do need resources from over there, and maybe the first island might not be the best place for that.
That's true. So this little windy thing, you'll ride all the way to the top. And then you'll hop off at the little bird statue you see here.
Put some stuff away.
There's a knowledge point here.
It looks like things need fuel now.
Oh.
Long ago, we shaped this place for the wind spirits to soar free. Now, where coral blooms from our broken remains, the deep spreads unchecked. The winds once danced through these ravines, and the spirit of the skies roam free over its domain. This was to be a place of harmony, no blades drawn, no walls raised, only currents, breath, and boundless flight. But peace, like tide and wind, does not hold forever. Now the coral sings a different tune. The winds still blow, but carry whispers of what is lost. Tread carefully, Echo. This reef remembers what it was meant to be and grieves for what it has become.
Now there's two chests. There was one down below. There's one up here. I already looted both of them. But then if you go over here...
Fallen
there's a
Beacon.
handprint.
Ooh, it's Cassian's journal. Cassian's Mark Volume 5, The Last Echo. Well, I made it to the beacon, or what was left of it. From a distance, it looked just like the one back on the Embrace, but up close, it is a ruin. The entire structure has been torn apart. Cracked stone, collapsed walls, scorched marks, like they were trying to claw their way in. Someone or something destroyed this place on purpose. The chamber below is barely recognizable. I remember waking up in the one on the Embrace. Quiet, strange, alive somehow. This one is cold. Dead. But why destroy it? The ancients filled me in on the deep. But I thought they were just hang on. But why destroy it? The ancients filled me in on the deep. But I thought they were after the spirits. Why wreck a beacon just to destroy some empty room? Because these towers aren't just for decoration. This is where echoes are born. Each beacon must have an awakening chamber below it, and each one is supposed to create echoes like me. People to explore, to fight, to protect Nera. But if that's true, where are all the other echoes? Was I supposed to have company on this journey? Or am I alone because something went very, very wrong? How many other beacons are destroyed? How many echoes were meant to awaken but never did? And if the embrace is the only one left, well, then here's the kicker. Am I the next echo or the last? Ooh. But are they echoes of wisdom? I do not feel very wise.
I'm gonna do a sleepy sleep because that'll get us back in the day for Sakura to be able to see everything.
Yes, it's really hard to stream when you can't see anything, and neither
I'd like
can
to
chat.
see when I'm voting as well.
There is a minion on my bed.
He's just cuddling up like an animal, like a cat or a dog.
They're corporeal anyway, don't worry about it.
I love how they're just chilling on all the things that we have.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to finding coral plants. I figured I'd just bring that up because I didn't realize we hadn't gotten that one yet.
It's dark.
It's weird that we had the bird statue, but we didn't have that. That's right next to it. Did they add more?
They might have put it in during the update or something.
It also might have been that we went up there, but we also knew that Mernko was coming, and so we were waiting for all of us to level it up.
Oh, that could have been too.
Because, yeah, we had just gotten here, and then and then, yeah.
I forgot about that. That's correct.
Oh, I might not have. Okay, let me check my.
If I swap to my bow, it zooms in.
Do you guys remember what level the portal thing is on?
For like.
For unlocking?
Unlocking? Let me see. It should be pretty early. It's level 8. It's the last one. It's called Ancient Gate. Ancient's Gate. Far right.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, I got coral tree seeds. We can plant seeds for these, too.
Oh, my God.
That's good.
That is
amazing. We need a lot of coral wood.
Yes. Oh, my God. Sorry, I got excited. I saw one of the future items that I can craft. And it's a turtle plushie. Oh, God, a spider plushie. Okay, well.
We know it's not getting crafted.
Sad. Also, the fact that there's a spider plushie means that there's spiders. I'm spoiling myself.
Saki, no spoilers.
Ooh, a spirit well that gives fresh water. Level 22. There's always spiders. It's true. It's like the go-to thing. It's so foggy and dark here. I'm going back to fast travel. I really would like
stone, 1 each 4 crystals. Sorry.
I really would like to grab stuff from. It's so dark again. Oh my God. I can't see anything.
Oh yeah, they added weather.
Yay. We just slept and I still can't see. Maybe the spiders are friendly.
Maybe it's it.
The problem isn't just like, you know, brightness. It's yeah, also advanced settings, I guess. Oh, well, my game, like, it will just crank up the gamma. All right, there we go. Hopefully you guys can see.
You still have 1 fragment and 4 minutes. we have any mana crystals left? I don't see any in the...
We can craft them. I have 2 on me. I got them from chests in the area. I'm going to put this in here for wood.
I just hear a train.
Saku
I have
has
my
some
window
seeds.
open. Thank you. I
will let you
will
figure those
in
out.
just a second. As soon as I figure out how to make a stone pathway or something. We can't. No, what? We can't make a stone path? Oh my god, I'm dying. How am I supposed to decorate?
Lanterns? Little lantern path?
Well, okay, sure. Where's the lighting, I guess? Glowstone standing torch. But there's actually a path here, but I think it's under the house, but I can't see because it's raining.
So question. Do we want to keep most of our normal supplies at the main base? Like we already have established with crafting stuff?
Yes.
I already brought some coral wood over here. I assume you'll need it, so I've got a bunch here. If you need more, let me know.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I will need more. No matter how much you have, it's not gonna be enough.
There's 240 here.
Just like coral wood, not coral wood planks.
Correct.
How many
It's
coral
2 per
wood
plank.
planks? 2 per plank?
So that'll give you 120 then. Would you like me to go back and craft them into planks, I assume then?
Yeah. Or you
It
can...
takes time, so we have 2 tables. You have to set it up and
Yeah.
wait.
So I'll go start getting that going then. That way it's going ahead of time.
Is this a path? Who knows? I can't tell because, it's dark. Also, do we have glowstone?
We probably do.
One of these
Yes,
is in the right
we do.
spot. Maybe. Nope, it's not.
We have 163 glowstone.
Oh yeah, I'm sailing back to the other island with the appropriate
Oh,
ingredients.
nice. I'm building torches, because I'm tired of not being able to see.
I will bring you more glowstone, by the way.
Perfect.
I'm currently walking through the house to go do lumber things.
Goodness.
Okay. Coral wood is crafting. It will be a hot sec.
Okay, hopefully no giant fish thing tries to attack me while I go through here.
Oh man, I really wish I could see the definitely not fish thing. Okay, so I built the house a little bit not good. Oh, you filled it in. Well, I'm taking it apart. I was hoping that you wouldn't actually put the stuff in here.
Sorry. You get it when you take it apart. It's not like it's ruined or anything.
Because I realized that the path that goes to the water is actually just where the house is.
Okay.
All right, I have to move this too. Must be empty. Who put stuff in here?
Could be anybody. It's fuel.
I didn't realize you were cooking. He's always cooking. Okay, so we have shaped wood frame. Rotate. How about slight rotate? There we go.
Well, that was fairly uneventful. Although
Well,
there's
that's good.
lightning.
Also, Saku, can you do me a quick favor and just flick your inventory so I can see something in it?
Possibly?
When you get the chance. No rush.
Is this seriously doing what I think it's doing? I'm gonna lose my mind.
Up in here.
Heck's gonna give it to you. Wait, wrong game.
Ah! This is not the same size?
These mines do not spawn in fast enough.
Hey, Mernco.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a spirit focus at current in your equipment?
No, but I did unlock that recently.
I will have one for you momentarily.
Is it like
Okay.
equipped to your like relic slots or whatever they are?
It's its own slot.
Oh, okay.
Where is
you're
the
doing that.
duplicate?
Yeah, when I get back, I can just teleport though. So,
That's all right.
if I don't crash, just gonna use one of these.
Have a thing.
I'm dying. Thank you. Building
May I assist you?
houses is gonna make me lose my mind.
We'll just
How
get
might I
Infamous
help
to
you?
build them, and then you can go farm the things and get levels. I'm sure he'll do a great job.
Don't tempt me.
What
I will
does
mess
that
up a
mean?
house. Oh, I'll
Okay.
destroy a house. Don't worry.
Okay, I want building, and then next to it, snapped to it, for some reason I can't seem to get it, is supposed to be the hallway, but they're rotated. Look at this. Look at this. You see this? That doesn't work. Why is it
Wait,
not?
what?
I don't know.
Let me see that again. What?
Right?
What?
I'm
What?
so annoyed. The only
Can you
option
rotate
I
it
have
with
is
your
to
scroll wheel?
attach it to the boat.
Oh, wait, press V to turn that off.
Yeah.
I can rotate it. Look, this is my rotate.
What the heck?
Right?
I'm drastically confused.
You're drastically confused. You're not the one who's building it. I have.
Oh wait, you
slight-
had it. You had it. There.
Yeah. Okay, so that's fine. But now I have to figure out. Like, I have to connect it to the house, right?
Yeah, it's on that edge. You're good, right there.
Okay.
Perfect. And
Is
take
that
it
one connected?
down.
The one behind
It
it,
looks-
is it connected?
It looks. It go another notch,
Notch where?
like towards me. Like push Wait. That's perfect, I think. That's level. It looks like they're overlapped, though.
Oh my god, Infamous, what are you talking about? That's good. That's not even close.
It looks level from over here. Hang on. It looks level from here.
Two people trying to hang a painting up. Is it straight yet?
Look at my screen, Infamous. You see that red part? That was the thing that you told me was good. In the right
I said
spot.
push it back a little bit. I thought you did.
I did. That is pushed back.
Oh gosh, push it. Okay.
I can't. I have to start over again.
Wait, you have to what?
Yes, you have to. In order to connect it, it has to be done.
You have to,
from the beginning. You can't change it afterwards.
That's so dumb.
All right, is this the right spot?
Can you go a small bit forward from where you're at?
There you go.
That's okay. So it's weird because like, it goes into the house here, and then like how to explain it? Like the platform is here, but then the platform for the house is over like half a foot here. And if you pull it towards yourself like you did, now the platform comes up here, and the house is in here. So I'm guessing it's. How to explain what I'm trying to say? I don't know if that even makes sense.
Is that too far over?
I mean, oh wait,
Oh yeah, that's way too far over.
that's too far over. Right there is where you need to. That right there is where you need to be on this line, like the.
Okay. What about
Go
if you
forward one spot. There. We'll do that for now, and you'll see what I mean.
I can't move.
Stop.
So this
Nope. Down.
I can't. That's where it needs to be.
Okay. Now.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Now for the next
this
one.
This is not. No. Infamous, come here. You see
Right.
here? Look.
That's what I'm saying. You see what the pillars, like I was trying to say, like the pillars are really.
They need to be lined up. If they're not lined up, then it's in the wrong spot.
Yeah, but they don't line up. When you had it initially, one pillar was here, and then when you move forward, it's like over here.
Well, there's two pillars.
Yes.
Okay. You see, now
It's
go stand
slightly off.
You know what? Just ignore that. Just go to the opposite side, okay?
Okay.
No. You're on the wrong side. Yeah, there. Stay there.
Like over here?
Okay, yes. All right. You see where the legs are?
Yeah.
Okay. I need this next one that I'm going to
To be
put
lined up with the legs.
to be lined up, but the new legs should not be in a place where the old legs are, okay?
Got it.
So that means it has to be far enough back.
Okay.
These go back.
So it's hard to tell because everything like overlays in the glow.
Tilt it to the left. No, a little more. No, back to the right.
Marco, I'm gonna slap you.
I can't.
So you gotta bring it towards me more.
I don't know how. I can't seem to be able to move it. Is this the right spot?
Are you using the same thing?
Yes.
Because it has a different... You're gonna think this is crazy, but the pillars don't line up on both sides. Like, the pillars here line up on this side going straight forward and back. This side doesn't now for some reason, so I feel like it's rotated. I don't know if that makes any sense how I explain that, but like if you see it on my side, you... Here, hang on. I'll do this.
I've fixed it. Okay. Oh god. Okay.
Look, if you need to mute and just scream, you go right ahead, okay?
Here, Saku.
Yeah.
I will stream on Discord and you tell me where to move. And then you have two cameras.
I don't know where to put this thing. I'm gonna lose my mind. Yeah. I don't know.
I just want to so janky.
I just want a stupid hallway. Why is this so hard? I do not remember this being this hard when I did this the first time. What happened? Something's changed drastically.
Oh, it says in the patch notes here, it made it harder for Saku to build a house. That's weird. Why would they put that in there?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I do like the little torch path, though.
Thank you. I mean to build one off to the side. That's why it's angled here. There's supposed to be one over here, but I need there to be actual light because the darkness was driving me crazy. It was getting to me. Now the house building is getting to me. I'm starting to
this is so different in the house building versus what it was before. Because it snapped to build.
It did. It did. I have no idea what happened.
Hang on.
I'm just tearing it all down.
I remember there was like a thing where you could have like a specific type of building that would connect and then some wouldn't. Like the annex would always connect to like the main frame, but I don't know why the hallway wouldn't connect to everywhere.
Yeah, I remember that was a thing.
Okay, let's try this again. New plan. Heck the hallways.
Will the house itself snap to connect or no? That's the question I've got. Or if you...
No, just, we're giving up. Can you tell me if this is in the right spot to line up with the others?
One more click to you.
Towards me? This way?
That, right there. That's lined up.
Okay, that one did not. Oh, jeez. that did not work. The back parts. I don't think this is tall enough. All right, let's try this again. 5th time's a charm. That's the hallway.
Can I get on top of this?
Why is it not?
I'm not.
There we go.
I'm just don't worry about this.
What are you doing?
I'm just testing something. I wanted to.
What, you trying to build on the boat or what?
No, I was just building on the beach. I wanted to see if like the other frames lined up differently, maybe or something. But
oh, I didn't think of that. Because we did build the other one out of the old frames, didn't we?
Nope.
Or did we use coral? Oh, we did use coral.
We used coral.
Oh.
This will be good enough. I don't care. Honestly, I don't care anymore about the way it looks. I'm just going to build it.
And it's going to come out perfect.
It better.
we can just put decorations over the parts that don't like. That's what rugs are for. We just cover it with rugs if it doesn't quite line up.
Cover the entire house in rugs. Oh, man. I love this game. The building of things, which is like one of my favorite parts to do. Where are you putting that? Don't even think
sorry.
about it.
I just had it out because I was looking at something.
What the? Oh, my torch broke.
No, I literally just had it out because I was looking at different recipes, and then I just clicked on it while I was trying to get out of it. Because I've unlocked a bunch of new stuff that I don't know about.
Saku's glad right now that I get bored when she starts building to go do something else. We need more wood. Coral wood, whatever.
We'll go see what I've done.
Thank you.
Get out of here. Go do something useful.
That is useful.
I'll just be the fetcher.
Where's the farming stuff? Like, if I wanted to plant something, how do I?
You put the seed in the dirt, and then you water it with a watering can.
Oh, I need like it on my. Okay, I see.
Yeah. All right, we can't get into the house right now, so I can't build the rest of the walls.
Oh yeah, there we go. Okay.
But just know that, yeah.
Okay, coral wood is in the thing. So you should be able to build now. That's 56, unfortunately. Not a lot, but it's enough, hopefully.
Coral-shaped coral wood?
Yeah, that.
Okay. Do we have clay?
The lumbery done ones. Oh?
Do we have clay?
We should. I will go check for what we have. Is there anything else you require?
I don't think so. We'll find out when I try to put the roof on.
We probably need water.
We are out of wood.
Coral?
Yeah, shaped coral wood. And clay.
Bring clay back. We have like
water.
We have like 50 something clay, so I'm just dumping that all in here. All right, 54 clay dumped in.
How do I fill up my watering can?
By dumping it in the water, but it has to be in fresh water. We are out of plant fiber as well, and twine.
There should be lots of that back at the
I will bring you some.
base.
Beep, 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 beep.
To water this.
Hmm. Wouldn't it be cool? I want to build a greenhouse. I can't build a greenhouse because we don't have glass. Hey, we have clay. We have a couple of walls now. Ooh. How'd you get so much clay all of a sudden?
I brought it from the main base.
Oh, nice.
Bringing you twine and plant fiber both from main.
I'm one clay short. And
Unfortunate.
about, like, 20 billion, Oh no.
Everything okay?
Alright, you have fiber and twine.
Everything's fine.
What did I miss?
Nothing. I'm going insane. How do we get up here? I'm gonna build stairs just to go up to the top roof here a second so I can put the roof on properly.
I tried to plant a tree seed on the beach, and it did the animation, but didn't actually plant the seed.
You have to put it in the planter.
Oh, the tree seed even? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want trees up there, or do you want me to make another area for trees?
Another area.
Okay.
You can put it behind the house, where, like, right behind here could be trees with all the plant fiber over here.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay.
Rotate. There we go. Rotate.
So I want to point something out that we all missed.
Oh no, I don't like the sound of that.
You're going to, actually. There's a spirit here.
On this island?
I'm floating right over him.
What? In the water?
Yeah. I look down, I'm like, what is this glowing thing? And then I look, I'm like, oh, it's a little spirit dude. He's just chilling here, doing his best thing. Because I saw the shipwreck kind of thing, and I was like, I want to check this out. And then I look here, and he's just kind of hanging out. He's like, what's up?
It might be because of the spirit, like our base. Maybe.
Well, I can talk to him, and I don't know. You wanna do a thing?
Guide spirit. Okay. Hold to aid. Oh no! Yeah, no. This is. Oh
yeah,
wow.
he's a dude.
Oh,
I got new knowledge from that.
Yeah, flame cannon.
BRB, you gotta go to the boat for a second.
Mirko's like, my friend!
Well, he is at a shipwreck, but I'm surprised.
Yeah, that's why I was like... I was very confused when I saw the shipwreck, because I was like, maybe there's like a thing hidden here? And then I just saw the dude. There's also a lot of rock salt here, so if we ever need rock salt... Oh, God!
What happened?
Influence?
Nothing.
I feel like you're lying to me.
Nothing happened.
Should we put torches or glowstone torches? Do you think? Oh my god.
Glowstone have a bigger radius, and they are a little softer light, I think, so I kind of like them more. But there's also mana torches, I think, too, as well.
Yeah, but I don't have mana torches.
Yeah, the mana torches are really expensive for us, because we need the mana for all kinds of stuff.
Ooh, these are super cute. You're right. I like this.
Yeah, the lighting's also not as harsh, because regular torches have like a flicker to them.
Am I crazy, or is this thing actually not craft? Oh no, it is crafting. It's just very slow. The seeds.
Growing? Or
crafting seeds themselves, yeah.
Well, I took out the blossom seeds because I needed food seeds more than anything, but the thing is, I don't know if it gives us more than what we put in, right? Like
it does. Sure. I think maybe three of them.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. I got 8 melons from... Oh, it's raining and it's... Oh, that's watering the stuff.
Oh, it's watering the stuff. That's nice.
Yes, I like that. Oh my goodness. Oh, I didn't get any seeds back from those, though. So...
No, but you can put them in the seed maker. I've already got some in there right now. But...
Okay, well, I'm putting the rest in there.
All right. You know what? I did get 2 seeds back when I harvested the gourds before, so they might be okay. It's just a rare chance.
Okay, it might be maxed, so I'll just have to wait. It's thundering.
Na 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 na.
I have what is that? Oh, nice. Gourd seeds. We might need more of. We might need another seed maker to like speed up stuff. I hope
So.
Lightning wouldn't heck the base.
Good news, we have glowstone nearby too.
Oh, nice! Wow, that's like this is fantastic.
Yeah, I'm checking out the deep here, or not deep, but like the water out here.
Oh my god,
so
you scared me. Thought it was a bird flying in to punch me in the face or something.
So out where the mines are at, there are a bunch of glowstone nodes, salt nodes, and then there's also briny worms that you can collect for shellfish.
Oh. Oh god.
So I figured I would point that out in case you need any of those.
I always need shellfish.
Okay.
Shellfish is huge for food.
There's quite a lot of them, so I will start collecting them.
Okay. Ooh, I just saw a lightning flash over in the distance.
If you need to know about said briny worms, they look like little glowworms in the water. Like little green glowworms to me.
Okay.
So, if you ever need to collect them, that's what you're looking for.
Hey, Espen!
Oh, this is clay. We need clay, right?
A lot.
Wait,
Yes.
where?
Outside?
I think that's what this is, isn't it? Oh no, it just looks like clay. It's not.
Aw.
I was hopeful because I haven't been able to find any here because that's the one thing we really need.
Yeah. It's in the water. Clay is in the water always.
Yeah, that was actually what I was
that's
hunting for. I'm gonna skim out a little bit here. See what I can find.
Kind of wish they dropped fixed the way the loot drops. Just like pops in.
I honestly do not remember what clay actually looks like. I just remember being in the water.
It's in the shallows of the water, I think, usually.
Kind of by rocks. Typically. Ba 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 ba.
Hurry up.
I'm gonna like put this in like a nice spot and it's just nope. Doesn't want to work.
Oh, found it. Just kidding. Lots of clay by me.
This is such a great place to make a base. Oh my gosh. Like the farming base is so good here. Click, 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 click. Yep, that's me. Non-stop mechanical keyboard.
Yep.
I've been looking into seeing if I could find one that I like that I can replace this one with. But
There are like mechanical field membrane keyboards, which are a pretty good, like, compromise between the two of them.
Yeah, the problem is I want a white keyboard or a pink keyboard, which
Get it?
Get
Get the blasty dip.
what?
The blasty dip. It's like a rubberized coating you can put on things.
I'll say I could recommend mine, but it does not come in pink, I don't believe, unless Razer decided to make it pink. It's a pseudo-silent mechanical, which I really like.
That wouldn't have replaceable switches. I have no idea, but it's also not white. This is a very temporary keyboard. It was meant only because mine like actually broke. But if I'm gonna replace it, then I want to replace it with one that I actually want.
I still can't believe that spirit was just chilling there.
I can't believe that it didn't pop up on the map. Like normally when we come by something and there's a spirit nearby, there's like a warning that's like, there's a spirit in danger that needs your help or something.
Yeah, that's right. They did do that.
I'm kind of wondering because did flame cannons exist before? Because I don't remember seeing it.
Yeah,
Okay,
they did.
Okay.
Yeah. They just it was one of the nodes that you had to get a spirit to unlock.
So I'm wondering if maybe that one or the nodes that you need spirits for doesn't show up.
I mean, he wasn't in danger, I guess. He was just chilling underneath the water.
He's literally just drowning.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't even think he was drowning. He was just there.
He's like, you found my home. Congrats.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's
I went down with my ship, and here I am.
Is there any more shaped coral wood? Any chance? We got some.
I can see about some.
Do we have?
There is not, but I need you here because there's a handprint.
Okay, give me a sec. I'm trying to find the tree things that Murnko planted. Are these like real trees or are they?
They're just no. They're like regular trees.
So
They're not
I can
coral
plant. I can plant the coral wood here, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you water the trees? Oh, I guess it didn't matter. It rained.
It rained anyway.
I'm like inside of the planter.
I'll kill all these dudes because there's a bunch of dudes guarding said handprint.
Okay.
I'm
coming.
You're fine. I need to feed my cats actually, so.
I was looking at Murnko for. I thought that Murnko was you.
No, you're chilling.
Go feed your kitty.
I'll wait on you so I can show you where the handprint is because I don't want you to get lost on it.
I mean, I can see your icon.
Yeah, it's not where I'm at though.
Oh, I got the hiccups.
Ow! Just skimmed the fish and it knocked me off my boat.
Saku Logitech has pink keyboards. Oh, really? Pink mechanical keyboards? It gives me tied metal ore by... Oh. I forgot to eat. Hey, Infamous.
You looking a little dead there.
I'm just taking a nap real fast.
Oh, okay. Here, let me wake your character up.
Thank you. I feel revitalized.
Got some more of those.
Probably should eat food before I go into an area with... Yeah? I'll touch the hand.
There's a lot of ore here. Holy crud.
It happened 3 nights ago. I was checking the boat when something moved beneath the surface. Massive. The water went still. A stalker. Had to be 100 feet long, maybe more. They've attacked me before. Nearly tore me apart. But this one? It didn't attack. It just circled. Slow. Deliberate spirals around my little boat. Patient. Watching. And as it moved, I started to hear something. Not words exactly, more like a question with no sound. Vast and dark, like a moonless ocean. And for the first time since I washed up here, something looked at me and saw me. Not a tool, not a servant, just me. The ancients never asked, they commanded. They built their monuments and left their rules. But the deep? It doesn't order, it calls. When it finally slipped back into the depths, I felt hollow. Not empty, hollow, like there was space inside me now for something new. I won't be tested anymore. I won't prove my worth to anyone. From now on, they prove their worth to me.
Huh.
Yeah, there's 2 characters, Mark and Eris. And I believe that they are looking for each other, if I'm not mistaken. There's somebody who has a sibling. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, well.
Are you heavy?
No, I'm not.
Is it because you dropped it on the ground?
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna head back to base and feed cats.
Okay. I am super happy that they put portals in the game. I remember that being like the main stickler for me last time, is that I really, really, really wanted there to be portals. And I'm really glad that they did.
I think there were portals. They were just really high up in like the level thing.
I think I vaguely remember us like seeing them coming up in like 15 or 16 or 17 or something. And we're like, oh yay, we can finally teleport. And then, yeah. Putting it as early as they did makes so much more sense, because you're going to get it, like, I would think close to the end of the first island, which makes a lot of sense. Because then you place a portal and then go to the second.
I thought that, I thought that there was a different type of portal or something that we had that maybe not. Maybe I'm imagining things. I just remember something being, maybe it's a different game. That I'm thinking of. But yeah. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. I like the way that you built these farming plots.
Yeah, I mean the slope of the ground just kind of owned itself to that.
Yeah.
Do we have a crafting table for wood here? Or do I go back to the other base?
Unfortunately, it's at the other base. I'm just gonna put it in the thing. I don't even care if it's clipping in the thing. I keep forgetting it's not E to interact, it's click. My brain automatically assumes E. Honestly, with like how many different games there are and like all the different what's it called? Like all the different button formats. It's quite interesting. Okay, so you have to water the plants regularly. It's not a one-time thing.
Did you say you wanted some glass?
I wanted windows or like a glass ceiling or like, you know, stuff like that.
Glass is an option. Let me see if there's like a way to build with it.
Ah, man, feels so nice to garden.
My cats
We
have
can
been
make
fed.
decorative bottles.
Okay.
What are you saying? Infant?
So my cats have been fed. I am back.
Oh, I see.
Welcome back.
Dankeschön.
You need to chat in trouble.
Oh, the distillation, the desalinator makes salt crystals as well. What's that?
Oh,
handy?
nice. Man, it's so nice having an actual, like, you know, pathway with light that I can see in the dark. Hey, Specky. I think we're out of wood.
Oh, Marco.
I can bring wood. I just put some in the thing and grabbed what was in
Marco
there.
here.
Yeah, well, there, yeah. Oh yeah, thanks.
Yep. I forgot to give that to you earlier. My bad.
Word. Is this like a usable item?
What?
You know, it just equips. So
Oh, yeah.
it gives you extra it gives you extra mana, and it says increased potency. So I'm assuming it's more damage question mark or more ability question
Oh,
mark.
it replaces my Sharpstone Spirit focus. I see. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Potency. Oh, yeah. Maximum mana. Oh, yeah. That's quite a bit of a difference.
Yeah.
That's actually really good. Are we winning?
Yep.
I don't know. I'd say that we are.
We're always winning.
We're winning by not fighting with the housing.
Yeah.
Accurate.
Honestly, I would really like some like minor housing changes. Minor. Maybe a snap to grid kind of option would be fantastic.
I think a camera view, like a top-down camera view, would be good.
I think a snap to grid would solve like 90% of my problems here. The problem is it looks like the hallway isn't exactly perfect for a frame, right? But it's like, so how each of these houses are is like they're modular. So like if you were to put down a frame, then this is the house, right? That is it. This is the wherever you want it, that's the house. That's it, right? You can put your roof on it. That's why you can tell like the thatched roof is all like built on its own because it is meant for that cube and that's it. It's like it's not meant to have rooms or whatever else like I'm doing. But you know, yeah. But I'm also a kind of person who really likes to decorate. Like I've been working on, we have a dojo in, like Scarth has a clan that I've been invited to, and in Warframe, and I've been working on the dojo decorations, and it's like one of my favorite things to do. But it feels like there is decorations, right? There is stuff that I can do, but they're kind of like the furniture or whatever, like decorations are like plushies or pestles or you know, and it might just come from the knowledge tree, right? I could unlock more things because I'm not at the end of the game yet, and I'm really hoping that there is more things. Because what I have to work with now is not a lot, but also at the same time, I don't know that I have everything. Like, I can, you know, rustic living set is just tables and chairs inside the house. But I need to prioritize being able to advance so that I can get the other things. And to be honest, like, if it's you know, furniture for inside the house is not really the thing that I want to focus on more. I really want outdoor decorating. There's rugs. I'm assuming Greatwood biome is the next section.
Unsure.
I mean,
Because
it looks very woody.
Oh yeah, braided silk. I wonder where we're getting silk from.
The friendly spiders will trade with us.
The friendly spiders, yeah.
Yep.
That's 100%. Absolutely.
So, what you're telling me is Sakura is going to be about 4 levels behind soon.
Okay, that's much better. Okay, what do you think? Well, minus the fact that we don't have enough wood for the houses and everything else all.
I put wood in. There should be wood now.
You might be right, Sakura. They are from the spiders because I'm looking at the loom. And in the loom, the material cost is silk. Smooth, sticky silk from a spider. It can be spun into braided silk and used for crafting.
It's probably from a silkworm.
Yep.
Wait, what? Where am I? I've got lost inside the house. Oh, okay. I see where I am.
You
Here's
need
the
one
door.
more clay.
Yeah. I'm so excited.
I bet you are.
It's such a thrilling time that we're gonna have in the next zone. We need to find now that we've got this base set up, we need to actually like get the okay, apparently we have no more regular wood. Yeah, now that we have this base set up, we need to start getting the minions and stuff so that we need food. That's the whole reason why we're doing this, is because we have a boss battle coming up and I'm gonna need to craft food for it.
Well, if it helps any, I have made a ton of charcoal so you can make food.
Awesome.
I am currently working on getting that going.
Is that why we have no wood?
No, it's because I was crafting more.
Ah, okay.
I only crafted a little bit from what I had left, so it's not a why is this shark swimming backwards?
Why not?
I looked over and there was a shark floating in the air, swimming backwards, and then it just poofed away. I think it was because you're teleporting, because you just appeared and it's gone.
I in fact was not teleporting when you asked.
Huh. It was very strange. That shark had no clue what it was doing. Would you like lumber? Here.
Sorry, my brain did not work. I'm just gonna... I mean, I don't need lumber right now. So I'll just put it in wherever the thingies are. High fiber diet. Random crafted stuff.
Yep.
Isekai.
Wood. All wood.
Oh, all my arrows just went into there. Okay.
Oh, hey. Saku,
What?
use this.
For what?
I found that somewhere.
Where'd it go? Oh.
Looks like a little glass thing on your first level tier.
Grants moderate experience to an Echo's chosen path. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I just ate
Is
it.
Nom nom nom.
I think that's for the
Oh yeah,
different
that's
experience track.
yeah. That's not the knowledge tree. That's my attunement.
Oh.
Yeah, I am level 10, so I can either go oxygen or wait, damage or carry weight. I feel like I should do damage. Okay, let's go to the Spirit Anchor. I'll level up. What rank are you?
In my attunement?
Yeah.
11.
Okay,
Same
well
11.
then, yeah, then I definitely needed that.
I think we can craft them, actually.
Because I'm at 10, and I just got to 10. Look at the bright side, they won't be disguised as pumpkins. Yeah, thankfully. Where's the
We can
cooking
craft
table?
them, but they're expensive. Up top.
Oh, it's upstairs.
Back
yeah,
corner.
yeah, I just remembered.
I already loaded it with charcoal for you.
Thank you. All right. We are, wow, really lacking in ingredients. I need the plus, plus, plus. Where's the 3? So if we're going to be fighting something, stamina is probably a big deal, and health. So I'm going to go with nothing that we can eat. Okay, roasted fish, I guess? Or roasted shellfish? Okay, yeah.
We do have a bunch of food cooked over here that you made earlier, by the way, in the little basket storage.
How many?
Just take a look, because there's a lot of different stuff in here.
Is there roasted fish in there? They look like little chicken, or they look like little chicken chunks.
There's Donberry salad, and there's seafood stew.
Okay.
And there's vegetable skewer. There's also deepling steak. And for jam.
Yeah, no, those are all basic. I'm looking for...
basic.
Donberry salad is good. Wow. But the problem is Donberry salad requires us to have Donberries, and we don't. And I don't know that we can get them here.
I think there's some back at the other base.
Yeah. Like the OG base, or this, like, the one base in this, the second base?
Yeah, the other base in this area.
Okay. I'm gonna craft as many Donberry salads as possible. And I'm gonna craft as many roasted fish as possible. And
maybe give me like a dozen Donberries so I can plant them.
Oh, I can't. They're crafting.
You can just click on it to cancel it.
I can give you 2 Donberries.
That's better than nothing.
Yeah.
How do I get them?
They're from the chest down here.
Oh, I thought you had them on you. Sorry.
No. They're in here. Pantry. Yeah, the one this is pantry.
Okay.
Which I think is right here. No. Where's... They have to be in here somewhere. Where's Dawnberries? Oh, they're in my inventory now. I lied. They were not in my
because you canceled out.
because I canceled the order. I put it in my inventory. Yeah, there you go. Sorry.
Gotcha. No, it's fine. I like being gaslit. It's fun.
Wow. If anyone's getting gaslit, it's me by myself.
Well,
All right. Grab some Dawnberry salad from the bar. The bar is here. This thing.
This basket?
Yeah.
there. It is now officially the bar.
A stack of it? Is that okay? Or is that too
A
much?
stack is fine. No, a stack is fine. And then, if you want seafood stew, then you can grab that. Or there's gonna be, because Dawnberry salad. Oh no, Dawnberry salad is yeah.
Stamina.
Sorry, yeah. So stamina and health is what I'm doing. But I don't know. Like this is not the water one, so I don't think it's gonna be underwater. So I'm pretty sure it'll be fine if we take the health one. Seafood stew is cooking there, or not cooking. We need corruption stuff. Actually, corruption resistant salves and tonics to remove corruption cleansing tonics. I'm gonna put some in there. You're gonna want some corruption cleansing tonics.
Hey, I'm just gonna go plant these berries or start making seeds. It takes a long time.
Yeah.
I'll just grab.
I'd make a bunch more seed making stations.
I did not see that the Zelda movie wrapped up filming. Do you have any of the food, Infamous?
Yes, I have the food I need. I use a combination that gives stamina because Bo uses a lot of stamina when you're drawing.
Yeah, that's why I said Dawnberry salad.
Yeah.
You have Dawnberry salad?
Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah, and seafood stew is good for health, so I kind of use a combination of those two.
If we can get coconuts turned into seeds, there's like berries here turned into seeds. All of these, we need another seed maker.
There's 5 of them up here.
Up at the other base?
Yeah, up by the gardens.
Okay, I'm gonna bring some stuff to change.
How are you both doing on arrows, by the way, or do you need new ones?
I need new Tide metal ones.
Can I make tide metal arrows?
Yeah? I've only been using ones.
Smithing.
Yeah, I've only been using the ones that are in the what's it called? Like chests that we randomly come across. I haven't been actually crafting any because I didn't know if we had any Tide metal that I was allowed to use.
Oh, there's so much tide metal.
Yeah, I've been crafting it down little by little.
I put a chest over here for seeds and stuff if you need something.
I do need coral wood so I can craft more arrow.
I'm just putting stuff to put that that we need to turn into seeds at the bottom because there's no space.
Yeah, you
Or-
can queue up, so it's not like it's
Okay. Okay, then I'll do that. There's yeah. Seeds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we can have 8 seeds going at once?
per planter.
Yes.
Oh, in the crafting thing too. Yeah, okay.
So we can't make coconut seeds.
I think those are trees. They come from the beech trees.
Okay, so we need to get beech trees growing then too?
I think I planted 2
Okay.
reef trees. Is that what they're called? There's 4 reef tree seeds. A reef wood tree. I think that's but maybe it's not. Oh no, we need like the coconut, the palm trees that are back at the first area.
Yeah.
That's okay. I can go get that.
To be fair, I'm not sure that I'm not sure we need them. Like, I don't know if the crafting recipes that we need now for current food that is like better even has anything from the old area. It's just like,
I just want to like have a collection of it just in case.
yeah.
Good plan.
If these can even drop seeds.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I don't know that they do. Just chop down like 6 trees and there's no seeds at all.
It's kind of a random chance, I think, because I only got seeds from every 3rd or 4th tree.
Trying to find resin. I know that we have a bunch. The weight, I'm just like, as I'm placing things into chests, I'm just watching the weight from my character just like, what's Santa's gifts? Coal? Oh my god.
You're welcome. I thought it was clever. Hey, I do think of good chest names.
I didn't say you don't.
I guess call you off guard is more than anything.
Yeah. Combustible items? Okay. Sharpstone, spirit focus. I guess we can put that in the death chest. Tied metal blade. I've been given. I'm gonna put that in here at the bottom because I don't know that I'm gonna need it. I don't know what to do with this resin. I got 16 of it, but I don't see any place for it
Sap.
in the house.
The double stack chest.
Oh, sappy stuff.
Because it used to be called sap, I think.
Did you say you were good at naming chests? Because this one just says IDK ... stuff ?
That's pretty accurate. It's stuff.
Man, I cannot wait until we get to the next zone and I can place another portal. And then, oh, you guys put one all the way at the other area. Oh,
Marco
that's
did.
fantastic.
I sailed over there.
Yeah, Marco did Marco things.
Talking about doing that.
Yeah. I know you were saying that you were doing it, but for some reason it didn't click that like you had already done it.
Yeah, I don't
guess
think these
yeah, you
palm
came
trees
back,
drop.
so
Yeah, your boat's here, by the way, if you ever want it.
yeah, sure. I'll totally come back with crossing that area.
Okay, crafting more shaped coral wood.
I don't think these drop seeds. I harvested 300 wood and there's no seeds to be had, so...
Okay. Oh, yay, Scarth. That sounds like fun. Thanks for the heal.
Yeah, no problem.
Ah.
I got blood rot seeds.
Oh, actually, I lied. I do have seeds. They were just in my inventory and I didn't notice.
Blood rot seeds?
Yeah, the little flowers that are here near the starting area, near some of the coral trees. I think they're used for alchemy, I want to say.
Oh, maybe. All right, are we crafting things for what's it called?
Bosses or fighting enemies?
for fighting the. Do we have arrows? You were talking about time
That's what
metal.
I'm working on.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I needed the coral wood because I needed the wood specifically, so I had to farm up a bunch of that. I've got the dealio going at it.
Okay. All right, the house is all lit up.
Nice.
I'm gonna put my watering can in the chest with the seeds because it's not like I'm gonna be watering while I'm out there.
You never know. Maybe it's
Water
the
the boss.
weakness.
Yeah, the weakness of the boss that's been in the game since before the planting even existed.
They could have updated it.
Yeah.
It's like Ganon and his really weird weaknesses.
He's not weak to a bottle. He's weak to being hit in the face with magic.
And a fishing line.
Okay, yeah, but that Ganondorf just has ADHD, okay? Like,
Literally.
yeah, no, really. Like, actually, though, because he's like, ooh, shiny. And then, yeah. That's how I am with, like, anything. That's why I have to, like, it's really hard to stay on task. I just got the ability to breathe underwater, so I'm assuming, Mernko, you did it again?
No, it went away.
Oh,
You
it
got
went
your
away.
breath
Oh,
bar
okay.
back.
Ah, that was it, yeah?
Alright. I am making a butt ton of arrows.
Okay, I'm going back to the
But it will
base.
take a while.
So I can, I'm going back to the base so that I can sleep, so that it's not dark.
Okay, I'm coming. Should move this stair thing. It's kind of not facing no good way.
I like it where it is. I just gotta put it in a way, like, put the other things around it that I planned on putting around it. I was just a little sad that you can't plant trees in the ground. So my whole thing was to have trees surrounding it and garden bushes and other things like that. And it's
There's
like...
a spirit under my bed.
there is a ghost. The ghost on the bed. There's one on the edge of Burnco's bed, too.
There's two on Mernko's.
Get out of here!
Yeah, there is, actually. I didn't even see the second one.
One of them's cuddled up with me.
What a fantastic nap that I'm not seeming to get out of. Oh,
Yeah,
is it
weirded out.
daytime? Or what happened? Did it... It's
Oh,
not...
yeah, it's daytime.
What? Are you sure?
Look
Yeah,
at your
it's
compass
day.
at the top, and it's got the little sun symbol.
Okay.
It's
Alright.
gonna go night here shortly, I think.
Did we get corruption stuff? I still have.
Now it's nighttime. Now we can sleep.
The purple stuff and the purple stuff at the top is corruption stuff.
Yeah. Now we should be able to sleep now that it's the little moon icon.
I love the item here. It's called Dubious Chowder.
Sounds quite dubious.
I'm very curious about where the other food item that I had was. Like,
Don't
there
forget turkey.
was corruption resistant tonics, and then there was a different one that was better, but now I don't see it on the crafting list.
Check your alchemy table.
Oh,
and
there's an
it
alchemy
might be there.
station.
I
think that's new, isn't
yeah. I forgot that I need bone meal from Deepling Bones.
You forgot?
I forgot. It's fine.
okay.
Something is glitching my camera out really badly.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
that in
that
this
was doing
house.
it to me. It's something to do with the roof.
Well, the roof's on straight this time.
No,
so...
it's the this glow torch here is making it an issue for me. Okay, so there was that. And then mana powder.
And repair.
Oh, that needs mana stones. So I need to figure out a way to make mana stones, and I'm assuming it's here at the mana forge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Actually, I might make some.
That was fast. Okay. Are you... Is it nighttime again?
It is
That's what I
now
was saying.
nighttime.
I was saying, when we were sleeping, it was just about to hit nighttime, and then as soon as you all walked away, it turned night.
You know what? Heck it, we're not... you know what? I'm not gonna make it day, because then by the time, like, we're in the house crafting, by the time that we actually leave, it'll be nighttime again.
You make bandages.
Workbench?
Maybe? I don't...
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
I just need cloth. That's cooking.
Cooking?
Cooking on the cloth making thing.
Looming?
It's looming.
It's looming.
The cloth is
The
looming.
cloth is looming.
All right. How many
Also,
arrows would you like, Sakura?
I would like... Oh, we don't have any tide metal.
I'm using all of it for crafting this. How much do you need?
I would like 20? Question mark?
I've got 17 left. If
Do
I
you
stop
have
all
20?
this.
Like, do you have any? For yourself?
Well, I mean, I was using it to craft these arrows, so... Here, I got 17 on me. I can go farm some real quick if you want.
No, it's fine. 17 is fine.
Oh, here. I'd be on the ground.
Oh, I'll do it. Okay.
No, were you doing the arrows, or were you doing something
No,
else?
I thought I was doing something else. I thought you were making the arrows.
Oh, I was. I canceled because I thought you needed the tide metal for what you were doing. My bad.
No.
I misunderstood.
No, I don't even have I don't have anything for
Oh,
that.
just... Yeah, if you... Yeah.
This is why I was confused.
My bad.
I was like, I'm not gonna throw this brick at an enemy.
I was like, what?
Maybe you should.
Here, I'll give you a stack of tide metals. Is that cool?
Oh, yeah. Jeez. What do I do?
I go
with
through
all-
arrows a lot.
Okay, here. Do you want some extra? Because I'm not gonna actually. Here, there's 7. That's
Yeah. Because
that way I
I'm
don't
making
have
enough
extra.
for Murnko and myself. Because I'll give Murnko a stack and then I'll keep the rest. Arrows.
Oh, I don't have a bow.
Oh, you don't use a bow. That's right. So I guess I'll just craft the rest myself. Time will last me probably another couple hours. I use a lot of arrows.
Just okay. I'm gonna leave my in the death chest at the bottom. I'm gonna leave my axe and my pickaxe because I'm gonna want to keep only food and only potions.
Yeah. Here, I threw some seeds on the ground too for you, Sakura, so you can put those where they go. I don't know if they're going in like a chest over at the base or whatnot.
What?
or the seeds. I don't know if you're putting them in a specific chest back at the other base, but
Oh
I
yeah,
have seeds on the ground for you
yeah.
here.
I'll put them in the chest over there, and then I'm ready to go for a boss. Assuming we find the boss.
You guys have cloth bandages?
I do. I
I'm
have
good.
9 of them. I should not take more than 9 hits. I should not take more than 9 hits that would require me to heal, I guess is the correct statement.
Yeah, I've got 12 on me.
Okay.
Let me repair my stuff. And grab what left of tied metal arrows I can.
Gosh, that does take a while.
For boss, 58 arrows. I'll wait a couple seconds more to get a few more. Because they're still crafting.
How many? What? What are we crafting?
The arrows. Because it takes a lot. It's like 30 seconds to craft 10. So it takes a hot sec to craft them. So I'm just waiting on a few more arrows to craft up before I head that way.
Reminder to repair your gear.
Yeah, I did.
Also, how are you doing, AMC? I have to sneeze.
Bless you.
I haven't sneezed yet. Spirit found. Who's finding spirits?
Got
I
it.
pressed G when I was talking to this thing. But we already have one on the map. We are going
So
to Ancient
the-
Grasp, right?
Yeah, that's. I was gonna sleep and then warp over to.
Balegs.
Is everybody ready? Before we sleep,
Yeah.
only
Yeah, I'm
sleep
good.
when. Okay. Day has arrived.
Oh, no.
All right, everyone to the portal. That's this way.
I feel like this is the best spot I could put the portal. Hopefully it's okay here.
I'm wondering if we have anything to patch the boat.
I think we
I
do.
have
Make sure.
one basic patch kit on me, and I think I put a couple in the
Okay, perfect.
hall.
I mean, I can craft a couple real fast if you want.
No,
Oh, yeah.
We're going.
Okay.
we're going.
Okay.
Yeah, there's 2 in the hall, too. We're good.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, and I'm in the water, and we're good.
Oh, about I want.
You gotta use the yeah.
Oh, are we... I can just turn. There we go.
Yeah. I'm not like going too fast until you get your stuff situated.
Yeah, it's more the mines that I'm worried about.
There's one on the no. Turn to left. Yep.
Yeah,
There.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, good. You put a marker already.
Yeah.
There's a guy on the thing. Thank you. You got one? Yep. Perfect. Oh, man. It's so nice to watch them actually take damage instead of, little bits at a time.
I hit level 19.
Nice.
I wish there was a way that I could pull back my arrow and not fire it, but that's not a thing.
I feel like either you're going to get down to business or to defeat the Huns or fight the Avatar.
Combination of all three, probably.
It's like, it's more the first one, I think, because it's just a barrage of enemies.
I try to get through here? Yeah.
Yeah, we need to go through here.
If I just shoot them once, they kind of go off, so...
There's, we need to, turn a little bit, or we're gonna beach.
Be real tight.
That's, yeah. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Oh, wow. Marco,
Sounds like
that's so
Ripto.
good. You went through, like, literally perfect. Perfect
that
boating
fish flying?
skills.
I'm not used to the boat turning so fast whenever like it responds instantly. We don't have any water crystals, do we?
No, but I don't know that we should just be going fast because you don't see when mines are loading in.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking like this big area, but
There's we're in this big area. We just need to turn right. Like we're right next to it.
oh,
So I'm pretty sure
We
it's here.
actually no. Go a little bit. This tiny island in front of us. Go around the left of it,
okay.
and then we'll beach in that hole right there on the right hand side. Yeah, we're gonna have to like semi-truck turn in here.
Beep,
I mean, we can
beep.
turn on a dime once we stop. It's not that.
Yeah. I don't
Where are we going?
through here.
To your right.
This
Yeah.
is.
Yep. Just trust in the Saku. Why are you laughing? All
No, we
we're
just
going-
did like a big
the
one.
cave,
Like, we
cave,
just
cave.
ran around
No,
the
right,
island.
Right. Yeah, but the other area, like, there we go. We're right here. This is where we need to be.
Alright.
I don't know how you would expect to get through the little island thing there.
Can we stop?
I'm stopping.
Okay.
To be fair, I did forget that I was on the sail.
Yeah.
But
We just drifted in like a.
we were just
Fine.
doing cool moves, that's all. Oh yeah, I forgot that there was crabs here.
Alright.
Also, eat your foods
Uh,
so that you heal up enough before we get into the fight. There's an enemy! Infamous, he's shooting at you.
Oh, where?
I'm not
Just a-
using fire,
oh,
I'm
okay.
using explosives. If I wait, no. Okay. Is this the way? Is
This
this
is the
through the
way.
hole?
Do you know the way?
Oh yeah, this is the
this
hole.
is the big hole.
Yeah. I feel like I would not see those are the pointy coral that I was talking about before where you said the pink stuff.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about that. I feel like Infamous is going the wrong way. So I'm going this way. We'll see who gets there
Oh,
first.
thanks, Discord.
But Saku live?
I know I disconnected and reconnected or something like that.
Oh.
Made that noise. We're okay now.
There's a ton of tide middle in it.
Woo! I don't know where I am now. Oh, I found
Hey, big guy.
I found something. Oh, it's a knowledge thing. Hey,
Ooh, that hurt.
I found a knowledge.
He punched the crud out of you.
Gonna read
You
it.
found a knowledge?
Yep. The voices of the ancients fill your mind. Long ago, the spirit of the skies soared over the reef, its call echoing through the coral canyons. It served as the shepherd of wind and helped maintain balance across the realm. But its power is now fractured, hidden away within glyphs to protect it from the deep. Only by gathering these glyphs can its dormant power be reforged. Yet take heed, Echo. Awakening the Elder is no small task. The deep feels the stirring of power, and they will come. The reef hobs will be drawn to such strength, and they will seek to claim it. If you fail to reawaken it, the reef will continue to spiral into imbalance. Without the Elder to govern the winds, storms will grow wilder, the sky is more hostile, and the elemental harmony of the realm will collapse. Preparation is vital for what you reforge may be the last hope of the skies. I feel like I'm going into the hand.
If we come out the middle finger, I'm gonna laugh. Just throwing that out there.
It's family-friendly stream, Mr. Hand.
Yep, this is it. This is the thing.
Is the thing?
This is the thing. It is definitely like... on the hand. Yeah.
That's actually really, really cool.
So
wait,
all of these.
What's up with the?
There's probably be waves of enemies coming out.
Yeah. All right. I need probably Infamous. Do you want to be up here?
Yeah, I kind of do.
We should probably each take a point. Because I think we have to defend each of the spots. So, Mernko, do you want to take the one behind you?
Sure.
I'll take this spot. Infamous, you have the one directly below you.
Yep.
All right.
I can try and call out from if something's coming in.
Okay. We're probably going to be really busy with fighting if it was anything like last time.
Oh, buddy.
All right. Ready?
I'll do the thing.
Yep.
Imagine if we need something that we didn't bring.
Oh, God.
Oh, nope. Hold to start encounter. Okay. I'm starting the encounter in 3, 2, 1. Begin. The dormant elder spirits begin to stir. Oh, here they come. Ah, man, they're going straight for you, Infamous.
I know what it is.
The guy spawned at my spot and then just dipped and immediately ran for you.
He's like, oh, hey, what's going on here? Just immediately tries to slap
even
me.
sticking around like the ones are near.
Coming up to you, Marco, heads up.
Ooh. Honestly, not too bad so far.
Big guy,
only one
big
enemy
guy?
at a time. Ooh.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Infamous. Oh,
Banger.
here we go. There's one next to you, Infamous. I think I stunned him.
Oh, big guy.
Big guy. Oh, God. Oh, there is a big guy.
Got him.
Oh, one coming for Infamous.
Another big guy. That's the same spot, big guy.
Bop, bop, bop. You know, there's way less enemies than last time.
You sure there's not just more of us?
You know, that's fair. There might have been.
Yeah, because it was just Sakura and I last time.
Oh, look, the wind's coming in. The first wave is done. Oh, there's 2 big guys
Another
now.
big guy.
Yep, 2 big guys. Dodge. I don't know how to dodge.
Control.
What wasn't that? I actually think I dodged, but I didn't. Like, I didn't actually dodge, but I... yeah. Like, I didn't press the button. Excuse you. Go away. Hey, come back here. You can't just run away. There's so many enemies coming from Mernko right now.
I'm trying to kill all the ranged guys because they're trying to kill everyone.
Oh, I haven't even noticed any ranged guys.
You're welcome for that, by the way. Just throwing that out there.
Oh, man. Mernko, your health.
The platform that Mernko was on had like 4.
the second one's done. That's the second wave complete. All right, here we go. Here's third wave. Once we kill this guy. Oh wait, that was the third wave. Oh my god, that was so much easier than last time. Oh wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Watch us. Oh.
It's gonna be bird, big bird. Come on, not like the Sesame Street one. Where'd he go?
That was anticlimactic.
Bye.
There he is!
Oh!
God! He's so cool!
Oh, he's cute!
Oh my god! He's like bird, but he also has like a snake-like face.
Oh?
Yeah.
I like his head turned like, what's going on?
Yeah. Oh man. Oh, he's so cute. I love this guy. All right. I'm gonna talk to him. Hold to bond with the elder spirit. All right. New rewards have been granted. Oh my god! I was so fast. Woo!
Zoom?
Right? Oh my god! I'm so fast! Don't accidentally stab him. I'm not gonna stab him. Can I talk to you? No, all I can do is bond with you. New knowledge point. Really? Oh yeah, because I have like infinite knowledge points. Because I haven't actually, you know, put anything into anything. I'm gonna unlock the improved patch kit. Oh, I'm so fast. This is such a good ability.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if like, oh my god! What? Look at me!
Oh, you got wings?
Right? Oh my god!
Discord is
That's
eating every
so
word you say.
cool.
Where'd you go? Oh, there you are.
Oh my god! I got wings!
You drank your Red Bull today.
Oh my god! I was like, I wonder if there's any like flying ability because it's a bird. Oh, I'm. This is so cool.
All right, this was pretty awesome to do.
Oh yeah.
Wait, does this mean we can unlock our next level on the Spirit Anchor too?
No. In order to do that, we'd have to go do the anchor, the spirit anchor, which we have. It's like the primordial trial, which is like right below us.
Well, let's knock that out,
It's
I guess,
like
right?
right here.
You want to go knock
the
it
map.
out?
Yeah, I'm fine with knocking it out.
Yeah, little bird.
We should probably we should do the primordial trial and then we should do the spirit nearby.
Okay.
Because we should try to do all the spirits in this zone before we go to the next one. Yeah, isn't that cool, Burnco?
Pretty cool.
I love it. It's so great.
I'm on the middle finger.
I'm trying to see where you are, but I can't see.
Up. Way up.
There you are. Yep.
I'm on the middle finger.
Also, welcome in Shadow and welcome in Titan.
I figure if you two want to steer the boat, I'll just jump off and catch onto the boat when you're going by.
Yeah, we're not going that way. Oh wait, yeah, we are. We are.
Yeah,
We're going
are.
to. Yeah, we're going to the primordial trial. You're right. You're right. You're right. Okay, I got the sail. You ready, Mirko?
Where are we going? Primordial trial is down south. Okay.
Yeah, I put that marker on it.
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, we're going full.
I'm not ready.
I panicked. I panicked. I cannot believe that it gave me wings. Oh my god.
That's pretty awesome.
Have
That's
a good night,
so
Shadow.
cool.
Thankfully, I didn't crash. If somebody can do me a favor, go back and clip when the bird landed. That would be amazing. That was just a shark. I got it. As soon as I figure out where it is, I think it's gone.
I think it's way back there now.
Yeah. Well, goodbye. Explosive arrow. Oh, no, there's one right here.
Oof.
I whiffed. Oh my god, why are you turning?
Because there's a thing ahead of us.
Is it what?
Mine.
Oh.
Trying to avoid these sharks.
That's okay, Infamous is here.
All right, now I land on the boat.
This place right here,
came
right?
for right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. There's
Might need to go up and around
yeah, no,
more.
yeah, there's just like a little bit Infamous, there's something in front of us. Can you shoot it? Yeah, thank you. A little
This
more.
Chest in that cave there.
That's fine. We can get it after.
Just pointing it out so I don't forget.
Yeah.
Because I will.
There's something to our left, Infamous. I'm trying to find, like, the actual cave, but I think it's, like, right around this edge right here. Where this tree is.
There's all kinds of stuff in the water.
Yeah, hopefully clay.
Oh. Looks
Nope.
blue.
Still not. Where is the
It might be at the
entrance?
top.
Oh,
'Cause
I
there's
think
a
it's right here.
pathway.
No, it's right here. This is the pathway. I'm gonna slow down.
Oh, it's salt.
Okay. Marco, you're not let out.
Taking a quick
Yeah,
look.
apparently.
It's glowstone down there, by the way. What's glowing?
Oh, sea glass.
This is a fire cannon that you put on the boats now?
No, those are just regular cannons.
Oh.
I don't know why they're base. Okay.
Taking a gander to see if there's any handguns.
Right at the right spot, and or I'll just launch myself into the sky.
I launched myself exactly where it was. I did not
That one
expect
moment while
that was
I
gonna work.
run up the edge. Oh, you missed this hand. I know body parts. There's a hand on the wall over here.
Oh my god, that shot was amazing.
I'm at the start trial thing. Is that where we're supposed to be at?
Where was the handprint? Because I was wondering if
Right by
there
the start
was...
trial thing.
There's something up here. Oh, Marco's here.
Yeah,
Oh,
working my way there.
are you near
What
me?
is this? Yeah?
Oh, hi.
I'm right
I see
here.
it over there.
I don't know what this is, though. I don't see it. Maybe this is the trial thing.
Oh, that might be the end of the trial or something.
Oh god, I hope this isn't
There's,
like
just
fly
below
through
you
the
is a
rings.
hand.
Oh yeah, you're right. Cassian's Mark 6. I found a marking today, someone else's. It was etched into the rocks near a small cove. It's signed Aya, another echo. She writes like someone carrying the whole world on her back, protecting the spirits, slaying deep infested spires with a single spear, which, by the way, is incredibly cool. I think I like her. And she mentions she had a sister and how she's torn between the search and the mission, and I get that. Not the sister part, at least I don't think I have one, but the doubt, the needing to make a choice. I've been wondering this whole time, looking for, I don't know, a reason, a truth, someone to tell me what I'm supposed to be. And here she is, one step ahead, saying maybe we don't get answers, maybe we just get the choice. She chose to stop chasing ghosts, to protect what's left, to keep going. And now I'm sitting here, reading her words, wondering if that's what I'm supposed to do too. Still not sure. But I think I found someone worth following. Aww. That's cute. Are you ready? I don't
know
remember.
what to do, but yes.
All right. We'll find out.
Probably glide. If the other ones were like boarding, this has got to be a gliding one, right?
Yeah, I would assume so. Here we go. I'm starting the trial. Shoot 4 crystals.
Shoot. I don't have this. Good luck.
What? How am
Why
I
don't we
missing this?
Oh god. Oh god, that hurt.
What? Why? What? Oh god, they're around the island. There's more.
I see it.
Can you get that one? I'll get this one. As soon as I can figure out if I can see it.
13 seconds left.
I'm trying.
Dude, how am I missing it?
You're not. You have to shoot it multiple times. I have no idea. I am gonna swap arrows. They have a shield or something. How do you swap arrows?
Hold the middle mouse.
Okay. Yeah. Did you get one of them or did...
I got the first arrow. The first one I 100% got.
So we got 2 of them then?
We got 1.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, let's try again.
I can, yeah, if you be started, I'll get this one right away.
Okay.
How did you get up here with
the cannon, you just shoot.
Yeah, I tried that.
See, I can hit it in 1 hit. It's really finicky.
Okay, I got one.
I'll get this one.
Whoa.
Do you even know where the other one is?
There's one behind the thing you're looking at, the bricks. That's on now.
Okay.
Where's the 4th?
That's the one that I'm looking. I hear it. I don't see it. It's right here. I found it.
Nice.
Oh.
Nice.
Good job, boss.
Thanks. I think I just accidentally.
Oh, statue.
Yeah.
Statue over here.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
Make sure you walk in with it, because it's a limited commune.
Can you commune?
I can commune.
Marco, can you commune?
I can commune. Should I?
Yes, definitely.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It's limited time, so.
Yeah, once you finish it, it has like a minute and a half, and then it just stops, and then you have to redo the whole trial.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
The problem you ran into is one of the trials took like literally a day or 2 in game to reset before we could redo it.
Oh wow,
It's weird. Okay, so that fixes that problem.
Yeah, so now our attunement, we have attunement ready for the primordial gate, I'm assuming. It says 0, but shouldn't we have gotten primordial essences? It's a rare gift of the primordials, reserved only for those who've proven their mastery.
I think you have to do both trials to get that, don't you?
I don't know.
There's 2 trials.
The motes show up on your attunement chart, right?
I don't see any motes anywhere, though. I see a gate.
It's at the top. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Where do you use them?
Yeah.
Don't you use them at the statue to upgrade?
Maybe. I don't know. Either way, we should go heal, or we should go find the dude.
Dude tried to eat our boat.
Boop 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 boop.
So glad I have pizza.
Oh, you already did, Jack. I didn't see that you had clipped the bird one. Thank you. Pizza? Did I just hear pizza?
I'm eating pizza.
Ooh. Also, I see those
dumbbells.
sleeves from MT and they look pretty cool. Oh, you got berries? Dawn berries?
Yeah, they're up on these like mushroom things sometimes.
Oh, nice.
Only a couple.
Huh.
While Infamous
still
is
haven't heard the
eating,
boat.
I'm just looking for foods.
I'm just guarding the boat.
That's cool.
Infamous, did you get the stuff from this chest over here? Because it's empty.
Yes.
Okay.
The one on the side? In the cave?
The one that was like in a cave, yeah.
Okay. You know, this island isn't as big as I thought it was.
Yeah, it's way tiny in comparison to some of the others.
I mean, I guess that's good because otherwise the trial would have been butts if you had to run around the entire island and it was massive.
My personal lore for this island is this is a baseball that the hand from Ancient's Grasp dropped. When you look at the map, you can't unsee it.
Cannon is floating. This what else can I get in?
Infamous.
Yeah?
There's a fish behind us.
I'm amazed I made that shot.
Nice
that's all.
shot.
I'm amazed I hit that shot. I should not have hit that shot, but I hit that shot. I kind of disagree with that. I looked right at the sun in game, and it actually kind of blinded me IRL. Oh god. Are we doing this in reverse today?
I was trying to like wait for Mernco to get on the thing before I put it in forward. And so I was just like, because we have to go around this island to our right here.
I was just managing some of my inventory.
Gotcha.
Throwing stuff in the boat.
Sort to boat.
Oh gosh, I have a bunch of tide metal.
Throw it in the boat. There's some in
Good.
there already.
Not gonna lie, we kind of need it.
Boo, 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 boo. There's a spirit soon. TM.
A half-dead shark almost attacked us.
We should be able to hit this beach, because I think it's up on this beachhead.
Okay. I
Like
thought
around
that we were
this
gonna
thing,
go
or-
around
Like
the
right
beach.
here.
I mean, it's definitely on the other side of the beach, but it's fine. We can walk there.
Oh, it looks
No,
it looks like it's right there.
I'm
question
not.
mark?
I'm gonna get off the boat and just go. I don't think it's that far away. We could just go. I've already committed.
Am I? It looks so much closer than maybe I'm giving it credit for.
It's like up on that.
Hello.
Nope, because it's apparently here.
We're getting attacked.
Yeah, it just said spirits under tag here. I was like, okay, well, I guess I might have been right. Question mark.
I'm just standing there doing nothing because I was trying to Oh, this guy's
Spirit
so
is-
cute. I thought I was stabbing with my bow, but instead, ooh, nice ability, guide spirit. Spirit's breath ability unlocked. Creates a pocket of air at your location, letting you and nearby allies breathe underwater for a short time.
Oh, that's so useful.
Once collected, this new major ability can be equipped at the spirit anchor. There's a chest.
That'll be good for doing like the pillars and stuff.
Oh, it's already empty.
Crabs.
To pick up some sour gourds. I do like the fact that they kind of glow.
What's this,
Also,
clay?
like-
I found clay.
Oh, thank gosh. Is it in the water?
It's just in the water.
Yeah.
I'm collecting plant fibers because we burned a lot earlier.
That is perfectly fine. There's tide metal here. But
I will take some of that.
yeah. It's in the cave that I just walked past.
Oh, I made mistakes.
Yo, level 19.
Grats.
I can make improved leather, an elderwood bow that we haven't got at poison arrows. I wonder what we need poison. Or I wonder how we get poison. Probably from
Toxic
spider
relations.
venom stuff.
Lizards.
Lizards? Yeah, okay.
What's this? Come on, tooltip. What are you doing? There we go. Ooh, a basic mana potion.
I have the inventory for the soundboard over here, by the way. There's a ton of Rye.
I will
Totally
come
sure.
get it in a second. You need to get going to bed. Take care, Camry.
I need to sort to boat.
Oh, plant fiber.
Yeah, I
What's this
kinda have to
backward shark swimming out of the water for?
Yeah,
Wait,
see,
hang on,
you're
I wanna
seeing
see- I
two?
want to see it. I want to see it. Oh my god. Whoa. What? Hello? What? What is he doing here?
Is he on the what?
He's now back in the water. Oh my god.
Yeah.
What is this fish?
Yeah,
It's just a
no.
regular shark. He's just crazy.
Fish said, I reject your reality and substitute my own today.
Oh, where'd he go? I see his wake here, but he's not. Oh, he is under there, I think.
He's
Oh,
no, he
soccer
died.
Oh.
No, I
okay.
didn't kill
Bye.
him. Somebody else killed him.
Oh, wasn't me.
Oh, I think it was you. You hit him
didn't-
twice.
No, that was the little guy. There was a bigger shark.
Oh, well, I didn't see a bigger shark. Maybe he's still on the land.
Oh.
Well, if you happen to find a random shark on the land, that's probably who it is.
Oh, my guy wasn't like the one I was seeing wasn't on the land. He was just like swimming backwards out of the water, like upward, like into the sky.
Oh,
Yeah. Also, why can't I pick this up? Oh, my
he
inventory
might be
full?
right here. Are you? No, you're a normal size fish. Oh, you're coming for me. Come back here. I need the deepling bones for bone meal. And the ichor for something else that I can't remember. Alright, Jack Sparrow.
Oh, come to pick you up.
I'm just looking for clay. So we can fix the house so it doesn't have a hole in the side of it. I'm
How
coming.
much clay did I get from that, I guess? Where's that clay at? 24. I got 24.
Oh, I don't have my
Salt down
pickaxe. Can somebody get
Need
these?
pickaxe?
Yeah.
Do you actually have to have a pickaxe?
No, this is just
Why?
clay. You just gather it.
Oh,
Yeah, it should
wow.
just be an
Okay, I
E.
just grab it in my hands, I guess.
Yeah.
Just randomly pick it up. Oh,
I do like that I can grab the steering thing from like well below the boat.
Yeah. It's like, whoop, I'm here now.
all right, back to base.
Base sounds good.
And then we'll put this one at the close base, like the Lost Ruins or whatever section, or the secluded cave section.
Yep.
And then we will take the warp back. But we still haven't found the like, it should be noted that we still haven't found both the water and earth monuments here.
Mm-hmm.
So
Man, we haven't
they are.
gone to the spines at all. And there's a primordial trial there.
I mean, there's also a ton of stuff we didn't check on the windswept ruins still.
What's that? You want to just go right to the next zone? Let's go.
Now. All right, I'm off. Goodbye.
Let's talk about wee.
I can control the sail. I can send us in reverse. Place, basically.
When your navigator and your
I'm trying to eyeball
accelerator.
these islands that we're going by. Because we haven't really seen these islands.
Well, I can't see anything right now anyway, so...
Oh, I can barely see them, but...
Whoa! That lightning
was
almost hit us.
Close, yeah.
What
What do you
right.
mean? Oh yeah, there's a giant, big thing in the front of us.
I'm trying to eyeball these islands to see if I see an
There's
outline of a
enemies.
statue or anything.
There's enemies.
Ow.
Oh, nice.
Get crit on.
Oh, there's a rock directly in front of us.
That's probably fine.
This is gonna hurt.
Oh, I mean, we touched it.
Oh my god! And it got struck by lightning. If we would have hit it, we would have beached, and that would have been a bad time. Where are we going? We're going the wrong way. Go around. Yep. You know, there's a rock. We gotta go around to the right. We're going into. Keep going right. Yep. There we go. Yep. Now we go left.
Take it back now, y'all.
One half this time. You know what I found out?
Your hands.
You know what? You know what I found out? People in the Discord had never heard of Cascada before.
What?
Right? That's what I
Evacuate
said.
the dance floor, dangerous.
Yeah.
Like, she has a ton of good hits. Oh my god.
Every time we touch, you know, like all these things.
That whole album is a banger.
It is.
Also, trivia, that entire album is recorded in the same BPM throughout the entire album.
Wait, what? Cascada?
Cascada.
Don't even. No, where are you going? No, Marco, turn.
He's going for the bombs.
Like the pasta? Oh my god, Kippa, I swear to gosh. Okay, perfect. Grab the stuff from storage.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I got it. It's fine. Don't worry. Oh my god, I don't got it. Hang on.
I was waiting for that.
Hang on, there you go. Put stuff on the ground. Oh no, it's not enough. No, it's fine. I probably won't sink to the bottom of the ocean. Oh my god. I can't surface. It's fine.
Just drop some and then come back for it.
It's fine. We got this. I just need to get to the portal.
Okay, I grabbed all the stuff to upgrade the dealio.
Fix the house.
No, don't grab all the stuff to upgrade the dealio. Put it back in the box.
Okay, back in the box it goes. I was gonna bring it to the other place, right? Or
No, we can. We're gonna. That's still our main house.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Well, I guess
this
it would
is-
apply anywhere too, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Oh, what happened? Oh, wait, what? My weight limit when I walked through the area increased.
Oh.
I walked into the zone and all of a sudden a weight lifted off my shoulders. I could run perfect. Oh no, now I'm not. Wait, what happened? How come I could get up and now I can't? Infamous, help.
BRT.
Hang on. Take it. Oh, thank God. Okay, I'm taking my pickaxe and that's back. Fish chunks, cloth. Where's cloth for? Where do we put
Bandages.
cloth? Yeah, but where is the cloth?
Oh, I
thing?
don't know. I used it all up.
Oh, is it random crafted stuff? Yeah, that's definitely where it goes. That's such a funny encumbered animation. Yeah.
I have arrows again. I'm happy.
Okay. Boop, boop, boop.
I'm gonna shift some stuff here.
All right. Are you ready to rank up our spirit
Uno momento,
anchor?
por favor.
Yep.
Okay, coming.
Oh, repair my stuff. Hang on.
Right.
Can I get out of? What?
You're stuck?
Keep votes for dominance.
All right. Our spirit anchor limit is going to go to 6. Instead of 4. So maybe it's like 2 per. Are you okay over there?
He's floating here. It's totally stuck.
You need help?
I don't know how you're gonna help me. Oh, moved a little bit. Oh. There we go. Yeah, freedom.
Goodness. All right, I'm headed to the button. It did nothing.
That was
That was a little
anticlimactic.
anticlimactic. All right, our next level is level 5. In order to get it, we need 10 sea glass, which we have, a constructor's gift, which we have, silk, 10 of them, which we don't have, ancient fragments, and we've already got enough rescued guide spirits. So
We
the
have
only
ancient
thing we need
fragments
is
up the wazoo.
yeah, the only thing we really need is silk, and that requires us to go to the new zone. So let me just find there's another spirit that we found marked on the map. It's in the spines area.
Okay, all that is safe in storage.
We didn't do that trial on the way to the spines yet, have we?
No, we didn't. The primordial trial? No.
Yeah.
So we can do we can take this boat here, and go to there.
Which boat?
The one that's at the house here.
About that.
Oh, you took it away.
Yeah, about that. He kind of needed it to get to the first
We
island.
got new boat stuff.
Yeah. We
We can make a new boat.
Okay. We make the new boat at the other area. I'm stuck. There we go. Okay, I got it. We make the
Well,
Everyone's
okay.
getting stuck there.
We'll take this boat that is at our new base here. We'll take that to the spire and we will build the new boat here so that when we go, we can go across the...
Oh, but all of our materials at the other one.
Yeah, but we just bring it over here.
Oh, but I mean, if we build it at the previous base we were just at, because that's where all of our materials are.
Yeah, but then we have to boat it all the way over here.
Huh.
We can just build it here, right? Like, I think we just...
But we're gonna sail into the spines, aren't we?
Yes, but we're not doing that yet.
Oh.
Right? We can put it down.
Why does it look like it's in the ground?
I don't know.
Because that's not the boat.
That's not the bottom of it. You have to do the actual like oh well, I
think it's barge hull, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, hull is what I was looking for? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's barge hull.
Yeah, that's definitely it.
He's a big boat.
Oh, it's huge.
Here, I can move the other boat out of the way while we're doing that.
I mean, I'm just...
Do you want me just to sail this back to the other place then, or?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Let me know what we'll need for materials, by the way.
Coral wood. Why is this not... Do we have to do each of them manually? And then attach the next one instead of, like, putting them all together first?
The hull has to be built first.
Okay.
Yeah,
once the hull's built, we can stick things to it, and
so we
we should
need...
turn on boat building.
Oh. Wait. Well, the one that we have is the barge hull, right?
Yeah, that's the new one.
I have new stuff. So we're getting... Okay, that's fine. I'm assuming that I also need a sail, cloth sail. Okay. 5, 10, 22 shaped coral wood.
I did drop off some coral wood
4,
there.
8,
Shaped
6 rope. So 22 shaped coral wood, 6 rope, sorry. 10 improved nails, 2 pigments, and 10 cloth. We actually might have 9 cloth. I think we're short a little bit for that one.
I just put cloth in a thing back at home, so...
How many nails total did you say we needed?
10 improved nails.
Okay, got it. Making them now.
I'm just seeing if there's anything in these chests here. I have 6 improved nails here, actually, so only 4.
Yeah, but you have to craft them in 10, so...
Okay, well, never mind.
Yeah, about that.
Oh,
Sure, we'll use them for
that's
something.
twine, not rope. Oh, we turned rope into twine.
Already made it.
Okay, never mind.
Way ahead of you. I was gathering as you were talking.
I have coral wood, a lot of it, so...
Same.
I don't actually need coral wood here.
So I have the nails, I have the rope. What was it? Was there any others you needed, you said?
nails, rope, coral wood, cloth.
Cloth.
Yeah. And pigment. Do you know how to make pigment?
I believe so.
Okay.
Been the grind wheel, I think, right?
Yeah.
No, wait. When you said rope, are you talking rope or twine?
Rope.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many ropes was it? Because I'll need to craft those up.
6.
Okay, crafting those. And you said cloth, correct?
Yes. 10 of them. On the loom.
Yep.
But I already have stuff for the next ship, which is weird. Because I only have one piece of it.
You can put it on the ship, right? There's not like you can mix and match.
I did not seem to be able to put, but I guess it's possible, but I can't actually put it on. I can't actually put it on the ship because it's gnarl. It's like elder wood.
I need more
I see.
plant fiber.
Oh, do you? Hang on.
There might be some back at the first base on the other area.
Yeah, I'm gathering what I can here.
What do you need for rope?
Yeah, because you need to craft a rope to craft a twine to craft a rope.
Okay, I have a billion twine. Let me grab it for you.
I would love you for that, thank you.
Like, there's so many. I was actually wondering why we had so much twine.
Yeah, just dump it in the high fiber diet chest. Gets me what I need.
Twine. I'm coming back. Also, how are you doing, Sylvanas? Alright, high fiber diet. No, that's happy stuff.
Should be to the right of that one, I think.
Yes. There you go.
It's really sad that I have so much of this memorized.
Have a good night, Scarth. Thank you so much for being here. Congrats on doing your adulting responsibilities.
Whoa.
Said
Thank you
10
for your
cloth,
help.
correct?
Yep.
Alright, I will have 10 cloth, 6 rope, and a butt ton of planks. And 10 nails. Probably a partridge and a pear tree somewhere in there too.
Okay. And here's some pigment.
Got it. Cool.
Wait, where are you? There you are.
Hi.
Oh,
Here's some pigment.
What is pigment for me?
Yeah, well, are you not building the boat?
Oh, okay. I didn't know it was needed in the boat.
Yeah, I said it was pigment. We needed pigment for the boat.
Oh, I didn't catch
But then
the
I
pigment.
asked
my bad.
you if you knew how to craft it.
yeah.
And there
was
was
a
a
whole
whole
thing.
conversation about it.
Oh, it's fine.
We have a boat.
I'm trying to get over there, but I'm stuck on something. Okay.
A very large boat.
Oh, heck.
Oh,
I forgot that we need 2 of them,
that's fine.
and I did not calculate for 2 of them. Oh, heck.
Go ahead and build the rest and then double check.
Yep. I'm building.
You guys know that running into something at full speed on this boat only does 18 damage?
That's concerning.
That's kind of know.
Do we have 2 sails or 1 sail?
Technically,
two.
you only need one, but 2 is fine. I wouldn't be mad.
2 for
zoomies.
zoomies.
I like zoomies. Zoomies are chill.
Yeah, we need a couple more rope. And we'll need 10 more cloth. And 1 more pigment, because I'm a goof. Trying to figure out...
2 more rope, 10 more cloth, and what?
Hang on. What in the actual heck is this?
Oh, it's like the overhang, like we have in the other ship.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
What? Oh my god.
We don't need it on the front, just the back.
No, I want it on the front.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, look at how cool it looks. Hang on, I gotta get rid of these.
Oh, you could actually make it a double decker. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Okay, yeah,
right?
no, I'm all about that. Okay, I respect it.
Oh gosh, I keep forgetting that that's not actually there yet.
Yeah.
I can't see. Okay, we do need a little bit more than I thought we did.
Did we already interact with this story tower thing? Whatever they're called. Back at the other base, like it's right across the water.
Pretty sure.
Like, I feel like we should have many times over, but I just didn't. It gave me a knowledge point. So.
I don't know.
Oh. That's concerning. If you hop on the boat a sec, Saku.
What?
Hop on the boat a sec, because I'm going to build up some of it.
Okay.
Also a hand here that gave me attunement level. That's at our base.
Thank goodness. Hang on.
Oh, I'm stuck.
There's a what?
A hand sign thing?
Hand
Like
sign.
those things on the wall?
Yeah.
Like almost in our base, and it gave me like attunement level, like I'd never touched it before.
Weird.
Invalid ladder placement.
Yeah, because for some reason it's not connecting properly. Can we not? How do we get up there if we can't ladder?
Maybe that question mark?
What is that?
Lookout valve.
Where'd you get that?
Scroll up.
What do you mean scroll up?
Oh, I'm looking at all of sailing, so...
That is all of sailing.
Oh, weird. Hang on. You don't have everything unlocked like I do. Check your knowledges, because I feel like you're missing something in there.
Probably
Like, a
the
lot of it in there.
basic boat.
That could be it.
Yeah, because this should be what it is up at the front, but there's something there already.
This does look pretty awesome, though.
Yeah, and then we can put cannons on here. Like,
Oh, heck yeah.
right? Storage.
When the heck did this game turn into Sea of Thieves?
Oh, don't. Also, the don't forget that like zoomy thing that we can put on there.
Yeah.
Zoomy thing? Oh yeah, the
little
crystal
pedestal
thing.
thing.
Yeah. Oh, hang on. I gotta move that back. Infamous, I'm gonna need you to... Perfect.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna move it back so that... But I'm gonna place another one.
Why
So
is
we
it
can go-
not connected?
I feel like it'll connect. It's connected probably to the bottom.
It just doesn't feel connected.
Can't wait to sail away and leave like the everything behind, just
Dude,
floating.
what? Oh, it's so... Saku?
I see it.
Saku? I am very concerned for this boat. Mariko?
I'm not there.
Saku's scuffing the game.
I'm
No,
not,
no.
No. I can't figure out how to stop. There we go.
No, you're going the other way now.
I know, I'm trying to stop.
There you go.
Okay, I may have a problem with the sails.
You may have a little problem.
I'm stuck. There we go. Like they're connected to nothing. Like I don't understand. I cannot connect them at all.
Oh, hit V, connect to boat.
I got it. Yeah. I did not realize that that was a button I had to turn on to connect the sail to a boat.
I like to point out I had mentioned that already.
Still invalid ladder placement. Oh, see, I can attach it to the outrigger. That's fine.
I got it. No. I got it. No. I got it. Yeah, no. Don't worry.
This is
Don't
so
worry.
dumb.
No.
It's so good.
It's fine.
I don't know if you can see this.
It's fine. Everything's fine. I can see it, yes.
That's so weird.
What is your, like, nonsense that you're doing here?
That's my shield. I hit that when I was spamming E.
This is gonna be the most janky build setup here. All so that we can get a second floor.
We do not need in any way. And we'll probably just
probably
make
gonna
it even
just
harder
replace
to navigate.
No, it'll be fine. The problem is more so it's probably gonna be immediately replaced once we get the new wood.
Wait, did you connect it to the outrigger?
Yeah. I'm working on it. Calm down.
Oh, I see what you're up to.
No, you don't.
Janky hack, mate.
Okay. Why? Okay, hang on. Let me attach to you. I can't see. Why? Ah! Invalid ladder. I know it's an invalid ladder placement now.
I don't think we need these reef trees growing in here.
There we go. Wait. Yeah! Look at that! We got
That works.
Thank
I still feel
God.
like that second sail might have some problems.
Well, yeah, but I can't connect it until it's built. Okay. Perfect. Now we can have
How
two
far-
people on sails.
No, they both get controlled at the same time. You
Oh, do
open
they?
one sail, it does open.
Oh, yeah,
both.
yeah,
Oh, it
yeah,
does.
yeah. You're right, you're right, you're right, you're right.
The ship that we've been sailing around on has 2 sails already.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
does it?
Yeah.
Okay. Other people already have the cannons unlocked, and I do not. So,
Do we
What's
want the zoomy on the front, or on the top, or the bottom?
I feel like the zoomy should be, well, one, it's floating, so it's not actually connected to the boat. You gotta press B. Because it's, yeah, there you go.
Yellow instead of blue, yeah.
No, it's because the boat's moving.
Oh, okay. I feel like on the top, because the people on the sails are the ones that can get off the sails to do other things. The person that's steering probably should not be. That's not in the middle. You can't move it until. Oh wait, you can remove it though. Also, I feel like this sail is not directly in the middle.
I mean, if I put it back one, it's there. If I put it
That's
forward
fine.
one...
No, that wasn't the problem. The problem is
You
it's
can-
off center. It's like slightly to the left.
You can hold control also to like put it wherever you want without the snapping.
How about right there?
Pull it closer to you. Closer to you. Closer to you.
Going a little timer. Ah!
There you go. Perfect. Oh, now it's too far right. Okay, that's fine. You know what? Heck it. Just leave it. It's fine.
It's gonna bug me.
In 5 minutes from now. Perfect.
Close enough. What do I need for that? I know I need a book thing, and then I need a mana crystal and something else.
What are you putting a mat on here for?
For myself.
Oh! Oh, I got golden starfall blossom seeds.
Oh,
There's
nice.
upgradable seeds from farming. Golden coral wood seeds. I don't know what it gets us. More or golden version?
I need twine. Can you bring twine over? Oh my god,
Yep.
I was supposed to be fogs.
That's me.
Not the worst thing I've been called, but yes.
Also,
How
welcome
much-
in Steve and Niall and Zizzy.
How much would you like?
How much you got?
Oh my.
816 times 2, 32?
32.
Yeah.
Did you bring the plant fiber over?
Does that mean we don't have any twine anymore?
We're burning through it.
I'm coming.
Oh.
Do you have
I'm
the boat
crafting
over
a-
there already, Marco?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got about 15 twine. That's a start.
All right. What is it? High fiber diet? There we go. All right.
Yep.
I've got some twine. Or some not twine. The other thing.
Rope.
No, the before
Fiber.
twine. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, there we go. All right, that should get me enough for 32. And then what else do we need?
I think that
Better
might
communication
be
skills?
it. No, we got this. Wait, why is fish sticks not in the thingy?
Campfire food.
All right. I think whatever. Do you need? Yeah. Heck it. Do you need any of the like ingredients, like lists for the stuff that you were building, like the attunement things or your bed, or you know what you got for that?
I already have what I need.
Okay. Then I'm gonna say that we're good to go and that we should do this and then go back and yeah. We don't have cannons, just so you know.
We can see these next time, it's fine.
I'm concerned more so about if we need to go across the you know.
The death?
The deep.
Yes. The abyss. Void?
Deep.
The deep? Is it? I thought the deep was like the actual name of the bad guys.
No, never mind. I thought it said the deep whenever I was boating across.
Oh, it might. I genuinely don't know. I thought, for some reason, I thought it was the abyss, which is also the deep, which is also the void, which is also, you know, all the other things. They're all like, yeah.
Just open the thesaurus and turn to page.
Yeah,
void.
that's exactly. Bing, 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 bing.
Oh, I miscounted. I'm a dingbat.
What'd you miscount?
None.
Did you see what I built?
Yeah, little baskets.
Yeah, for more storage so that we can put more stuff on there.
Yeah, there's a ton of storage in this sucker, by the way.
I know, I saw. But it's great.
I'm all about it.
Resin. Wait, no, you don't need to go back. No, there's
Do I
resin here.
not? Oh. That's fine. I need to repair anyway, because I haven't repaired yet.
Yeah, I'm putting resin in the thingy. But you
It's
didn't
also
grab
almost-
anything for the thingy at the top.
I have it on me. I actually need to grab one thing for it.
If it's an ancient fragment, we've got some here.
Nope.
It's a tide crystal.
It uses tide crystals to do its thing, so I grabbed some extra tide crystals to preload it.
Ah.
That way we don't have to worry about it. We just have them already.
Look at these trees growing all tree-like.
What?
Who do they think they are?
Yeah. Oh, hey, I was coming over here too to water this stuff. You know, we could put, oops. You know, we could put, what's it called? Flower pots or whatever these things are. Planters on the boat.
Yeah, maybe, but then if we wreck the boat, it might not be very good.
Ooh, Ooh, these are pretty.
Oh, this is scary. So, just so you know, the railings are merely a suggestion on this boat.
The
You walk right
railings
through?
are a suggestion?
I kind of walk right through them. On the upper level, okay, let me rephrase. The railings, you'll see for yourself. I'll explain later.
I found a speed run strat to run.
What'd you do? Do hippity hops?
Or shift?
No.
So, these railings exist.
Yeah.
This railing, yep, there you go.
The front one doesn't exist.
Railing, that railing is a suggestion, just so you know.
Marco, what do you think of the boat? Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it yet. I'm watering. I tend to my trees.
I do want to switch a couple things on me here.
You
spirit
could
it.
eat something.
Well, the watering can has durability.
Yeah, I just saw that. Yeah, mine is almost dead. I found a speed run strat to run. Yeah, but I mean like faster, right? Faster than sprinting. You got sprinting, or you got... Oh god, a tree's just loaded in. If you have to time it right, though.
I think they tweaked a node for me.
Okay. Is it the sprint node?
Kind of. So I have a node that I already took, which is increased movement speed on land. The other side of that node is you have a chance to get additional resources from all hand-gathered nodes. So if we're farming and picking stuff up, I might want to take that and just pick everything up.
Is that why you've been getting, is that why you've been getting that one thing that I can't remember?
Seeds?
No, you keep getting like 12 ore
that's
from
me.
thing. Oh, is it Murnco?
That's Murnco.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sure, this is a lovely boat in the daytime. We need some lights on this boat.
I apparently have not found the spirit that can unlock imbued storage chests.
I haven't either.
Oh, I thought that's what we were using.
Also,
That's what this was using.
I'm really sad.
Why?
The things they have not added for Path of Wind yet, but are coming soon, air quotes, I get a double jump.
I feel like at the second that they add that, everybody's going Path of Wind.
I don't know. What do you get for yours? Because I'm curious.
I mean, it'll be healing. It'll always be healing.
You should be able to see in your path if you go to if you talk to the statue thingy. Yeah.
Oh, it just.
Oh, it doesn't even say for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. See, my first two are either bonus damage to full health and then double jump, and then my second two is allows bow overcharge and dodge teleport.
I am ready to go.
I need some rope and glowstone.
What you making?
Lights.
Camera action.
Oh, like a fairy lights? I don't know what
Fairy
they're called. Yeah, like
Oh,
this.
like a string of lights?
Yeah.
No, I was just making... I mean, we can make those, I think.
I don't think so. I haven't seen one.
Well, I definitely can. See if I can place these somewhere here. Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
At level 20, decorative lights, string lights.
I just
20?
put some on the boat.
Oh, I don't even have it leveled up. Oh, that is string light. Yeah. You put some on the boat? Oh my god, that's amazing. How do I unlock cannons? I don't see cannons on here at all. Oh, here it is. Flame cannon and not flame cannon. Where's the other one? No, I don't need mounting plaque. I'm never going to put that in there. Oh, wait, that's a wooden cannon. Wait, is a wooden cannon what we already have?
Yeah, I think that's the one we have.
Oh, I don't have any of this. All right, let's unlock that then. I just skipped Sharpstone entirely.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Sunny. Do I need... Oh, I need food. Would be a good idea, huh?
Yes.
Do we have any rope?
Great question. Infamous?
Do we have any rope? Good question. Saki?
Why are you saying me? You were the one who was crafting it.
I crafted what we needed.
I'm crafting rope.
Need 2, 4, 6, 8.
We have 8 that I'm crafting.
Cool.
Smooth, sticky silk from a spider. Ah! I'm gonna go back to that one island while this is crafting. Infamous, do you want to keep an eye on the loom?
Yeah, I will.
I just want to see if I can find my my water sprite at that one section. If we're not going to, I want to go to Windswept a little bit. Oh God.
Do we have any glowstone around?
We did.
There is like a bunch at Windswept, but
There's some in random crafted stuff. There's 30 there.
Random crap and stuff.
Yeah, where I'm at.
random crafted stuff.
Oh, I did say that. Apologies.
Plant fiber seed, by the way.
Ow! Plant fiber seed is pretty cool. I didn't realize that we could get those.
Same.
Yeah.
I got 2 on me, I just realized.
Look at what's that?
Ropes on the
Glowing.
loom, right?
Yes. It's probably, it takes 10 seconds each, so it'll take about 80 seconds. So if it's been about a minute, yeah, then they're probably already done.
Thank you.
Yep. It's so peaceful on the water, even though there's sharks trying to eat me, and it's cold. I feel like there has to be something at this location. Like, I really feel like it. I feel it in my bones. Besides the crab over here.
Yeah. Oh, just... Oh.
Ooh. What a great fight.
How did I miss
Rude.
calculate that? Oh no, they're solid! That's gonna be real annoying. The lights have you can't go through them, so they're hanging and you just bump your head on them.
Oh my god.
Let's see if I can maybe manipulate it.
That seems really silly, though.
Yeah. Well, what is it? What was that? What was that? You. Come back here.
Oh. Day has arrived. Oh, wow, you are weak. That guy died in one hit.
You're right. Where do you want seeds placed? Is there a chest up by the farm, I assume?
Yeah, there is.
Up by the
Okay.
seed crafting table things.
Gotcha.
I found a bunch of dawnberries. Oh, what is this? Salted deepling steak. Oh, there's a chest. Gotta talk to it at just the right angle. As soon as I figure out what the angle is. Oh, there's a tide thing here.
I also repaired your watering cans and put a repair stone next to the thing.
Oh,
Oh,
thank
nice. Thank you.
I feel like that would be a smart thing to do.
you. Is that high enough?
All right. So next move is to the spines, correct?
It will be, yes.
Okay.
I'm just taking a look around this area.
Fair.
I hate the fact that I can't grab a ledge and pull myself up. Crying.
What?
What's wrong? What happened?
I put the lights down, and then they just popped like a foot away from where I put them, and it's floated in the middle of the sky.
Ooh, this is a really nice lift. Whee!
I might also hide metal in our base area.
Bye! That was so much damage. That was
Do you have
actually
repair
really
kits
nice.
for this boat, by the way?
No. Ooh. This looks like a place.
It is a place, in fact. That is accurate.
Yeah. It is a place that I don't know that we must have been here. Because why is this open? I wonder if this is one of those places where it had that annoying thing that we had to go do, that like the thing that hecked the you had to poke the things underwater and
Oh, the spire?
yeah, they kept getting poisoned. Oh
Yeah, I think
my
that-
god, this is a trial. I would come here if I were you guys.
Momentarily.
Where you at? Okay.
This, I think, is what actually gives us that one. Oh wait, no, it says But this has to be the monolith, right? Oh, but we have this check marks. But why did it say that I had to ascend the trial or ascend the tower
You
and
can
prove my
redo
worth?
trials.
Can you? Is that maybe what it is? Oh,
Probably.
okay. It's probably nothing then. I'll go in here and see. If it's anything, I'll let you know.
We have 2 repair kits that are advanced repair kits.
Yeah, that was what I was gonna make. So
Yep,
thank you
there
for
are
doing
2 on
that.
the boat. Yep.
Oh, there's an advanced repair kit on the boat?
Wait,
Oh,
I'm out of
yeah.
arrows? What?
Oh, we can make them and put them on the boat.
Wait, what if you put a repair tool on the boat? Like the workstation?
I don't think that repairs the boat.
No,
but it
if
repairs
we,
weapons
but it
and stuff.
repairs our tools.
Oh,
like
yeah,
if we
yeah.
have storage and stuff and we're out there and we're having to fight things.
Have a literal floating fortress for ourselves.
Yeah. Ah! That guy just threw an item at me in midair. Do you guys know if you can go up on the ledges that have like the bushes up top? Or like there's those coral kind of walls
Like the mushroom
that have,
things?
yeah, I think those are supposed to be like shelf coral.
Yeah, you can stand on them.
Yeah, that's where the
yeah,
coral
but
wood
there's,
often
like-
is.
Yeah, so the rest of the sentence was the ones that have the trees on the top of them.
Yeah.
Do you know if like you can get up there at all?
Yeah. That's where the initial trees are that I harvest out at the first base. There's a wind gust that takes you to the very top there, and I can get like 15-ish trees. I've got that. Got that. Yeah, switch on that.
It's just kind of stuck in the wall.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to put these string lights anywhere super nice.
I don't really know where I'm supposed to be going. It's like ascend the tower and I'm lost. I feel like I'm falling. But to be fair, I'm not really looking for... I'm looking for the water guy.
Marco, anything else we need?
No, I'm okay for now. I'm just trying to get this stuff
Okay.
down.
I don't know. I don't feel like it's gonna be here. Because I feel like we probably already went to the monolith. Where's the... But I feel like it has to be in this section. Right? Because all of the... maybe. They're kind of like spread out.
Oh, that's what I'm missing.
Maybe it's on like a small little island somewhere. Maybe I'm just not able to see. And I just been driving by it. Yeah, I see Infamous. Right, don't you think it has to be somewhere over here? I feel like it does. Well, maybe not this particular dude, right? Like, but I feel like either an earth or water one should be close. Oh, thank goodness. so pretty.
It is.
Like, honestly, hugely pretty. I may have ticked off some dudes.
Why would you do that?
For fun.
Fair. I respect that.
I'm like right by the Oh
Where did
yeah,
that
you
village
can
go?
come up here. Oh wow. Do you have to touch the you have to touch the statue for it to show up on the map?
I believe so.
Like if I happen to run across it, like it was close enough in the range, and then
Okay,
activate
I'm
it,
good,
I would
go
be
on.
like, haha. Ooh.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
neat. That's what you're up to.
What? Do we have like a spyglass or something? Ah!
Not that
think
I'm
so.
aware of.
What am I looking at here? Oh. Yeah, nah.
Yeah, nah.
I was looking at a glowing tower. I was like, oh, maybe it's there. And then I looked at what the glowing tower, where the glowing tower was, and it was in fact in the scary area.
Yeah, you don't want to go there. Not
I'm
yet.
getting a whole lot of stuff. That's just from chests. But all I'm looking for is just the water minion thing. I don't even know what it gives me. I don't know what the buff is gonna be. I'm just so excited. Oh, there's somebody just dropped 20 tide metal ore on the beach.
Stuff's heady.
Okay. I found shiny rocks.
Like shiny rocks.
Wow, I keep critting. This, like, spear is amazing. It just feels good. At least
Yeah.
Shifley became the first Jets player to get 100 points. Oh, wow, really? Yo, congrats to Shifley. I can see poison nodes in the distance already.
That means it's not from spiders.
Yeah.
Clearly.
The corrupted ones I can see from this
Eric, what are you
area.
doing?
Ooh, oh, what's that? It's just, is that nothing? Am I getting excited for, oh god, shark. Shark. I think I got excited for nothing. I thought there was a shiny. It wasn't a shiny. It was just nothing.
A shark.
This is where we saved that one enemy.
You saved an enemy? That sounds like a bad
Or,
idea.
well, saved the thingy. Oh, did we get this handprint already? Rude. You hit me. Not allowed. We get this hand? No, we did not. There's a hand
That's
here.
is that right by our other base?
It's right by where we saved the guy, the spirit.
Oh.
Eris Volume 3, Silence. I haven't spoken aloud in 6 days. I told myself I'd keep a record, but some nights even that feels like too much. I catch myself talking out loud sometimes, narrating what I'm doing, like someone's listening. Foolish. There's no one here. Not really. The spirits stay hidden, and even the ones I've rescued along the way come and go as they please. I used to imagine someone would come. That hope felt warm once. Now it only hurts. Sometimes I wonder if this is part of the Ancients' design, if isolation is meant to break you down, make you grateful for whatever scraps of meaning they offer, make you so desperate for purpose that you'll accept any role, any service, no matter how feeble. They speak from monuments, from ruins, from the safety of the past. They tell me to keep going, to gather, to endure, but they're not here anymore. I am. You can tell, like, she's just actually breaking down. Like, mentally.
So sad. I have a death totem over here and it's bugging me and I have to clear it.
Did you die?
Apparently at some
Hey,
point.
block it. How are you? Oh, hey, random crab just spawned in my face. That shark is massive. Okay, that's
It
rude.
had 4 mana on it, that was it.
Oh, you actually hit me. Oh, my healing activated at the perfect time. I would love Rivali's Gale-esque, like, final, what's it called? Like, one of the totems, or one of the skills that you can get from, like, what happened? Oh, I picked something up and now I can't move. Oh my god.
Rip.
That was literally so close.
I am ready when you are, Marco.
Are you going?
Uh-huh.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I was just trying to see if I could find the node, but all I found was sadness.
Thought we unlocked like flame cannons or something.
We
We
did.
did.
I have it. On mine, it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
what you have to actually like physically unlock it on the tree. But oh my god, no. I'm dead. I'm dead, 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 dead. Leave me alone. Go away. Stop throwing things at me. I'm trying to leave. But what if I just missed it? What if it's just on this side? What is this? Oh, it's just random plants. Okay, where's the base? Gotta look for Murnko and Infamous.
I'm on the new ship.
A new ship.
The new one you guys just built.
Are you far away from me?
We're still at the base.
Yeah, we haven't left yet.
Okay.
Is that the fire one?
Yep.
Why can't I see that? Maybe I'm just blind.
It's on the far right of whatever level it is. It's literally like
It's
either
16.
17 or 16. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there it is. I'm just blind. Should we put maybe like regular cannons and fire cannons?
I mean, I'm down with that.
Yes, because I'd like to launch myself across to wherever if I need to. Gosh, that battle or that bird spirit was so cool.
He's so pretty.
I'm just traveling past it right now, so I yeah. So what does the earth spirit look like? Is it like a turtle?
Yeah.
I haven't even seen that one at all either. Boop, 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 boop. Devils are still waiting for their first, and we've existed for over 50 years. Oh no!
Oh, there's
Is
a
it
flame
because-
shot here. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just wondering if it was because of, like, the maybe swapping out players too often, or like, what is this? Rock salt. We got rock salt on the beach.
Yep. Glass shows up on our beach too. There's actually some right now. I can see.
Don't worry, one of these times, I believe.
I don't know if we have the
Cantan.
ingredients to make
For what?
those fire
The flame
cannons.
cannon.
What do you need?
Volatile gland and blaze oil. I believe blaze
I
oil
have
is
blaze oil.
from alchemy.
Yeah, I have blaze oil. You got the bird!
Yeah, I crafted it.
What was your goalie, Cans? Okay, hang on. Blaze, what was the other, sorry, blaze something? Blaze oil?
Blaze oil and volatile gland.
Oh, well, I got some bad news. Volatile gland is something that we need to get from explosive urchlings. And I haven't seen them for a while. I can make two blaze oils, but then I use all the volatile glands in order to do so.
Right. I think the volatile gland things are the fish from the first area, the little poppy fish,
Yeah.
the ones that go boom.
Wait. We also need volatile glands to make flame shot for the cannons.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I think holding off on the flame cannons for now is just unnecessary evil, unfortunately, because we won't have the materials for now.
Okay. Well, let's go, do the other thing.
Yep.
Inspire.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just get the stuff for regular cannons then.
I think you just need 2 mana crystals to finish this one up here. Do we want to do a sleepy?
Might be a good idea. I'm just dumping all this stuff in,
Okay, I'll pop over so we can do a sleepy.
Nom 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 nom. They literally, okay. Oh, that one, yeah. I had to change goalie puck handling rules because of him. He was too good at it. That's why the trapezoid behind the nets exists. Trapezoid's behind the nest. Oh, you... Oh, okay. I am in bed.
Same.
Oh, sorry, I'm making cannons. Hang on.
Okay.
Okay, I'm coming.
gonna put this away, put this away, put this away, move this over, my inventory, put this over here and this over here. I think I've got everything. I need to start using bandages instead of just, yeah. I don't know. I also need to heal. Infamous is no longer in bed.
Wait, no, Marco, because it'll reset my sleep timer or my rested timer.
Yeah, Marco said he's in bed.
I'm in bed.
I don't see you in bed.
There's a bed over there. Yeah.
Oh.
Cannonballs? Anybody have any cannonballs?
The other one, the other
I don't think they
boat
take that much.
has. The other boat has.
I can make some here.
Oh, okay. It was like we had a third defenseman. That makes sense. Oh gosh, I just ate food again. Well, heck. I guess I have 1 billion HP. Oh, I didn't realize you guys were ready. I was just chilling, looking at chat.
You're chill.
How dare you interact with chat?
I'm ready.
Time to zoomy.
Somebody's gotta be on the bottom right. That's where the steering thing is.
Yep. I'm on it. Hopefully everything stays together. Wow, this is lagging me pretty hard. There we go.
Oh, that lagged real hard.
To the left, to the left, to the left.
It's getting a bit 17 FPS right at the moment.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
We're up to 34 now. Okay.
Yeah, it caught up finally. I think it was just the boat was just like, oh hey, you're sailing now.
What do you think of the lights? I put lights on it and stuff.
I
do like
like
the lights.
it. Yes.
If one person has to sail this, they have to run up the ladder all the way to the sails and then jump back down to the...
Do we want to go north and around, by the way? Would that be smarter here?
No, we are already north. Oh, you mean
Which
that
way?
north?
Like, north around the islands.
We're turning left. Sorry, I thought you meant like
What
that
north
way
is
into
there?
the abyss. I do not want to go in there. Enjoy the lyric. We're drifting into a rock.
Just slightly.
Yeah, slightly enough that I had concerns. Whoa, 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 we're so fast! Oh my god, the mantas underneath the water that's super
neat.
Cool. Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's cool as
Look
heck.
at that, right? Oh my god, there's so
I did
many
that before.
cool things.
I don't remember that, honestly.
I don't either.
I like that the fire pit, it looks like a flame going into the back of the boat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that looks awesome. Now?
Whoa.
Did we get hit by something?
It might have been a fish.
Oh,
or
there's a
something like
fish
this
in
one.
front of us, yeah. That one's about to
Oh, you know
chomp
what?
on us too.
Because the boat's longer, they can turn around and hit us before we actually pass over them.
There goes our tide crystal.
Thankfully, we got 4 more.
Am I going through here, or should I just go all the way around?
I'll just go all the way around.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a very tight corner if you go in there.
There should be like a regular repair kit in the hull as well, if anybody wants to. But maybe next time we get hit.
Yeah, say next time we can worry about.
I wonder if there's anything in there that looks like it could be interesting. We can mark that down for future.
You were in there
Yeah,
already.
there's a tide on the beach.
Lost Ruin.
Yeah, that might be the Lost Runes.
No, that is the Lost Ruins, 100%.
No, I mean like that might actually be the building, not the island itself.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
The thing that I was looking at in there might be, yeah.
If you cut left here,
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
and then just
Left
sail
way.
between the two big pillar-looking things.
I saw a certified Saku game. Dome Keeper was on Steam sale. Yep. All right.
But we're gonna get hit by every fish we go over now.
Well, no, because we're supposed to be hitting them along the way. That's why we have an archer.
Yeah, there's one in front of us.
Yeah, see? Oh, bam. Even though there's one to our right and there's one directly in front of us, but I think the in front of us one is more important. We're gonna want to, yeah, go right a little bit.
Oh, there's a spear there. Are we gonna grab that?
That's
Like straight
where
ahead.
Yeah, right. Its spirit
Oh,
is
is it?
right there.
Oh, it is all right. Okay, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I thought it was on that beach front is what it looked like to me.
Although I'm not sure. I guess the beach is to our right. Like we'd have to go immediately. I guess we could just launch ourselves with cannons.
I say we just park right up here and should be good
Because
from
we're
up here.
like we're a lot wider than we normally would be, right? Like
Yeah. I'd
we
say
don't-
just like park it here-ish. Because we're already past the spirit.
Well, yeah, but we can't exactly climb up the wall.
No,
No,
we
we
got
should be able
the
to launch ourselves from here.
Yeah. It's also Chester.
Maybe I'll turn around then so the cannons actually face the.
There, we're about to get hit by a fish because Infamous left us. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Next time, Infamous, you're gonna be the one who's on duty for the sails.
Lol.
Thank you. Look at that fancy draft that's right there.
I like that you don't have to empty the cannons out of it, the balls out of it to.
Yeah.
Ooh, wow. That's a nice draft. That's a big guy. That's a big guy. A spirit's in danger nearby. I'm being attacked. Listen, the spirit may be in danger, but I'm in danger. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There's a guy, he's chasing me. Leave me alone! Hi.
Oh, that hurt.
I hit him with lightning. Where is the spirit?
Oh, but it was in danger.
Yeah, I'm just confused. Ooh, there's a thingy up here.
here.
There you are. Oh, he just.
Ah.
Aha, the threat recedes.
Oh, that was it?
Yep. I mean, this is just, yeah.
I guess.
Ability guide. Flame dart ability unlocked. Ooh. Anyone find any water or whatever thingies? Either turtles or... Sorry, I'm just like going up and down on this because I'm trying to see if I can find any points of interest.
I mean, there's definitely gonna be something like over here on the map.
I feel like there should be, but I don't see anything. Is that something? I really wish that I had a spyglass or something. Because I can't see far. Like, I can't zoom in. So I don't know whether or not I need to go over there or not. Oh, there's something there. I think. Maybe? Maybe? I'm gonna go over there. It looks like something that is not natural. Have you tried Dome Keeper, huh? If you're looking for games to play, this game's pretty great. Dome Keeper is pretty great. You know, Core Keeper is pretty great. Iterate is pretty great. Yo, level 20. Let's go.
Nice.
Yep. Can now build a mana extractor and spirit amenities 3. Nice. We got an earthen crystal, elder bark plating. Oh, there's the decorative lights you were saying. What game is good but not great? Ooh. I'm trying to think. I don't know.
Good but not great.
Right? That's a tough one. Because it's either, for me, I don't remember, like, mediocre things.
Are you talking about a game that's just, like, fun to play for a bit and then you just kind of get tired of it, or what?
Yeah, like a game that's kind of meh, but not amazing. It's like a good game, a game that you want to play, that you'll play, like, if you have nothing else to play, is a good game, but not a great game, in my opinion.
I think 10 million on Steam is a good example of that for me. I go back to it every few years. It is a puzzle-based tile game. You have to shift tiles around to collect them. And the game revolves around the mechanic that you have to score points from killing enemies, going further in the dungeon, etc. It's an interesting concept. It executes it well, but it very quickly loses its luster.
It's probably a pretty hot take, but I'm going to say Blueprints.
I could see it.
I also agree.
Good, but not great.
But I'm not a fan of roguelikes in general. I found a knowledge stone.
Oh, crud, over encrypted.
I was really hoping that this would be the water statue. I'll fight each one of you. Do you want me to stand here and wait for you to come to the thingy?
Where are you? I will head that way.
Give me 1 sec. I'm drop what I have off real fast and I'll be there.
Okay.
I'm just, while you guys have been exploring, I've been doing coral farming.
But there was a point where I needed to Google things with my partner and I could not get anything figured out anymore. I think that how do I describe it? I enjoyed the bit of it I had played, but I feel like where I ended was where I was going to end at any point. Right? I don't know how to describe it in any other way, but
How do you get to where you are?
so there's a cave underneath me.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
There's
an updraft, and you just take the updraft in here. So through here.
Floating your direction.
Like, I understand that there's points of blueprints, and blueprints is one of those games that you have to go in without any information, right? Like, if you people will start to tell you how to solve puzzles or how to do the game and whatever else and how it works, and that basically at that point there's no point in playing it because you know
it's a game about discovery.
Yeah. I keep kicking this bag that's underneath my desk. So it's just, yeah, I don't know.
I put 23 hours into that game. So, I mean, I liked it.
Yeah.
But I never finished it. And I don't have any plans to go back at this point.
Hello.
Yo.
Hello.
Ready?
Yep.
The voice of the ancients fill your mind. We fell here in the shallows, our bodies broken, our era ended, yet from our ruin, the reef continued to grow. Coral took root in our bodies and life surged through the hollows of our remains. Our physical form is long gone, but still we endure. We did not know what life might follow us, but the reef remembers. If there is beauty still in Nera, Echo, it is because of those who still fight for survival. Even after all this time, the reef resists the deep, still. Good morning, Murnco. Hey, Green Man. How you doing? Yeah.
Good morning, Marco. Marco's been here.
How about I said morning in chat?
Oh.
What's a terrible game you would not recommend to anyone, but you're glad that you played it?
Resident Evil 5. 100%.
That's a great example.
It is a hot take to some.
Nobody should play that game. I had a great time playing it.
It was no, Kippa. There is no hesitation.
I don't know.
Resi 6 is almost there. I think Resi 6 is better than 5, but 5 is an awful game, but playing through it can be fun. It is a very big guilty pleasure. I still make a playthrough of it probably every few years. If they updated Resi 5 with updated controls, I think it'd be better.
I'm looking through my Steam list, and I'm like, I don't even see anything that I could say is even terrible. Yeah?
There's like a interestingly spirally thing like right off in the distance from us. Does that look like it could be anything?
Spirally?
Yeah, like it kind of like the rocks kind of spiral up in like a tower, but maybe it's just The
Oh,
draw
that?
distance is messing with me. Oh, I think it's just the draw distance. Let me get a little closer. Yeah, I don't know that that's anything. Never mind. Sorry to interrupt your searching for a bad game.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't know of a terrible game, because if I see a game that's gonna suck, I just don't play it.
Old game and a hot take. Alpha Protocol.
Black Ops 1 multiplayer. It's terrible now because nobody plays it. I enjoyed when people play it. Very Deus Ex Light.
Like a multiplayer lobby-based game like that would really count, though. Just because no one's playing it, obviously. That doesn't change like the game, though.
Yeah. It's a unique game, hasn't aged super well. I'm just still looking through my stuff. I'm looking through my family library now, trying to see if there's any games that like. See, the problem is a terrible game to me is just a game I don't enjoy playing.
Yeah, I wouldn't download it if I.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot about this game.
I lied. You know what was a terrible game that I am glad that I played? Superman 64.
Oh yeah, I'll give you that one.
Like, yeah.
You're glad you played it.
Yeah, I am. I streamed it. You know, it's one of those things that is right. It's an experience. You have to have right. You have to have what an answer. No. Honestly, like it's a terrible game, but like it's you have to experience it once, right? Right? I'm not crazy.
No, I agree.
I think I'm good without experiencing it.
I think if you're ever going to go into game development, it is a great game to experience, to know what to not do, and why you shouldn't do it, because it demonstrates both. I have another
06?
hot take.
What?
It's a game called Shadowrun Returns. It came out like 2013 or 14. It's based on Shadowrun, which is a tabletop RPG. It was trying to do something that it couldn't accomplish very well.
I think I remember that game. Like I own that game.
I've played like 10 to 15 hours of it, I think. It's okay, but it's not good.
I've never played Shadow of the Colossus. Sorry.
I stand by, you're good. I stand by my original, though. Alpha Protocol is a very good one.
The hell?
It's an awful game looking back. It did not age well at all. It is a game where quite literally everything you do in that game matters. Like, you'll talk to an NPC and get 5 choices. All 5 choices mean something at some point in the game, and it could be 10 hours down the road. You could literally tell somebody, like, you're a jerk, and then 5 missions later, suddenly there's 10 extra enemies in your face because you made them mad.
See, that reminds me of Man of Medan, or whatever else I saw. There's like a couple of choices in that game where you may not realize it right away, but like characters will die because of a choice that you make that you made a long time ago, kind of thing.
Yep. And you have no realization as to why or how. They just die.
Yeah.
Protocol is very much the same. I actually remember my Protocol run because it's they call it an espionage RPG. It's essentially like Splinter Cell adjacent. Like, you try and do sneaky stuff, but you got a gun. And the game itself is interesting. It was very ahead of its time. But the problem it has is that you get skill points that, like, make you absolutely bonkers good.
Grumble, grumble, grumble.
So
I felt my soul leave my body trying to get that trying to get that ledge. Anyone find any statues?
I guess you
Nope.
have a chest.
You heckin' game. I swear to God. Did Shadow of the Colossus get a sequel?
No.
I think it's had spiritual sequels.
There we go. Oh my God, I have no idea why that worked this time. Ooh, what's over here?
Oh.
This looks suspicious. Oh, is this where we saved the guy? Oh, I think
Yeah,
it
pretty
is.
sure.
Darn it! I saw something cool from the sky. I was like, oh, this looks exactly like a pedestal. And yeah, it was for the guy that we just saved. So, what is the gameplay that people emulate from Shadow of the Colossus then? Also, I think that I've seen some of the ow, what in the heck in no? I'm getting on the boat. That's it. Heck this place. I'm hurting. Beaten up by coral. You have to kill 16 colossi. They're absolutely massive, and killing them is kind of like platforming puzzle. So is it like the things from Breath of the Wild?
That's a good example of it.
You know, that one does look kind of interesting. You were talking about the ladders one. There's definitely something that... Oh, what's this? Really? This is not something I can grab? Okay, never mind. That is a big fish. Okay, well, I'm going over there to see if I can find... I don't know why I'm doing this. Oh, gosh. Okay, well, I'm bandaging myself up, I guess. Rude. Marinka was talking about something about a ladder over here, or like a staircase up, and I found one that's kind of like that.
Yeah, it was like a mount, like a tower thing that looked like it was more like it looked. The rocks looked different than the other ones, but
Okay.
I don't know if it actually did anything or led to anything.
This is definitely not the same in that sense. But there is... Oh. Oh. There must have been something up here, I guess. Somebody's grabbed it.
Oh, I was just there.
Well, well, well.
Here, if you head towards Burnco, you'll have a boat to get you there. I'm kind of shifting it over since we've explored all this side.
I wish I could take a look and see. That looks like middle area over there. Is that?
They wouldn't put it underwater, would they? The water one?
Oh, I didn't think about that.
I know it wasn't underwater before, but
We have. So we have this that we have to go to next. It just, I don't know. I know that we've explored a bunch of it, but I still feel like I've barely touched it.
that was close.
There's a lot of mines over there, which kind of makes me think there's something there.
I almost surfaced her like into a mine, but it was like I just missed it.
Yeah, boat's moving slow. I'm not going fast with it.
I'm trying to get up. That was a nice thing. I just boat's going slow directly into mines.
Yeah, that way I can shoot them as we're going.
All over encumbered.
Wait, what? Are we?
No, I am.
Oh. I can come grab stuff from you.
I dropped one thing off. What did I get hit by there?
There's a mine.
Oh, but I took 8 damage from it. That's...
Oh. No, then that's probably not it.
Yeah.
There's a fish. Trying to find what you dropped.
It
Oh,
was
God.
down by the floor, the ocean floor.
I think I found what, you
Oh,
know.
bit me.
Yeah. Under the sea. Under the sea. Oh, there, I found it. Do 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 do. Man, I have not even been looking underneath the water, but I don't remember where the last water one. No, the last water one wasn't.
It wasn't underwater, but it was like it was in like a temple thing almost. Like you'd like run up a walkway to get to it, and then it was like
Yeah. Oh. Did somebody put their food in storage?
I don't know. Unless
put
mine
a lot of stuff in
Oh,
there.
mine went in there, I think.
All right. All right. Please store like items first before placing your items into a chest.
You did do that.
Somebody's
Yeah,
not doing
about
that. Because it's a mess.
Yep.
Bog's here?
Yep. In spirit.
Where'd my other food go?
Well, somebody put
There it
food down. There's, yeah.
I got it. Mike.
I did not realize that somebody was going to turn on the sail with nobody down there. Hello?
Just scooching it closer.
Closer to what?
This island, because it looks sus as heck.
Okay, we'll go in this island.
Why? Why is it doing that? I'm shooting myself out of the cannon, and it puts me onto my hoverboard. I don't understand. Now I'm getting automatically just going into my hang glider whenever I jump. Game, what are you doing?
Food, 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 food. I'm gonna get punched in the face. Never mind. He's winding up to punch me in the face. I got punched in the face. Oh, nice. Proc healing. Hey, Marco.
Hi.
Infamous is loot goblining.
Yep.
See.
I'm looking for... I hear something.
I need to eat.
We must have done this.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 things like marked off already on the map, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Must have been the different entrance than we took last time then.
Yeah. I think I have a good game for not great. LA Noir. Is that a detective one? That's the one with the like you're supposed to like
Noir has not aged well, but it's an okay game.
do facial twitches and other things, or like
Yeah.
isn't that the,
You gotta
the
like
one?
see if people are lying. Oh my gosh.
See, I don't know.
I don't really like that game.
It has not aged well, but it is an acceptable game.
I don't know. What do you mean has not aged well? I'm concerned.
I mean, the game is almost, what, 20 years old at this point?
I think
And
the
it's also,
groundbreaking tech now looks kind of silly.
yeah, considering, like, what it was trying to do then looked amazing, but then what it's trying to do, if you tried to do it today, it looks awful.
I think it looked stupid back then too.
It looked pretty good for the time.
That's where the meme X'd out comes from. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. It's a fun first experience. I mean, once you know where everything is, right, then it doesn't really matter. Or not everything is, but like, you know, once you know like all the answers to everything. Are you okay, Infamous? All right, Marco.
Yeah.
You want to,
You steering? Where are we going?
yeah. We're gonna go towards the primordial ruins. Infamous is gonna
Okay.
check out that island. I think we're going the wrong way. You're going too far.
I'm just looking at my map.
Okay. Okay, well, we're spinning. Just so
yeah.
you know.
I know, that's because I have the map open. Primordial Ruins
It's
is...
right. I marked it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. By the Tideworn ruins.
Tideworn Ruins.
Left side
Gotcha.
of the map.
Okay,
Yep.
I see it. I see it.
Yep.
Southwest.
Yep, still. Yep. Also, if
Get ahead.
if everybody wants to remove their stuff, I don't know. I actually haven't been over there. Like their maps. I mean, like their markers. Oh, okay. We can go now.
Yeah.
Okay. Infamous will catch up.
Oh, I'm catching up fast, don't worry.
I know. I slowed down to let you on. So, the thing next to you, nothing on it?
Nothing. There's a wind
Looking-
strand, there's some ore, but that's about the best of it.
Looking under the water, not seeing anything.
Spot to our right looks sussy, but I don't see a way to get up, so... Unless there's a wind gust on that. it's-
A water animal.
Ooh, that's a... Is that... Wait, what's that? Oh, that's that one. Okay, yeah. Just trying to, like, look at every island.
Are we going towards the trial then, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
This island's a bit thick. We're going a little bit too close to the right, but not much. Yeah, yeah. Wait, which one's the island that we're going to?
Like on the other side of this pillar to our right.
Yeah.
What's this thing on the left, though? Just like ahead of us and to the left. Is that anything?
What?
Doesn't look like it.
It's like a twin island there.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
Right
I
ahead of
don't. I'm not seeing any wind gusts to take it higher though, because I'm looking for gusts. Because if there's gusts, it's kind of like, hey, there's something here. But if there's not, I assume there's nothing.
No. Stop.
You're the one with the stops.
I am stopping. I'm just telling you that we're stopping.
Okay, oh yeah, alright.
You said twin island? What's wrong with my mouse? Sorry.
Twin towers.
You out to
That's
space.
not the right.
No,
Over,
not
just
that.
exactly to the left of us. Like the thing
What?
that's just to the left.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there's like.
This thing?
Yeah.
Oh my god, there's something wrong with my mouse. Give me a sec, sorry.
Is there dog hair in there?
No, there's just, it's like, there's a rock or something that's like messing with the movement or the placement of the on the ground. There we go.
If you can inch me forward, because I'm not getting angles on these for some reason.
So nice thing to say about islands? What?
Okay, you can scooch some more.
Telling the island's a bit thick? Is this where we're going?
Yep.
Yeah, there's a wind gust there, so I think there might be something here.
I mean,
Now
yeah,
there's dudes.
there's the things, right? This is where we're going for the trial. There's something up there. That might be a knowledge stone. Maybe? Isn't that? What is that? It might just be coral and I'm just losing my mind. Okay.
Oh, there's definitely something here. Start trial.
Where? Yeah, this is where we're going. That's the
Lots of war here.
Hey Crow, how's it going? Welcome in. Listen, being thick is not a bad thing. It's not rude.
This is gonna be another shoot things that I can't participate in.
No.
I got 42 arrows, so we better make it work. Actually, am I?
If no matter what,
I have 90. We're good.
we'd be fine if it was the case, because I also have 95. So, are you ready for the trial?
Ready.
Yes.
I don't think it's gonna be that, but if it is, we're ready. Yeah, it is. I can hear.
Glider
Oh, wait.
trial.
Oh God. Oh my God. No, I'm failing. Oh no.
Glider where? Oh, there's a ring there. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, follow my pathing because I'm seeing them. And my draw distance cranked.
I can't make it. "33 seconds.
Thank you, whoever did that.
That does something for you?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna make it.
I might have it for us.
So every time we go through one, it gives me us more time.
I've got 16 seconds. 14, 18. Oh yeah, you're right.
I think you got this.
Please, if you haven't already touched the button, then touch the button. Oh.
Nice. GG.
Primordial moat discovered. Collect. I hope we can do that again, though, because we'd be able to, like, look at all the islands that we passed, right? Like...
You might have
Be
to wait for
cool.
the cooldown.
Yeah. Just looking around to see if there's anything underwater here. Now that you've mentioned underwater, I'm so paranoid.
Well,
But...
well, we had to fly all the way back to our boat or ship or whatever.
I thought there was like a thing that allowed us to warp back to the trial thing, like the entrance.
Yeah,
I remember
usually it's a
that
little
on the
portal
island.
thing.
Yeah, I don't see it anywhere though. So it maybe not. I don't see it anywhere. Yeah, thick with 2 C's. Have we explored this island yet? This is a baby island.
I'm gonna go with nothing here.
Go away, random fish. Try to see if there's anything underneath the water, but it's hard to.
What? Am I like lagging majorly or something? My boat is like move. Oh wow! It just popped back into place. Okay, wild.
There was like a current that actually saved me because I wouldn't have made it all the way there if it wasn't for like one of the currents dropping down like super low.
Well, the trial's back up. We can do it again.
Ooh. Do we all want to pick an island that's along the way? And
Like a direction, maybe.
well, no, I think it's all going to be the same direction, but there was like 3 islands that we could go through to get to the one, right?
Oh, I
We
see
get
what you're saying.
the like I think it was,
I'll take
I
this
mean, we could-
first one, I guess.
yeah, if somebody wants to grab that one and then somebody grabs that one, right? The 2. And then where do we land? We land here? I think we went... Okay. Is there... I guess it has to be that one and that one. Unless there's something over there.
I do want to check the island to the west at some point. I feel like there's got to be something there.
Yeah, that's definitely something. It has to be.
I
Alright,
can
ready
try
to-
and glide to the west because I have my skill up now, so I can try and do a hard glide there.
Well, that's glide all the way from the wrong side of the building, right? Like, we're facing east. There's a wall
Yeah.
behind us. So,
I don't know how high this first gust takes me.
well, want to start?
Yep.
Just keep your eyes out for things rather than the trial. 3, 2, 1, begin. Are you all right?
Yeah.
Nothing here. Doesn't look like there's anything on this island. Oh.
Oh no. Oh,
Can I
if I
just-
fall too far, I warp back to the start of the trial.
Oh, so it's like kind of preventing you from exploring.
I could explore the top part, but if I hit the water, I like warp back. Oh no, the trial failed though. I don't know if I'll do that. Oh no, it did. Yeah, if you fail the
Yeah.
trial, the timer expire. It takes you back to the first of the trial.
I really thought that there would be something more. I can't see anything. It's dark as heck. Oh, hey. It warped me back. I think.
Maybe because Infamous is still
Yeah.
doing it?
That's what I was thinking. But
No,
now
I'm
it's
not.
done. Yeah, it's done now. I need more wood. That's what I need. All this stuff is like...
I've been
Coral
collecting
wood, I
on
think?
islands. Yeah, you can convert coral into regular.
It feels weird to do, though.
We have like 700 regular, at least, maybe 900 close.
Yeah, we have a ton at the main base.
Yeah, but the problem is I want to build up. Like, I want to go to the tops of these mountains here. Like, what the top of what we're on right now. Ouch. And I don't have any wood to do so.
Ah,
So... Right? Like, what if there's something up here? I wish I could put stuff in here while I'm crafting it so I didn't have to leave the build menu.
There's
I don't have
30
wood
wood on the
anyways.
boat.
Is there a way to craft from your inventory, or can I just... Am I just hecked?
I mean, if you're trying to build stairs, you can build that from there.
I can't build stairs from coral wood.
No, that's what I was going to give you. This wood that was in the inventory of the ship.
Okay. That's what I was saying. Or am I hecked? Because I have to come all the way back down.
Well, I can come up.
I'm here. Okay. I'm really glad that there is like a, what's it called? Oh no.
Right here. Over here.
Sorry, I was trying to put my coral wood away.
Oh, I see.
Oh, you put them on the ground. Ah, okay. I don't know if 30 is gonna be enough to get to the tops of these mountains. Is there any more trees around here that are on the ground?
oh, the
it's
ground
so
there's
dark.
a bunch around.
I just want a vantage point so I can take a look around. Like a good, solid vantage point. Like the tops of these. That's still not high enough to see if there's anything up there. Ah! Wait, am I actually crafting it? Oh my god, I'm crafting it with the items? Whoa. It builds it automatically now.
Oh, that's
That
cool.
has not been a thing forever. Well, I'm out of material. And it's dark.
Got like 22 more wood if you want it.
I just can't see anything. It's dark and foggy. It's fine. It's fine. I'm here.
I condensed everything down.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So do we want to go to the island that is to our left? The west?
Yeah, it kind of stands out a little sussy.
Yeah, I hope that there is my guy there.
Okay. I'm on the rudder.
That's a nice ship. Yeah. We just
No,
built
we
it.
didn't name it yet. Do you want to name our ship?
Ooh,
I think that's unlucky to not name a ship. You.
me?
Yeah.
Huh.
We'll name her Bernadette. Yep.
I'll go with it.
Sure.
I was like between Bernice and Bernadette. Something like that.
Bernice did it.
Bernice, go. Bernice, go.
No, Bernadette.
I feel like you're just turning into hard mode for poor Infamous.
That's fine. Something's here.
It's into the
Yeah.
water there.
Oh, yeah, I'm stopping. Fine, if we're turning around, I'm stopping.
Oh, this is turning around. There's something ahead of us underwater.
Yeah, it's rocks and stuff. But it's a little dark.
It's the worms.
The worms?
Yeah, the ones
Oh,
that give you.
worm.
Yeah, come check them out.
They're
They're good. They're the briny worms. They're the ones that give you shellfish.
I see. Okay, yeah, they look like worms. Yep. There's a
Don't
hand
worry,
on the
Saki,
wall.
I'm collecting them.
Day has arrived.
I've been snacking on
Chop
chicken
these
nuggies. Wah. 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 There's a handprint. Come get the handprint next to the chest. All right. Aya's Mark, Volume 6. I found something today near the rocks. It was a shell, half buried in the sand, in the shape of a crescent moon. My sister's trail mark. I stared at it for a long time, but as I held it closer, I saw the truth. The carve was wrong. The shape only resembled what I wanted to see. It wasn't anything, just another forgotten thing in a world full of forgotten things. I sat on those rocks for hours, clutching that shell. I've done this before. A footprint that isn't there, a scrap of cloth, a shadow in the coral. Each time I let myself believe, but not this time, not anymore. There is no trail left to follow, only the path the ancients have placed before me. The spirits are still in danger. The deep presses further into Nera each day. I was not brought here to search for what is already lost. I was called to protect what still remains. So I choose the path, for the spirits, for Nera, for me. There is rocks.
This definitely looks not natural.
Yep. Do you have wood? Can someone build a step so we can walk on top of this?
I do not.
I thought you had 20 wood.
Not anymore. It's on the ship.
Ah.
I'm not carrying that around with me. That's 20 wood.
You know, there's a lack of stuff that I'm seeing here.
This looks
Have a
like
good night,
it's something
Thunder.
that... Oh.
It's probably something to do with the ancients, if I had to guess.
Mhm. Well, most of the statues you found in the first area had these, like, similar architecture where they crossed into one of them. So this feels like where one would be.
Oh. Maybe it's in the water.
There's like a... aura or some kind there? I don't know what the sandwich that is.
I don't know. I can't see. It's dark and I'm scared. I'm going back to service.
No.
Have a good night, Thunder. I'm dying. Dying. I'm scared. This is really deep, though. Like, actually.
There's a cave with a ton of minerals in it.
Is this an invisible wall? No. I'm just... There's nothing in here. So before I drown, because I'm already over half, like, oxygen lost.
Oh, living on a prayer.
There's the abyss out there. Really, I really felt like something had to be here when I saw it on the map. This feels suspicious.
Like
Maybe
what now?
It's just that I feel like there should have been something.
Yeah, this is... looks like it's part of like a giant golem-y thing.
Yeah.
Like, it definitely is some kind of like hand or foot or something.
I wouldn't say it's lackluster. It just feels like I'm missing something. I'm gonna get punched in the face by a shark. So I'm gonna punch the shark in the face. Nice try. Oh. Whoa, bam, level 12.
Yeah, congrats.
Nice.
Thank you.
Ow, get out of here.
Like, the thing is right, it's still like really new.
Yeah,
thing
it
they're
is an
still
early access
updating.
game.
Yeah. So, like, it's possible that this might be something, and we just don't, like, we are here too early. Or it could be just something for exploring. But I feel like there should at least be like a knowledge thing here, maybe?
I mean, most of the structure is underwater, like 90% of it.
Yeah. But it's not like the other underwater ones where there's like glowing entrances and obvious things, right?
Yeah, no.
You know what I was doing before was we would build up all the time on all the islands. That's why I'm trying to build to the tops of everything. It's just to see. Gosh, I wish there was something that allowed me to zoom in. Oh, look at the
We can
knowledge
stop
tree,
by
see
our
if I can
base
find.
and pick up some wood if you want.
I mean, I just don't know where to go, right? Like,
I
that's
marked,
the thing.
I marked a couple spots that look super sus to me to the east on the way back. If we cut through the middle, there's an island to the north and an island to the south that just feel barren, and I'm kind of curious about both of those.
Island to the north, island to the south. Which ones?
Like, as we travel to our base from here. So if we go straight east, you'll see the 2 marks on the way in the flats if you zoom in on the map where it says the flats.
Yeah.
Those just seem super sus to me. I think the one to the north is where we did the trial, but I could be wrong. And then the one to the south just seems barren. Like, there should be something there.
I feel like the one to the north was the one with the spiral coral that Mernko and I climbed up.
Oh, okay. So what about the one to the south then, maybe?
I don't
Because it just
think
seems
so.
barren.
I don't know.
Because we're missing, what, 2 statues? We're missing yours, and
yeah.
we're missing...
See, it just, like, it feels to me like the wind one is here, the fire one is here. It would make sense if, like, the one of them was over here and one of them was, like, over here. But also, I don't want to spend, like... It's not like we're locked out of ever coming back here.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? I'd rather pick up everything that we need now that we have, you know, all the stuff. I'd rather pick up what we need to build a second base, like to get the spirit atonement stuff and whatever else and then go through the abyss and set up the next area.
Make some progress, and yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I don't
fine.
want to be
I'm
searching
down for
around
that.
for... Yeah. Like I said, now that we have portals, what we'll want to do when we get back to base is we're going to grab the materials for the sorry, hang on, I gotta get off this.
Spirit statue thingy and the portal.
Spirit anchor, which I think is just rocks.
We'll never find those.
Yeah, 30 stone. And we'll also want the... Where is... I guess it's here? Yeah, 4 mana crystals, 1 ancient fragment, another 20 stones. And then basically the rest of it we can get later. Because we can just warp back and forth. So... Yeah, okay. You both good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Then let's head back to one of our bases. I guess the one that's closest to us, that's north, actually. Oh wait, that's not the one that's closest to us.
I mean, the north one would be faster to get to, because we can just use our speedy spoo to get there.
We also have to go that way to get out of here.
Yeah, and this is the bigger boat that we'll want to take across anyway, isn't it?
Yes, this is the boat we will take across the abyss.
So we'll want to take this one east.
Yeah. Sorry, I meant northeast. I keep looking.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Make sure you save some of those to get across the deep thing.
That killed something that we just drove by.
Oh, I murdered it.
Oh, you did? I thought that was from the boat.
Nope, that was me murdering it.
There is a, narrow kind of passage thing here. You see it. I'm like, what is that? Oh, it's just a weird bridge Saku's trying to build out to nowhere. Still looking around in the water. Maybe we should craft. Yeah, we should craft a bunch of tide crystals. See, and the thing is not like I don't like worms. I just first it'll make me think of leeches with them being underneath the water like that. And I don't like leeches specifically.
Leeches, worms with teeth.
Hang on.
Well,
Stop.
Stop.
I was zooming in with my bow, and it looked funky. One sec.
Oh, is this the one that you wanted to check out?
It is. Hang on.
And how do you zoom in?
Hold right
Right
click.
click.
Yeah, but that's not.
It puts the draw distance a lot closer. This looks funky here. Because this is another one of those destroyed bridges.
Are you?
You're freaking out?
Yeah, a little bit. I didn't know if you were, like, on there or if I had done something.
Saku!
What?
I got it!
You got what?
Over here by me!
What? Are you for real? It is underwater! What?
Oh, at least
I
I
knew
finally
this
put
looks
something
sus
underwater in
as
this game. Look, this is the same structure as over there where we were just investigating. This like circular kind of thing over here.
All right, can you stop jumping in the way for me to commune?
Sorry.
The chest over here. Oh, you already?
The other manta ray was not underwater.
No, it was
No.
above water.
I have
It was on a
communed
bridge.
with my dude. No wonder you guys were so much higher level than me. That gave me a boatload of points.
Oh yeah, no, it gives you like a half a level.
I'm trying to use my bow on him. I didn't realize that I have my bow equipped, so I'm just sitting here. This guy is punching me in the face, and I'm like, "What? You want to go? You want to go?"
Oh, I just crit him for 700. Holy crud.
Nice.
I saw the bridge-looking thing, and I was like, that looks sus as heck. And then when I got in there, I was like, oh, it's just glowing stuff in the water. And then I start walking away, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's something. So I got a ton of clay.
But
on
we
that.
still haven't found the turtle one. But
No,
I'm
which
glad
is
we at
really
least
annoying.
found this one.
I mean, it's probably in a cave somewhere, if I had to guess,
I mean,
or under.
I'm really sus of where we were just at now, because I have this feeling it's there, and we just overlooked it.
I don't know.
Because that one had the same circular, like, mostly buried thing by it.
Yeah, but like I'm pretty sure the thing in the sky, like the bird one, was not around anything that had a whatever, and the
That's fair.
fire dude was just in the middle of the grass.
Lighting it on fire.
There is a whole lot of mines to...
Oh.
Okay,
That's the wrong way.
there's a whole lot of mines directly where we're going to be heading.
Yep. Onward.
Off, just, yeah, keep an eye on the right-hand side of the ship and don't blow anything up that's close enough to us to damage us. Infamous, your health. Oh, and my health.
Oh,
Bye.
that didn't work. Thanks for the heal.
Anytime. I got both of us. Like all three of us, so I'd say that that's a pretty good one.
Oh, I guess I want to go this way.
So we're going to an area that has elder bark and amber and spiders. I'm starting to wonder if we might find dinosaurs. Hey, Jagger. Nice movements.
That big thing to the west of us. Have we been there?
That is where the battle
north
of.
of us, right?
Okay. Oh wait.
The, like,
that is
pillar that looks
This
like...
island I'm staring at
yeah.
to the north.
Well, actually, I don't know. I don't know if it's the same island that we're on for our island. I don't know that we've been there.
More like this particular piece of it. I marked on the map.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ahead of us. I think he's okay.
There is a bunch of mines. Infamous, can you take the ones out that are closest to us? Okay. There's one a little bit closer to where we're gonna go. Are you out of range?
I'm doing this blind because the sail's in my way.
Here, there you go. Sail's gone. There's a lot of dudes in the water here.
Oh, we're all choppy again. Oh, there we go. Oh, this is...
Yeah, I suddenly got that choppiness.
Oh yeah, you guys are moving super choppy.
Is it this area?
It might
this boat in
be.
it?
I wonder if it's all the things we planted growing.
Oh, maybe. It's trying to, like, grow.
And like the
It's okay now. Like,
10,000 lights.
You know, that could do it.
Listen, if it wasn't so darn dark, I'll get rid of the lights if we get to level 22. Because then I can get a pocket lantern, and I will, yeah. All right. But yeah, the game is going quite great. I'm pretty happy with it. Well, Geronimo, I guess.
I'm gonna start dumping stuff in our chests back in base.
I can tell you that there's nothing in that cave that you are interested in.
okay.
I am here, and it's literally just your basic guardian guys. and 1 wind strand. Oh my god, and I died.
Oh no. I'll come get you.
I was picking up a wind strand, and yeah. I was picking up a wind
so
strand.
high. Here we go.
Right? There was one ledge that was on the way to this area that I tried to jump up, and it was like, it looked just tall enough that I could jump over it, but no, it was too high. I had to walk around. Thank you for bandaging me. Heal, heal, heal. Just duct taping leaves to my arm and I'm fully healed.
Seems legit.
Yeah, but this, I'm assuming the reason why you were mentioning this was because you were assuming that there might be the possibility of the turtle guy.
Yeah, maybe. A lot of stuff over here.
Oh my gosh. It's dark. There's all these like little things that we can grab, but that thing is just in the middle of a bunch of coral, so that's just not happening.
Evan, there we go.
Why is this so hard to get over? Why is it lagging so bad? I'm scared to go over there.
I don't see anything. Like, I feel like if I was some kind of earth being or something, this would be like a good spot to hang out in, just a dark cave.
I agree. I gotta go all the way around the island. Maybe it's somewhere over here. Who knows? See, this island looks big. Oh, that's where the Lost Ruins is? Yeah. Wait, where? How close was that fire and water one? Oh, they were really close together.
Excuse me, while you guys are doing that, I am currently moving all our stuff to bases, so...
To bases?
That'll...
Oh, from,
yeah, from the boat.
Boat, yeah. I keep seeing, like, a red glow.
Is it my torch?
On the... Well, I don't think you're by me.
Not really, no.
So... Do you think there's going to be anything even more scary in the water in the new area, or you think it's going to be the same?
I think it's going to be scarier.
I hope there's something new in the water.
I'm hoping for a giant eel.
Why?
I don't know what... Because eels are terrifying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why? Why would you do that?
Oh, that's a mine. I was like, ooh, shiny.
Boom. 10,000 torches. Let's make it look pretty.
I'm curious if it's like the torches or the plants or just something else that's like causing the loading, the lagging.
Yeah. Just watering the plants.
I have some golden tree seeds I'm gonna plant.
At least like the plants kind of like splash when they've been watered. No, the watering can is empty. Bam. Seeds are watered. Well, it's a good thing that we don't have anybody who uses the earth guy.
Yep.
Okay, I've got most of this done now. I think I need one more trip.
From the boat.
Yeah.
I'm here right now at the boat.
I have
Trying
something for you when I get there.
Do you want to make some tide crystals?
I can't. Here, have one of those, Saku.
Hang on. I'm a little over encumbered. But I don't know why.
You have like 200 coral wood on you? Is that what that is?
Is it maybe 150?
That'll do it. I'm gonna dump it. I'm heading back to the other base anyway.
Okay. Hang on. Where's my attunement crystal? Oh, it's there. Here, here's here's 50 of it. Oh, I can move again. You just where you go?
That's how I've been getting here fast to get stuff. Because you can actually glide after doing that, even if you're encumbered.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I tried that. I was like, oh, that's convenient.
That is heavy.
We have a lot of lumber. So when you said we need like regular lumber, we have that. We have regular lumber at home.
Yeah, the problem is that didn't help me while I was, you know, needing it. gosh, the, I don't know what to do. I'm assuming there's random stuff. I'm gonna put, I haven't figured out what to do with the surfacing glyphs.
Sea of Thieves chest. Here.
Sea of Thieves chest? Wait, what? What is lol fish? Oh.
Probably fish.
Wow, that's a lot of bones.
I almost called it a different thing, but it's not Twitch safe.
Yeah.
I think you know where that's going now.
No, infamous. Bad. Bad. Bad.
Oh, but it's funny.
Bad.
I mean, we already have a chest named Stoners, and I thought that was pushing it. I also have a ton of seeds to give you. I'm gonna go throw those in the chest.
Ba, 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 ba.
I'm like sub 50 arrows. I need to craft a ton.
I'm just making sure that we have every station, every crafted, everything.
The mana one that reduces things to mana. I don't think we have one of those.
Mana extractor?
Yeah. At least unless somebody made it recently, because I think it's a new thing.
I will place it down. It'll be next to the looking glass. There is a constructor's gift. It's down here. Wait, what happened to the constructor's gift?
The little sphere things.
Yeah.
Basket at base. When you go into the storage area, turn right. It's the basket.
Oh, that's why. Okay, no, I'm taking them out of there because I can't craft with them when they're in basket.
Oh, in the baskets? Yeah. Sorry. I just dumped a ton more seeds in, by the way.
Okay. We cannot use that yet. I need to up the spirit anchor power here. And that I need to do from getting to the new area. So we can craft it, but we can't use it.
How do you make this seafood stew? Maybe I don't have it unlocked.
You need... I can craft it right now, actually. Would you like me to? You need
No,
fish
I'm
chunks.
just... yeah, I didn't have it unlocked. I just had to get the knowledge.
We need fish chunks for it. I actually need to craft some for...
We go fishing?
Oh, hang on. I can just take roasted fish instead.
Oh.
And I have 2 extra of these, so we're going to put this down here in the bar. Yeah, seafood stew and fish chunks are both the same thing. So I have the stuff needed to craft a what's it called? Oh my god, I just ate the food instead of putting the thing down. I need 4 mana crystals, 1 ancient fragment for that. 4 mana crystals. And 1 ancient fragment. And my pockets feel heavy. Okay, so we have that. If we want to, we can craft that. I just tried to kill the base. And we've got a spirit anchor because I've got stuff for that. Oh, we have a spirit anchor deluxe. which is the same thing, but that's because I have the Founder's Pact.
I'm crafting a bunch more charcoal because we're tearing at a pretty rapid rate.
Wait, do I not have this guy here?
I need to AFK a few minutes.
Okay.
I am on the boat though, so if you guys wanted to take off, feel free.
Okay.
Okay.
Crafting more arrows.
I cannot tell which direction this is facing ever. Okay, this is correct. Okay, do I have everything I still need? No. Wait, mana crystals, ancient thing, and stone? Yeah, no, I have everything. Okay. Marco's on the boat. Are you ready to go? We don't
I'm
need too
crafting
much.
arrows because I need arrows bad.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
have
but-
sub 50, and that's terrifying.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the other base, the seeds one.
Okay.
The
Sounds good.
farm. I'm just gonna call it the farm. I'm gonna go to the farm and
Go
put
planting.
the seeds. Yeah, put the seeds.
I
Well,
put a
no, the
ton in.
seeds. Yeah. In the chest.
Alright. It seems like there's a lot of unused plots, but I don't do the farming stuff, so I figured I'd leave that to you guys.
Yeah, we there's like not too many, but we're trying to keep them all together.
Oh.
Ooh, now everything's grown. Oh, they are golden. They're sparkling. Marco managed to grab sparkling flowers.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it's like from growing plants with seeds, so you can get like better copies of them. Look at this guy, isn't he adorable? Little bird. We had a mana ray too, but I think he's at the first base.
He's at this base, I'm pretty sure.
Is he?
Pretty sure.
God, I have not been to this place in a while.
I thought we had him in our sleepy home, but I guess
Oh, I
not.
forgot we had the pet. Oh yeah, here he is. Found him. Little mana ray. He's at the first base. Me and my stilt house. And the stairs to oblivion, basically. I want to put something down over here, but I don't want to forget.
Oh, that's cool. Did you know you can get spirit buffs from all the different things here at the space?
You mean the thing that I just put down?
This thing. Like, you get a buff from him, but you can also get a buff from this thing, and you can also get a buff from the totem.
Well, the buff from this... Yeah. Yeah, you
I
get...
didn't get buffs from them.
Yep.
Huh.
Yep.
Yes, neat.
I like it.
Those are cool as heck.
They don't last for super long, though.
Right. But they're still useful.
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying that they're not. I just mean, like, you know, don't go, you know, using them until you actually are about to leave the base.
Yeah. Do we need to get the sanctuary here to the next tier with spirit amenities stuff?
No.
Okay.
No, what we need to get them, what we need is power, and the power comes from, we can't go higher than 5. We have well more than what would give us 5, but we can't go any higher until we level it up. See, it says the max, our max power, right? Because the next thing we can do is 6. Right now, we can't do anything higher than 5.
Oh, okay. So we need to find the silk to get to 6, and that'll turn
Yes.
on the mana thingy and the.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Got it.
Yep.
Okay. I am good. I've got enough arrows to be murderous.
Okay, give me 1 second. I just need to finish putting this down.
Oh, the wind shrine over here.
Yeah.
Is the water shrine back at the other place?
No, it's so cool.
Hey, he's just gonna hang out. Oh. I do actually want.
But yeah, I wanted to put him down here.
Makes sense.
But if he gets too laggy, then I might take him down and put him here.
Where's the water spirit at? Or do we have it down
He's
somewhere?
at the first base.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yep.
I kind of want to switch over to water. That way we have, well, more for the speedy spoo on water. So that if we need to bail for any reason or we need to move fast.
Haru, thank you so much for the raid. Saku is really cool. Haru is really cool. I don't really want to go to, I don't really want to go into the, what's it called?
The
void
depths area without Murko. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Deadly Kitten. Hey, Zombie Kitty. Welcome in, Mr. Boogeyman. Haru. How are you all doing?
Raiders.
Say hello to my new friend. I don't know its name, but it's like a
Bird.
mixture between a snake and a bird. It's so cool. What are you gonna name them? He's a spirit guardian, so I don't really feel like I get the choice to name him. I think he probably already has a name, but I'm too scared to look things up about this game because I don't want to get spoiled on anything. Today we've actually made some pretty amazing progress. We got a new base. We explored all of the islands here. We built a new boat.
Did we find all the spirits, or are we still missing one here?
I'm actually, that's actually why I'm back at the base right now.
Oh, we can hit that on the way out.
Yeah, I think we should go do that before, if we're waiting for Murnko anyways, we should go do that now.
I agree.
It's like the guardian is like, he's the thing that's giving me his power, and I feel like I don't have the right to name a being of that caliber, if that makes sense.
I assume you're good steering.
I am sure, yes.
Let me know when you are ready, and I will drop sail.
All right, I'm ready. Do not shoot. Do not shoot. Do not shoot. Do not shoot.
Set to hear the arrow.
I know. I was like, if you blow that mine up, it's gonna blow the ship. There's a thing in front of us, though, that you can shoot.
Kit crit.
Nice. Thank you so much for doing the shout out. Yes, those of you from my community, if you haven't already followed Haru, you absolutely should. Haru is awesome. Haru does a lot of archipelago, Haru does a lot of Ocarina of Time randos, crowd control, Ship of Harkinian stuff, archipelagos, ton of things. Did you mark on the map where the thing is?
You can go left here. You can loot this.
Because I can't check my map while I'm steering.
So when you get past this little island on your right, the little one that's there, just kind of hug the outcropping around.
Okay, so it's on that island right there.
Yeah.
You shot the what? The boat?
I was trying to shoot the fish and it hit the boat because it's just right below us. It's on its way down.
Oh my god, and Vivi! Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in! We are, a little far away from the island that we need to be.
That's fine. Being here is okay because it'll let us get right into the depths. Bye. There's a big guy, careful.
Yeah, I know, but I'm strong, so I'm not worried.
I swear to God, Saku.
Whoa. Spirit ability on cooldown. Whoa. You know, I forgot that, Thank you. Oh god, I almost walked directly into... Oh, I'm almost dead.
Yeah, you are.
Nah, it's fine. No, I'm not. Thank you for doing the shout out. Welcome in, Deadly Kitten. Boogeyman again. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for both of you supporting Vivi and also Haru. Oh, I see it. I see it. Yep. I sense a spirit nearby. Hello. Little guy. Hey. Wanna come home with me? Knowledge guide spirit. Glyph of breath. This one can be unlocked in the knowledge tree. I wonder what that does. I actually don't see it on here at all.
14, Varian.
Oh, yeah. Increases maximum oxygen. Ooh. Playing 4 different OOT are keyed into each other. Oh, nice. Was it 4 different people or was it you two or all you? Wait, so you two were not even streaming together?
Just being loot goblin, don't mind me.
That's fine. Not together, but still hanging out. This is Marco. Marco's taking a nap.
I return. I return.
Oh, what? Marco's back.
Welcome back.
Taking a nap.
Sleep on the job. We got the last spirit here in the area.
Debatable, but yeah, we got a spirit in the area, but yes, I believe it is the last spirit.
Map says 10 of 10, so I'm assuming it is.
Yeah.
We got the last spirit in the area.
We are only short... I'm missing a marking.
I'm missing a monolith.
I'm missing a monolith and a marking.
Wait, are you serious?
How?
Yeah.
I don't even know. Oh, hang on. I guess we could compare maps. Here, you look at mine on the screen and tell me what marking you're missing. Tell me if you've got all these. I
see the one I'm missing.
Where is it?
It's the one over by the starting area. I think Marco's right. I do not have that one. The far west.
It's one by the primordial trial to our southwest. Or south. I think I'm missing that one. Oh, I'm also...
This one?
Oh, hang on. It says I'm also missing one over here as well. Yeah, that one, but...
Well, there's...
How? What? I'm so confused.
This is specific for the reef, it says at the top, so...
Yeah. Does anybody know what monolith I'm missing?
Looking.
Oh, I'm missing all of those too?
Hob Outpost, Saku. Right where the H is in Hob Outpost.
Oh, there's one here?
Yeah, like right there.
4 different installs of ship? Oh my god. That sounds like chaos.
So yeah, that's the one I think you're missing there, Sakura.
Okay.
I think I'm missing
you.
one here. And
Somehow missing that one too, Marco.
something over here, I think. Can you zoom in on that coral landing? The starting area? Well, not starting area, but the arrival area? Or old bases? I don't have one that's on the island that we...
Yeah, same. I'm missing that one too, but I'm also missing one at the Primordial Trial too, which is really weird. So it says I'm 8 of 9, but I'm missing both those.
Yeah, I don't know how this
Weird.
works.
Yeah, I don't know.
What monolith am I missing, though?
Are you also missing the one at Hob Outpost? The one that is marked here that I don't have?
Yeah, I don't have that one.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we'll hit up these three or four spots or whatever. Or do we want to just go sail across?
I think we
can
can
always come
sail
back.
across and we can come
Okay.
back.
We can do that.
That works for me.
Can we
Okay.
heal the boat like a teeny tiny bit? If we're gonna go into the thingy.
Yeah, I got it.
It would be, I mean, I would say we could wait till day, but I don't think it's gonna matter because the second we go into the abyss, it's gonna get dark.
Yeah, it's kind of gloomy.
Kinda.
did I have there before?
I think the thing that like would make it difficult for me is having so many of the same file types. Like it would be different if it was like if they had different outfits or different whatevers. But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I've stolen the sails. But I think I'm freezing to death.
Well, let's get out of here. Do you have a full suit of clothes on?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just that it's cold. And there's no light on the ship that actually gives off heat.
Oh, the campfire does behind you.
What campfire? Oh, that one? Hang on.
Yeah.
The glass fire or whatever.
Oh, okay, I can stand here. Yep, that's fixing it.
Yep.
I'm warming up now.
Okay. The straight ahead looks like a giant hand. I don't know if you can see it with your draw distance, but it looks like a giant hand in the abyss. Like on the top of the mountain there, like, yeah.
Yeah. Probably. Let me know if you are we good to go?
I'm good.
Okay. Okay, then I'm gonna set sail. And let's be prepared for everything.
Be prepared.
Or we're gonna have to listen. I'm gonna turn up my microphone or my.
Only to the left here.
We gotta go towards whatever beacon we get close to. Oh, there's one right to our right. There's a beacon.
Like straight ahead, there's a beacon.
Yeah, but there's one closer. That's this way.
Oh, I see it.
I don't know that the beacons are that necessary, but
I am
it keeps death away.
Yeah, I'm not taking any chances. Last time it's snowing.
do we have?
Is it Skyrim?
When I went back through the other ones, it was lightning all over the place. Do we have a
yes.
water crystal thing?
We have one left. We can hold it for now.
Yeah, we'll save it till we get somebody.
Oh, we got more?
Yeah, I have more. I made more. I have 5. Yeah, go left slightly.
Oh, that
man,
lag.
that's
wow. It must be loading the other area.
Yeah.
You might be able to cut through these rocks to your right.
Something's roaring. You can't cut through the rocks to the right. It's too narrow.
Guy.
Yeah.
Beacon there. Beacon there.
Can we shoot that thing maybe in the water?
No, don't. We gotta hit the rocks.
There was like something blowing me around.
Probably this guy.
Oh yeah, he was pushing me. He totally was.
Turn right. We have to go that way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's too narrow to go anywhere.
No, we can go through there.
I'm not going that way.
Okay.
You can't go that way. There's no way. Can you
Why
look at
not?
my screen?
Beside the torch and then turn to the right.
What are you talking about? Look at my screen.
I'm looking at your screen.
I'm looking at the beacon to from the head of the boat straight to the left.
Turn the camera around on your screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the way that I was saying to go. That's why I said go this way. You were going directly into those rocks.
I was going between the torch and this thing on the left, and then I was going to hook a right around the torch.
Either way, I would like to go because I hear anger.
Yeah, he's still in the water underneath us.
I think he's a little upset.
He's supposed to not be here. I mean, fine, shoot him if you can.
Do
it. Just do it. What's good? What's the worst that could happen?
Exactly.
He's in the water.
I'm not doing damage to that.
I saw the bar come up.
Yeah, the bar comes up. See, you've done
I'm doing
damage.
200 a shot.
Then do it. Do more.
Yeah, do more then.
Yeah, I just took a whole lot of poison damage from this.
That's interesting.
He's a little upset.
Oh, look at that! Oh my god!
Oh, he's angry.
He's
Chomp.
back.
Oh my god! Use requires a tidal crystal. Oh god, add crystal. Add crystal. Okay, off. Go. Put it in. I don't care. I added the crystal. Why is it not? That's a
You gotta
tide
activate it
crystal.
now. Oh, you. There we go.
I just genuinely don't know what happened. He's coming.
Man, he almost killed me when he bit me.
Oh wait, he did damage to you?
Oh yeah. Like, I would say more than 3/4 of my health. Probably. I don't know.
Oh, he's growling. He's coming.
No eyes, no eyes.
I don't see him. I don't see him.
Once you get through this, it's gonna be a left. It's a load zone.
Yeah.
About a 25, 30 degree left, and then just barrel it straight.
It's looking a lot less green than I expected the
I think
evergreen
it's
to be.
slightly on fire.
Like, slightly? Do you think
I think
it's behind us? I think we're
No.
fine. I think we're fine. I think we're fine.
We're fine.
Okay. Oh.
We have to get out of this like zone so that it changes like the environmental thing. There's like an
something in the
opening
water.
over here.
Something in the water.
Oh, I'm
Let's
laggy.
Yep, we're loading in.
That looks better.
Oh, that's pretty. Pretty. Pretty.
Oh, I'm
something.
blind. Sun in my face.
I was thinking the same thing.
I was like, oh god, I'm blind. Why?
All right, we have a new zone. I think we should go to the middle.
Yeah. There's like a very
If we can get
clear,
there.
like, bay here that like opens
There's
up.
giant spires.
Ooh, I got 600 experience for that.
I can see a spire straight ahead of us and a spire to our left. So
Yep. Spires to the left, spire to the right.
crisscross.
All right.
Dumb thought.
Why does the deep have this? It's not the. This is not the deep, is it?
No.
No, that we're not in the deep.
Um,
I think it's. Mine still
it
says the
hasn't
reef.
loaded.
dumb question. Do we want to go all the way to the north or all the way to the east? Because there's two freshwater spots I see on the map.
I kind of want to go in the middle.
Okay.
Because we're not going to plant anything here. We're just going to take it back to the garden.
Okay.
Shark behind us.
Oh my god, lag. And that's my
Not that I can-
computer that's lagging. There's a shark
Shark in front of us.
Here it comes.
Yeah.
It's a nom time. Nom nom.
Nah,
Oh,
he
he's
didn't turn
ignoring
around
us.
yet.
What's going on?
The lag maybe the lag
It's making us relative. Not gonna lie.
We're turning.
We're okay.
That may be not someplace we can land.
Yeah, there's a spire there, isn't there?
Yeah, there sure
Yep.
is. Okay, so let's go to like to our right a little bit.
Straight?
Not
Yeah.
not straight. No. There's mines. They're
I
not
see 'em.
not that way either. You have to kind of turn right a little bit.
Listen.
Okay, I'm
Who's
stopping.
driving this boat?
Well, there's a whole lot of mines here.
You want me to go hit that broken bridge?
Oh, lag.
Yeah. It's my computer that's lagging, and that's making the whole thing lag. There's a thing underneath us that's
I'm
about
aware.
to eat our boat. Okay.
I'm trying my best, okay?
I know. Okay. We can get, there's a cute little place there that's probably infected. I'm gonna stop so that Infamous can get rid of the mines. I'm gonna get you a little closer so that, yeah.
You're clean. Clean.
These guys over here are looking awfully familiar.
Yeah.
really cute little convenient hole in the wall there. You know, I feel like I'm not sure where to land.
I think I see a handprint
I mean, we
on.
can
That's
circle
cool.
around for a while and like find a spot.
Yeah,
Just
because
marking that.
we can't go to the left because that's a spire. So we have to go around. So we have to go right, but there's also 10,000 mines in the water.
I don't think that spire
What about
reaches
straight
too
ahead?
far.
It reaches straight ahead is I can literally see the fire on the mountain right directly ahead of us.
I mean, yeah, but I don't think
No, like this little beach that we're at.
like I think we can go in here without having the poisony area get us yet.
Yeah. I don't know where the bubble of the middle one kind of goes, but
I think I see the edge of it.
yeah, just look for where the trees are on
That-
fire.
Yeah. Well, that tree straight ahead of us, it's like on the edge of it.
Yeah, it's the tree. We have to go to the left side of the tree, but we also can't go too far left because the other bubble is there.
Question, did you bring the materials to make a teleporter?
Of course I did.
Did you also bring something to set up the base, yeah?
Of course I did.
Okay.
This is where
How
I
about this little
wanted
beach
to
to our
build a
left?
base, but there's a spire. Well,
There's this little beach to our left here.
That is like the smallest beach.
We don't need it to last long, we just need enough to get a spire out of the way, and then we can build.
No.
We can pass through it fast enough. I think we got enough time.
Okay, sure.
This is gonna get real sketchy.
Yep.
Nice knowing you.
It's fine. Here, what I'll do is I'll put in the tide crystal.
Better use it now.
Ah,
no,
the
because
leg!
we're about to hit the thing.
Worst case, we jump out of the boat and run to the very edge there. Oh yeah, we lots of time. Lots of time.
Everything's on fire.
There's like mangrove trees here.
To our
I don't-
left, there's another beachfront.
There's so many beaches. There's so many spires.
That's something.
Everything's something. We can go. We can go.
I'm
on-
marking.
It's something.
I'm marking.
How about we just like go back through the poison again and go to the right? To the right. That island looks like half of it's at least not covered in poison. Like you see what I'm
Back
talking
this
about?
way?
Yeah.
Island to the right.
Now
like
it's
this
left. Now
Okay.
it's left because we
Oh, yeah,
we
I'm
turned
sorry, it's-
around. Yeah.
Open the map and the ship kept going for a sec. Okay.
Thank you for doing that.
Left here, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You have no corruption resistance. Turn back. Oh, I can feel the corruption already.
I'm already corrupt. I don't know what this game's talking about.
Get us through here. Okay, we're in the hunter's grounds. Where are we hunting? What is? What
I
am
don't know
I
if
hearing?
I don't know that we're the ones doing the hunting.
What am I being corrupted by?
Well, we just left the poison areas.
Oh, I'm no longer. Oh, I feel serenity and peace already. No, the voice of dollar signs no longer speak in my ear.
Ah! Okay, that was clever.
All right, now we turn left. Although, how are we gonna get up here?
A spirit nearby is in danger.
What?
I literally got. I think I see him. He's to the right.
Oh yeah, he is there.
You want to save him while he's outside the corruption?
I swear to God,
Really?
if this is spiders, yeah, we might as well. We're here. There's our piggies.
So, bacon.
Oh my God. Let me see it before you shoot it. What the heck?
Hey, man.
What'd you pick up?
Meat chunk.
Does he hurt? He's level 16. We're like way higher. Oh yeah, tough hide and meat chunk. Quick, grab the trees.
Brambles. Ow!
That's regular wood here.
Basic wood. What?
No, I found some.
Some regular wood?
No, I
Some-
found the spirit guy.
Oh yeah. Hi. How are you?
Ooh, potions. Hey.
A tuning crystal.
Tuning crystal.
Oh, that's the thing you use to get your XP.
Yep. All right, so I have a plan. We need wood for the plan, okay? So there's a chest underneath here.
I'm gonna get chopping.
I'm getting chopping too. We might as well just take this whole forest down real fast.
Can't cut this really big tree down.
What do you think is the fancy wood? Do you think it looks weird?
That'll be the
Like-
this stuff over.
Oh,
the
wait,
water
what the
here,
heck?
maybe? What?
Hang on.
Wood looks different.
Oh!
Oh,
you can chop the
bramble
brambles?
bramble thorns you get. I wonder if you use those to make arrows.
Collecting those, because why not?
This is gonna be so dumb.
What are you planning?
Oh, I got that chest already, by the way. What are you?
What?
I got mushrooms.
Where are you going?
Oh, okay.
We gotta get in there. I'm out of wood. Infamous.
Yo,
I need wood.
I'm chopping.
Can I have? Please help.
Wow,
I need
I'm stuck.
What the heck just hit me?
infamous. What? Why is the ground shaking? I'm scared. I don't understand.
I got hit by something and I don't know what.
Is it a spider?
I don't know. I was standing up there chopping a tree and all of a sudden I just took like 3/4 of my health and damage.
What? Maybe it's a
I don't know.
pig?
Maybe it was a pig hitting you from before and then lagged really, really, really bad.
I'll do this now.
Hello?
What am I doing?
Well, I'm trying to, why is this a problem? What is happening?
Here, have lumber.
Wait.
Here, there's lumber.
Oh my god! What? I'm so
okay?
heavy.
Oh,
I've got the weight of the entire operation on my shoulders here.
well, don't mess up.
I'm trying, but I've got 10,000 pounds of wood in my pocket. One of these times I'm gonna finish using all the wood, and then I'm just gonna run right off the edge. Because I'm holding W with all my might. What is happening? Oh, I'm really enjoying it. Haru, thank you for asking. I'm trying to get into this weird looking forest. Oh,
Yeah,
there it is.
using
Oh
a
my
staircase to nowhere that she hates
Yeah.
doing.
I do, but right now I need to find a place to make a base that's not just on the middle of nowhere. Beach
So it's
somewhere.
okay for aesthetics then.
Oh, it'll be fine as soon as we clear out some of this area, but I don't want to build a base that's gonna come down or whatever. I don't know if we can take the Guardian place down, so I don't want to have to do this again.
That's a biggin.
This be looking like scary. There is a lot less space here than I thought there was.
What's this stuff?
I think I'm building us right into a spider nest.
Bubble sack.
I don't think we should be here. Okay, I changed my mind. We'll build on the beach.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hear you over that welching. You want to say that again?
I don't know what you're saying. I did not have fruit snacks. What? I'm in the build menu. I can't pull up my glider while I'm in the build menu. Okay, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry.
I just cannoned my way up here. You know, I'm gonna do a stupid one.
Can you imagine if, like, there, we've now got the fast travel point and this. What are you doing that's stupid?
I'm gonna go dump all my stuff off and then go explore.
I'll be right back.
No, we go together. New zone, we go together. You know this.
I got 5 minutes. 1 second. Or not even.
Let me dump all this wood
1
off
second.
anyway.
No,
'cause
5
I
minutes.
like it.
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay. So there's a spire there. There's a spire there. There's a spire there. Spires are poisony things that prevent us from going into there. We should have just landed here. And if we would have gone north instead of south, we would have actually been able to plant our face on the ground over there. But we are in a bit of a pickle. If I use Find Spirit and it's not in this zone. Oh, thank God. I knew it. I knew it would be over there. Our respawn shrine is up in Narnia. Literally on the opposite side of the map. The Sunken Grove is there. Where's Infamous? You dumping your stuff off at base?
Yeah, I'm also picking up some corruption resist for everybody.
Okay. I'm also gonna dump off my stuff because I actually have more stuff than I thought I would, and I don't know why. I'm not scheming, Star Fury. Night has begun. You know what's gonna happen? We both have left Mernko there. Mernko's gonna die.
I'm getting a bunch of bone meal ground up to make more corruption-resistant stuff. Ugh.
I'm gonna start trying to figure out. Oh wait, do we not have salt? Did somebody change and take all the rock salt and change it into stuff? There was rock salt on the beach, right? I think at the old place.
Yes, at the farm, yeah.
At the farm, yeah. I did not. Okay, actual question. IRL, do you need to use salt to make leather?
I am not a person who knows that answer, honestly.
Yeah, I don't either.
I know salt is a preservative, but leather, unsure.
Yeah, like I know that if you were making, let's say, a salted, like if you were making like something that you needed to keep alive, or not alive, but like from rotting, like salt is good. Oh my god, look at all these birds! Oh, they're all sleeping! Oh, acid? To be fair, I thought it just dried out. I thought that was the whole point of making leather.
I'm back, sorry.
Welcome back. Hopefully you're not dead.
No, I'm still fine.
Okay, good.
Where'd you guys go?
We just dropping stuff off at the... Okay, well. Dropping stuff off at the base.
Gotcha.
I just happened to get some tough hide, so I'm making improved leather. And, yeah.
Well, I found some bubble sacks.
Ooh.
Which, when you eat,
How
they
do we make
increase your
glass?
Oh,
oxygen.
nice. How do you make glass?
Is that forge?
You have to unlock glass.
Yeah,
I think it's a forge.
it's forge.
Oh, look, that's we found the bamboo vine thorn. It is for a poison arrow. Okay.
All right, we're gonna be crafting some potion action here in a minute.
I'm not. I'm just putting stuff down. I want to see if we can explore the spidery area, which is not yeah.
Corrupted.
Yeah.
I found some shiny stone, whatever it's called. So I'm gonna make some lights. Glowstone, that's what it's called.
I guess that we're putting this in isekai. The poison air or the poison stuff. And sap is in sappy stuff. All right, I'm coming back. Marco,
Okay.
I'm in the wrong spot. So this is, I think, where it's at, right? But that it's not, it can't be the end because there's got to be at least one more
Well, I think the game's not finished yet.
Yeah. Do, 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 do. I can't see anything. It's dark.
Hang on.
The fish in the
I get
water
some
are the
wood.
same.
Yeah, unfortunately. I think there was a bigger whale, like a bigger shark. I think. But it looks very similar to the other one, so it's hard to tell.
Marco,
Yeah.
can you revive me?
Help you? Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, what is this thing you got?
I was.
Can I attack, please? Oh, I'm in the build menu.
Boy, doesn't that sound familiar? Our respawn anchor is all the way on the other side of the base, or on the other side of the world here.
I mean, we got a portal, so it's not like it.
Yeah. All right, I've now got food going. Thank you for putting those down. I don't have wood or glowstone.
I have both.
Oh, nice. How goes the poison making over there, Infamous?
Working it.
I just kind of put those around the island for now. We can light it up a little bit.
Yeah. Just be careful because things will respawn, so I don't know how the stuff is gonna work with the, what's it called? I don't know
Oh,
how
the
it's gonna work
brambles?
with the brambles.
Find out.
Man, can you imagine if I just like accidentally built a pathway for all these spiders to just crawl across here? To just
I hate you.
That would be fantastic.
That would be so dumb, and I would be very upset. Also, you can purge your corruption at this guardian statue that I put at the old base.
Oh, okay.
I'm once again freezing to death, so I'm gonna go sit on the fire. Wait, we don't have a fire. I'm gonna go warp back to the old base
fire
and
on the
go
ship.
sit on the fire.
I know it's going to take a while. It's 6 minutes, but it'll be worth having it. So we gotta wait 6 minutes for potions.
Potions? What kind of potions? Poison potion?
Corruption resistance level 2.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Maybe these are the same sharks, they're just higher level. That's why they take longer to kill.
And they also eat you in one hit.
Oh, not me.
Hopefully I can get some mana back from being here. Fully restore health and mana. Ah, there we go. Yep. Well, bam. Day has arrived. Wait, what? Did I just sleep and make a day?
Nope. I think it was just coincidence.
What am I hearing making noises?
I kind of want to go in and fight some spiders, but
I also want to go in and fight some spiders. I'm chomping at the bit over here. Information. What if we go and do the spiders? By the time we come back, that'll all be done. How corrupt could spiders be? They don't even get money.
Yeah.
I just want to find the new wood so we can start chopping it down.
Okay, teleporting back.
Yeah! Hey, Gene! They're streaming the same time you're sleeping? Yep. All right, Marco, ready?
Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no. There. Yeah. There's a build again.
Don't fall off the edge of the top here.
I will, don't worry.
Did you change your guardian buff? Marco, what's going on? Oh, you're behind me. I see
You.
Oh, okay. It's like, I keep seeing your name jumping around.
It's the flight one.
I'm dealing with it. Trying to find the floor.
Honeycap mushroom. There's one over here if you want to check it out.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to make sure that we have a path back. I can't see.
We got plenty of lumber here if we need to build more.
Oh, yeah. I'm a little worried about that, to be honest.
Oh no, there's tons of trees here.
No, I'm more so worried about the spiders.
Oh, well, there's none here yet.
hiding in the trees. So I'm preparing the escape route at the moment.
Help, I need to escape.
Did you find a spider already?
I wasn't shooting it. Somebody else was.
It tried killing me.
Okay.
I was walking and I got shot at.
Okay, we need, somebody has glowstone. Put a glowstone here, please.
I don't have any glowstone left.
Oh my god.
And an earthen strand.
Okay, then Infamous and Murnco, come chop down these trees. We need to make sure that we have,
Way already on it.
a path that's obvious. Okay, if I put something here that's just ladder. Oh, good, that works too. I was just gonna put ladders.
What is happening?
There, is that good?
Yeah, that works perfect actually. That hopefully we'll be able to see that is where we have to go to leave when things go badly.
Head to the ladders. No, don't go up the ladders. Just head to the ladders. This was where I found that earthen strand.
Oh, that was in here?
Yep.
I saw something glowing in here. I wasn't sure what it was. I wanted to kill it.
Well, you can't kill strands.
Watch me. I'll try.
Oh, there's bones. There's bones on the ground. There's bones.
We mine them or?
Oh, what are those in the water?
Like
I mean, well, those aren't water, but yeah. Hang on. Don't worry, I got this. I came prepared. I brought 20,000 stairs.
Can't mine or chop the bones. Hey, buddy.
Oh. Well, that's good to know.
Come back here, please. Thank you.
What? Are you just walking through the acid?
Yeah, it's fine. The bar hasn't filled up yet.
That thing looks like it's gonna hurt. Can you come out of the acid, please? That looks like the armor that we can unlock at some point. There's... I got a hunter's tuft.
Nice.
So this...
Careful of these.
Of what?
Come around the corner here, Sakura, and you'll see what I'm
Oh, I'm
kind of
dying.
nearby.
There we go.
There's a chest above me.
Oh god.
Careful of what?
They're throwing a web
Oh.
at me.
On the ground. If you step on him, it spits poison at you.
What are you even fighting over here?
This is some spider was spitting webbing at me.
Is that a spider?
This is Sky right here.
Oh no, that's a rock. I got scared. So-
Oh my god.
I found silk and poison glands.
oh good. Do you think that this looks like a spider house? I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like looking at it. No. The holes.
Oh, here's another one of them dare strands.
Oh, I found Titan root. There's Titan root is just a random thing on the ground. I don't know what it is, but oh, I just got one amberite.
Oh, that's good. That's smeltable.
Sorry, I'm incorrect. I have one amberite ingot.
That is an item.
Melted.
Yeah. Oh, I found a dude. He's. Oh God! Ah, no! He's smelling.
Smelling.
You smell it.
I don't know.
Oh heck!
Oh my God!
I need help by me now. Now.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
Oh god. A brambles.
Yeah. Watch out for Sniffy Flower. Imabis, where'd you go? You're so far away. Coming. What in the heck? How do I even get there?
Cave over here. I might have just crit a guy for 900.
Ah! I died.
Oh my God! I
Let's
left
save
Marco
Marco.
to save you, and you didn't even need my help. Ah. Sniffing flowers. I got it. I got Marco. Oh, there's two of them. Ugh.
Nope.
Hang on. They're coming. Hang on. Oh God, he's
One guy, that guy should be almost dead. Oh no, he left. He revived.
Okay, he's dead. He's dead. I got Marco already. Oh my goodness. Watch out, there's a sniffy flower next to us. We do need, if we want poison arrows, we do need these bramble thorns. So we have a poison bar.
Yeah.
Are you guys okay? Do you need help with healing?
Yeah,
I have
I'd
a healing.
like healing.
Okay, come here.
I would suggest this cave I was at, though, for a very
Infamous?
specific reason.
Infamous?
Yes?
Can you come here so I can give you heals?
Oh, yeah. I would suggest the cave I was at, though.
Okay.
We can definitely check it out.
Okay, off we go.
Thank you for the heals.
Of course. Sometimes I forget that I'm a healer.
Jeez.
I have infinite heals. Oh my God, why is this so much poison that is just being spewed in my face?
Where's the
Look at
cave I
me.
was just at?
This way. You were this way.
I'm not good
'Cause
with
I
directions, okay?
Well, I mean, yeah, I came from this way and you were over here and you were like, everything's fine. And I was like, rah. And that was kind of like exactly how that played out. Why is the ground weird? What in the heck?
What have you led us to?
Oh my God! Woo!
Why am I not holding a sword? I'm just punching things. There we go.
Alright, ability guide spirit. Got Nera's bounty. Once collected, this new major ability can be equipped with the spirit anchor. The ability is it collects all nearby resource nodes. The type of nodes you can collect increase as you equip more powerful spirit foci.
Interesting.
It's like if you were gathering things, I guess.
I guess if you wanted to get over encumbered extremely quickly.
Yeah. Pardon me while I go to like 3,000 weight limit in one cave with blue rocks.
Yeah, but you can up your... I bet you anything that like Earth is gonna allow you to get like more carry capacity.
Probably.
Did you get Earth thing?
The strand, yeah.
I assume somebody already got this chest out here.
Yes.
I saw it and I was like, somebody's already got it, and then I left it. Just keep an eye out for the ground stuff, because there is things that we need from here that are on the ground.
Yeah, I picked up a few of those.
But yeah.
Oh, I found some alder leaf.
Ooh.
It's not that exciting. It looks pretty meh.
Knowledge point by me.
Oh yeah, nice. All right. The voice of the ancients fills your mind. This place, once fertile, once sacred, is now thick with the scent of poison. The hunters brought more than claws and fangs when they emerged from the deep. With them, they brought poison and rot, and the forest has not been the same since. Their poison seeps into the roots, tainting soil and stream. Plants once used for healing now bristle with venom. Thorn vines coil like traps. Even the air resists breath. Here in these corrupted woods, the hunt began. They came as shadows, with their spiderkin weaving webs and devouring. Spirits fled, balance faltered, and still the hunters thrive. Clever, cruel, and ever watchful. This is no longer just the forest's edge. This is their domain. Echo, if the great wood is to heal its sickness, first must be cut out. I'm still trying to find whatever this wood is that we need. Is this it?
No, it's like the wood from the first of the game.
Where is this fancy wood? Okay.
And the other ones were up in a treetop, or up on the top of the cliffs or whatever. So
yeah, I was wondering if it's possible. It looks like if you can look at my stream for a second.
Mm-hmm.
I'll point out the spires, okay? So we have a spire here, which is preventing us from all of this, basically. We have a spire here, which is preventing us from all of this, basically. And we have a spire here, which is preventing us from all of this, basically. So my opinion is we should just go back and go over here because I think there's going to be more area to actually explore and do things over there with I mean, we could just go and kill a spire, right? There's one literally right next to us.
we would need a pair.
But we would need the potions that
they should be ready.
Yeah, because we've already spent the time that we did. So if we we already spent the time doing, all this stuff. What we could do is go back, grab the potions, go and, do this stuff. Be careful. There's darkness.
Darkness is spreading.
What is this, Kingdom Hearts?
Thank you for saying it. I almost did.
What if our torches go out? Then we can't find where we were supposed to go.
We got ladders there, remember?
Oh yes, that's right. That's right. Thank God. Thank God we
Also,
put
the
the
torches
ladders.
aren't going out.
The panic
What if they
ladders.
I didn't know that we had fire, so I was like, oh heck. Listen, I prepared. I got us here, and I set an escape. Okay. Infamous is gonna go get the stuff from the base. I'm gonna dump my stuff in the boat. Because I don't really feel like going.
Wow!
That's fair.
Lightning.
That was so close! I'm actually gonna take this one out of here and I'm gonna put it in here.
We get to repair while we're here.
Yeah. Marco, can I ask you to, or can I remind you that you indicated that you have no bandages?
Yes, no, I understand. I'm gonna go back to the base and grab some.
Okay. Bam, 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 bam.
If was you here?
Yup.
Here.
Bam, 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 bam.
You know what to do.
Going right in that chest.
What?
I have a chest for it. It's here.
No. You know what to do.
Oh, I'm aware. We'll get there someday.
I swear to gosh, are you gonna
No.
put those fish on
No.
the wall?
Now that would be stupid.
I never said I would do that. How dare you insinuate that?
We already know how you feel about those fish.
Good.
Your bottles are done. Where do you want the bottles at?
Oh, did you do glass bottles or
Yeah, the ones that were in the furnace thing.
put them in
Which-
Sakowicz chest?
Oh, it wasn't bottles. It was glass. Sorry.
Oh, glass needs to go back in the forge and then turn into bottles.
Okay.
Well, we need to find yam roots.
Oh, are you using that forge for something else?
I mean, you can use either one.
I was just gonna use both.
Oh, that's fine.
I need a better way to find salt. Instead of like just going to the beach every 10 minutes and seeing if I can find it.
Beach, let's go get away.
The
wait, what?
distiller thing. Just water, the water purifier thing. Makes salt.
What happened? I was crafting manatee and then all of a sudden it wasn't crafted. Oh wait, what? Oh, maybe I wasn't. What happened? I'm so confused. Something is weird. Oh, did I craft it on here? Oh, somebody. I see.
What?
Yeah, no. I clicked the campfire, I guess? But I didn't mean to grab it from there. I meant to grab the mana tonic, which uses mana powder. We've not been getting enough mana either. I wonder
I've
if
been
there's a
grabbing
way
it
to.
before I get it.
I have things that don't go in. Don't have a chest.
It's woodsy stuff. Right now. This
Yeah,
one.
very last chest.
But I
Yeah.
have silk, and I have poison gland, and I have bubble sacks, and I have earthen strand.
Yeah,
Yeah,
which goes
just
in the
slam 'em in
woodsy,
woodsy
area
area
stuff.
stuff. That way it's just all
I see.
compact
Sorry,
now.
I was reading that as like woodsy stuff, like wood stuff, stuff from the woods area. Okay.
I have basically like just one attempt at this, and I'm running low on time. So
Okay.
if you want to get stuff done,
Yep.
then it would be a good idea to
Saku here.
do it soon.
Should bring some breathing food as well.
Marco, here.
You didn't give me anything.
Should be on the ground.
I don't see anything.
Did you give me all of it?
No, I gave you 2.
No, you gave me 4.
Oh, weird. Did it... What?
Yeah, it was just one pile, and I
Oh,
picked it
weird.
up, and it was 4.
Murnco here. No, I dropped one in front of you and one in front of Murnco, and I guess it dropped both in front of you? That was weird.
Okay.
I'm good to go. I've got food on me for what I need.
Does this heal it or does this resist it?
Resist
Resist.
it. You need corruption cleansing salve if you want to heal it. Do you
Do we
have
just want to
any?
knock...
No.
Then there is some that is crafting on the table. It'll be done in a minute.
No, if you can bring a few with, because I forgot to grab the cleansers. Or not the cleansers,
Okay.
the other one.
I will... Wait, cleansers? What do you mean? The ones that I'm
The-
crafting for Murnco?
The yellow kind. There's a bunch in the thing down below.
Yeah, okay, so I'll craft more of them then.
Check the
not
baskets down in the lower level. There's a bunch of the baskets.
Oh,
Like,
they're the
there's like
orange
10
yellowy
plus.
ones. Okay, so I was looking for purple stuff. I'll just take that. That should-
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
in the
I was gonna say,
bottom.
I knew there was a ton.
Wait, what? Orange yellow stuff. Corruption cleansing salve. Yeah. Do you guys have bandages? Both of you?
Yes.
I have
yes.
10 bandages, yeah.
I have 9.
Okay, I got corruption clearing
some?
and
Breath.
I assume we're just going to knock out the spire closest to our base and then go from there.
we should probably knock out the spire that is in the middle. Like the one in the trees. Because there's
Oh, okay.
obviously something that's like... That is where our main objective is going to be.
So do we want to take the bridge back across and then go in that way?
Where did it go?
I think it's...
Oh, it's in the queue.
Yeah. I think that's a good idea. The one that's in the, like, the circle area with the spiders. That way maybe we can just go in there and not have to worry about all the poison.
I mean, it's either that or we could just loop the boat over. It's a little bit of a trek, but we could do it that
Oh,
way.
wait. What are you guys using for your stuff? Are you using this this corruption cleansing tonic?
Yeah.
No.
There's 30 corruption.
No. What about the other one?
The other one.
Hang on here.
Oh, is there a better version of it?
Pick that one up.
Oh, salve.
That's one that I said that was crafting on the table for you guys, and that it would take a
Oh,
minute.
it looked the same as the other one, just at a glance, so I assumed it was the same thing. My bad.
I'm coming to Infamous. It's better.
I have a good breath food if anybody wants it.
I thought I had some, but I only have 2 foods, so I'm trying to remember where it was. Oh, refreshing nectar. There it is. I only have 1. This is fine. I have refreshing
I'm
nectar.
making the. Okay, I have the bubble sack stuff.
What
What's
is
it
it?
called?
It's like max oxygen plus 20?
Bubble chews, max oxygen plus 25.
Oh, that's actually better than what I have.
Yeah, it's a tier 3.
Yeah, I think this was a tier 3 too. But it also has like other benefits.
I'm coming back
Okay.
over. Oh, okay.
It's fine. I'm going.
Here. I'll
Do we
drop
want to
one.
boat around, or do we want to just go through the middle?
We'll go through the middle.
What is happening?
I thought you were trying to
There we
put
go.
stuff on the ground.
Well, I was, but it wouldn't pick it up from my inventory for some reason.
Just a reminder to
Infamous.
repair your gear.
Where did Infamous go?
Infamous already ran over the boat, over the bridge.
All right. Make it useful.
Hey, Fancy! Oh, now drop down on the boat. Wait, what? What did you just... Oh, you blew yourself up there from the cannon. Okay.
Yep. My repair didn't need that much repair, but I just did it anyway.
Which one are we going to? South one?
We're going to the one that is, No, we're going across the way to the middle area.
What just shot at me?
Probably an enemy. That's the hunter guys. It's also
There we go.
dark. What the? Oh, it's like makes the ground slow.
Yeah, it's webbing. Ah!
Yo, level 22. Nice. Oh, wait, that's good. I just got so much stuff. Unlocked.
Got 5 still.
Amberite spear, glow oil, a turtle totem. Don't really care about the turtle totem right now. Great wood watering can. Amberite blade, which I don't care about right now. Or the shield. Arrows are good though. What I'm looking... Oh no, the glow oil thing is from a minion? Ah. Okay, that's fine. The whole reason I was like trying to... Oh my god! I just ran through someone else's poison thing. Where are you guys going?
This way?
I think...
Well, hey, buddy.
No, this is the wrong way. Not this way. Yeah, Marco's going the right way. You guys are both fighting. Guys, hello?
Oh my gosh.
Don't shoot me in the back of the head again.
Doing my best not to.
As long,
I am on
honestly,
poison.
if they're glow
If they're glow arrows, you're okay with it.
Yeah.
Can I get a heal?
Yeah. It doesn't like remove. What's wrong? Wait, hang on. Infamous, have you always been blue?
I don't know. It's been that way for a hot minute. I just wondered if anyone else saw it that way.
Hang on. What's my
Anytime.
button? Yeah, sorry. I couldn't remember.
7 health left.
I couldn't remember what my button is to heal. There
Okay,
you
I'm
go.
full.
We're all full again. Oh man, my poison's going away. It's so nice.
So is the
You
one
are
we're
going the
for,
wrong
yeah?
way.
Or no?
Which one are we going to then?
The one across the way. The big tree area. The one that I said.
Oh yeah, okay. I thought that was where I was going.
Is there something there? I see a big glow.
There's hunters! Hunters! Help! Oh god, I don't have any health! I forgot about food! Okay, well now I need health. And I don't have stuff on cooldown. There you go. Wait, come back! If I must stay. No! Your heal didn't last for very long.
It's not a heal, it's the power.
Do you have bandages?
Yeah, but I want to save them. I just need to not get hit. It's fine. There's like
Correct.
stuff on the tree here.
Ooh, what's this? Glowflies.
And everything is blue for him. Oh, we need those. We need glowflies.
I'll pick them.
Thank you.
10 of them.
Yes.
We got 10.
I hear death.
I don't like that sound.
Oh, I found a tree that looks different.
Wait, I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. Where are you? Wait, what?
Up top
How'd you
of the
get
thing.
up there?
Draft.
Oh, there was another way. Okay, I see.
Ah, there's a guy. It's guarded. It's guarded by a guy.
I don't have enough mana. Oh, well, that's butts. Oh, thank goodness I got some mana tea that I made. I'm just gonna
You have mana
drink
tea?
real fast.
Oh, hey guys.
Oh,
Look what I
okay.
found.
I just got it back.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. That's what I was pointing out.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's the whole reason why Mirko said that we should come up here.
Aha.
Ooh, careful, there's like a thing in
Although
the
I
middle
was
of that.
trying to see what it looks like, but it was somebody already chopped it down while I was healing.
What's on here?
Thank you. Oh, there's one over here too. I'm assuming somebody already looted the chest.
Nope.
No,
Oh, what? Oh. We got a earthen crystal, earthen strand, a power stone.
Great game.
What, a power stone?
It's a good game.
Power Stone.
Okay, before we start, like, you know, losing our minds here, this is the way we need... Oh, no, that is not the way we need to go. This is the way we need to go. We can already see the poison from here. I'm, like, right on the edge of it. The problem is that I don't want to go in there if we can't get out, right? So...
Oh, hey. Hey, by me.
Oh, is that amberite?
Amberite ore.
That looks like a pimple.
Yeah, it kind of does. I didn't want to say it because it was kind of gross.
Okay, sure.
There's a new plant there too by Infamous.
Is this not the blossoms
things.
already?
No, the honey cat mushrooms.
Oh,
Yeah, I've already seen like a bunch of different kinds of mushrooms all throughout.
we definitely need a lot of this wood, but we gotta be careful. Marco, you're like right on the edge of this.
I know, I see it.
There's a path down. Oh, what am I get hit by? Oh, there's a bramble here that I didn't see. Just know if we go in this way, it's likely a fight all the way down.
Isn't that what we're here for?
Well, there's a fight, or we should go around the outside.
Around the outside, around the outside.
Guess who's back?
I'm going down to the outside.
My inventory's full.
Infamous, you gotta come here. Are you, like,
Why am
Encumbered
I
full, or-
waist deep in this rock?
No, just like full inventory.
I don't
So
know. It's a fancy rock. It says I'm too full to eat any more food, but I don't need to. I'm trying to fly. What does it want me to do? Pull out a fish on the way down?
Why not?
Stick as far to the outside as possible until we get to the edge that we need to. That's a big guy.
Yeah, I've
Hey,
fucked up the end
Saku.
already.
Yeah?
Come back here a sec.
Why? I don't want to get eaten by this shark.
You're not. There's a reason, because I don't have inventory for what you need here.
What are these?
There's yams?
Oh my god, they're yams.
You're welcome. I don't have inventory. Somebody else pick them up.
I'm picking them up. I'm picking them up.
Like, I just need somebody to grab this crud, because I have no space.
We're coming up on the turnoff. Just around this route here. We're gonna go down that path. So make sure you put your resistance stuff on. All right, you guys good?
Yeah.
Me down mine.
Okay, I've drank mine. I'm going in.
I just chugged it.
Okay, go in. There's a bramble in here, or not a bramble. There should be the spire in here. There's also enemies.
Oh, this climb's so slow compared to the level 1.
Oh god. Infamous, if you want to deal with if you want to deal with the actual pus things, I'm gonna continue fight. I'm gonna continue to fight things.
I kind of having to fight things right now.
Okay, no, that's maybe that's not a real pus thing. Whoa. Hey, fine.
Forget to breathe.
Oh yeah, breath. Okay, got one.
Gotcha.
I gotta go up.
Same.
Because I gotta breathe.
Ah, get out of here.
Can't see. I can tell where Infamous has been.
Yeah, I have no inventory, sorry.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm laughing.
Hey.
Well, bam. Goodbye, Spire.
There's all kinds of loot down there. Somebody wants to snag it. Don't look at me.
It's fine. It's just the same stuff we always get. Let's go to this. While we still have a thingy, let's go to the next one. See how many of them we can do. If we want to go...
I'll follow you.
Okay.
You know which one you want to do. I'll follow you.
We just going back the way we came. Towards the boat. Just around the outside. And there's one around there too. Yeah. Hey Smash, how you doing? Like right there.
As we back again. Wait a minute.
That's a good meal? Oh yeah.
Luma fruits here. Okay, good to know.
Alright, here we go.
I saw something in the water. There is Luma fruit here, which you can't find in the second area, so if we need it, it's here.
Twisting Ruins.
How I wish I could use my bow.
Well, conveniently, there's a bunch of mines, if you'd like to.
I might need to.
Oh, wow, yeah. Definitely. Here come the fish. Oh, oh God, shark. Remember, keep an eye on your corruption amount. If you're too high, cleanse. Don't forget.
The construct's trial begins. Send to prove your worth.
You are.
I went
wait,
the wrong
where
way.
are you guys? Yeah. Wait, am I the only
I'm
one here?
above you.
Yep.
Sako, I'm above you right now. I'm taking out mines
pretty
before I
close.
go in.
Yeah, careful when you surface.
Okay.
I was trying to deal with stuff.
Got a few fishes trying to chase me down, but I'm trying to get oxygen. Oh my god. Dodging fish left and right here. Wow. I am getting good at this whole fish dodging thing. Thank you. Oh, I'm dying from lack of oxygen. Probably should deal with that.
Be the plan.
This is the last one.
I think we're about to get rid of the abyss anyways. Wabam! EZPZ, look at that.
Careful. Okay,
There's still
some of the
mines, I
mines
think.
disappeared.
Yeah. Okay, do we still have a little bit of time if we want to
Yeah.
quickly grab the other one? It's right on the other side of our boat here. The great thing is, like, when we clear the spire or whatever else, it actually purges our corruption that we've built up. So, we just have to be careful because depending upon how quickly you popped your potion, you might need to pop the last one. But I think this is the final spire in this zone. So there's a spider, but we're gonna ignore it because priority is spire before the timer runs out. Are you guys both behind me?
I'm almost there, yeah.
Almost there.
I'm just not entering until you guys are here. Okay, Infamous is here. There's sharks following me.
I see him.
Okay, Abyssal Spire is on the menu. Let's go.
We're gonna eat it?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh,
What am I
have
hearing
been
behind
not doing
me?
these right.
Spiders. Lots of spiders on that log.
Oh god.
Lots of
There's a
mines
shark
here.
after you, Sakura.
Yep.
And small fish coming at you now.
Yep. Shark is dead. Fish is about to die. Okay. Oh, nice. I got a 2-for-1 on that. Oh. Got that one. We are doing great.
Careful of mine
I would've
surfacing.
I would have thought these would have gotten harder.
Yeah, I think it's yeah, I think it's not scaled, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but I mean, even
Yeah,
from
solo,
like,
it's a pain.
yeah, I feel like they're the same as the first area though. Like they're like maybe like the enemies are a little higher level, but like
Oh, the enemies are 100% higher level.
Marco, did you wait? Not Marco. Infamous. Did you happen to run across a Wind Companion statue?
What?
Did you happen to run across a Wind Companion statue?
No, I did not.
There is one marked on the map.
Are you... What the?
Wait, right at where the first spire was that we went to.
Oh my god. That's so annoying.
Well, now we got all of the spires done. And we gotta go back to the boat. Don't explore on the way. Careful going on land because you will, you know, have about 10,000 things attack you.
Anyone able to grab logs?
I cannot because I'm going back to the boat.
Yeah.
There was a magic tree. I just chopped the crud out of.
To the boat.
To the boat.
What is this Super Mario Maker 2 troll level say? My stomach be grumbly.
I'm sorry.
I know, that's why I'm going back to the boat. That's why I said I have limited time, and that's why I said not to explore along the way.
I mean, you've been live for over 8.5 hours, so.
I know, yeah. I've been paying attention. That's why I said I had limited time on doing this, is because I basically had to use the potion, and then once the potion was done, that's it.
You got a lot of
just loaded in for me.
I'm just putting everything in the wood, everything in the wood chest, wood area chest. I would suggest you guys do the same. Don't bother.
Yeah, I'm just gonna dump everything.
Yeah, don't bother doing like any.
That's not the right place. Excuse me? Oh, jeez.
What's wrong?
The bird spirit scared the gee. Okay.
Oh yeah, you hadn't gone back there yet, had you?
No. I just hear.
Cut you off.
Okay,
I do get some elderwood tree seeds, by the way, too.
Some what?
Elderwood tree seeds, the ones for the new wood.
Perfect. We can craft, or we have some slots empty. We'll deal with that next time.
Yeah.
All right. You T-posing in the door?
Yeah.
How do you emote?
I shifted it to a different keybind, so I do not know.
You by default.
That's Tinker. Oh, I just grind rocks together to make new rock. Oh, and yeah, okay. Look at this rock that I use. I think I just bashed my fingers in holding them together.
Lol.
All right. Well, thank you both for playing with me.
Thank you again for having me. He's always fun.
Yeah. Let's not wait as long next time.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I can remember how to play the game.
Well, food and hunting things down, leveling up, and all that other stuff. Priority is going to be trying to get as many of those spirits as possible, as quickly as possible, so that we can get a stupid... that one spirit that gives the node that allows you to craft the glowy lantern that you can equip, so you just always have glow. At least I hope that's what that is. If I have to carry it around in my hand, though, I swear to gosh.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you have to use two hands to carry that one. You're actually, it's way worse.
All right. I'm going to raid Titus. Titus is playing some Final Fantasy X. Titus is one of my mods. Very punny. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. Thank you so much for watching. If you haven't already followed me on my social medias, please do so. Also, consider following this channel if you like the game, or if you like the gameplay, or if you like randomizers, especially. And if you haven't already checked out the VODS channel, it's youtube.com/@Sakura Tsubasa VODS with a S at the end. So VODS. And yeah, go check those out. There's a ton of VODs there if you're interested. They're from previous streams. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. And I'm going to eat, and then I'm going to join the Discord after I feed Doggo and play some of my Final Fantasy X seed that I've been slacking on. So yeah, thank you so much again. Thank you for the raids. We had Vivi and Haru and I think, I'm pretty sure we had somebody else raid, but it's not coming up in the list. Oh, yeah, thank you so much for all the channel redeems and stuff. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for supporting me, especially when I'm not playing games that are randomizers. I do love randos, but I also love like survival crafting games, and I know that they're a little different, but I really like them a lot. So being able to play with friends and also, you know, be entertaining, it means a lot to me that you guys came and hung around. And shout outs to Mernco and Infamous, who both do a lot in the background. Infamous does the video editing for the highlight reels, as well as puts up all the SRL videos up on YouTube. And Mernco has been going through all the clips to put together for the highlight reel. So all 300 and something from last month, you have, or